options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette, but we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. Yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here.
It serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. I did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
boom boxes and people making music and
Yeah.
people selling stuff.
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
But you
or
think this
if it
will
ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is
I
owned
thought
by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within 15 minutes and look at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away, and that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking. So, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area, because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in, less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff got pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area strikes me as accident prone too, but maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
The first row.
The first row.
Yeah, yeah, it's.
Well, I
don't
mean,
know
there's
what it
times
is.
when I walk, cars come in, and I'm like, should I go or not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I think we, I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertaining the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, it didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Right.
Nothing serious, I think it's planner fantasy
Planner
that
fantasy.
Harris
Yeah.
would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Planner fantasy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It has a nice view.
It has a nice view, nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for, when Melrose was being closed, like, oh, that'd be a great place, who wouldn't
I mean-
wanna live downtown?
The other question, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more
Yeah,
than
it
that, the
is.
wall that
It
goes
is.
around and everything.
Yeah.
Yep, it's part of the
Downtown district.
downtown district, and yeah, so
That's amazing.
Let's see, with a
I
whole
would
new
give
eye
some
now.
Yeah.
thought to your, any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions,
I think
and there's
there's always
things,
precedent, we
and
can have
there's
that as
things,
an option.
things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying.
There
Cycle
could be
things in and
an
out.
adopt a park.
Right.
Museum, take that malfunctioning junction park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, do you need anything else from us this evening? or-
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
we are, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up
Right.
in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So
thing,
your
but I think
recommendation
it's
is
in-
we do this again in April?
Well, my yeah, I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then,
I
yes.
guess.
maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, you know, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Would,
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to
Yeah.
do values or something like that. That's an option too.
would,
Now that you're
would another meeting with Brandy, we would still be looking at the draft.
Um, within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Good.
Would that, would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure. Absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including
Yeah, the DBA and
the
some other,
DBA,
maybe,
rec department, I don't know.
right,
They would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like
Correct. Correct.
rec department. yeah.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we
yeah,
try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves.
Yes, lots of papers.
So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
before that?
Not just what's on Brandy, like when is
To
the
get this
deadline?
done
Should we
quickly.
do this in April, should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
Having-
depends on
having
the
it more
commissioner-
complete so before
commissioners,
people look
whether or
at it.
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
But
But
I think we
as
can
long as
still
one
have a
of us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be here.
But we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this
yes.
and.
Yeah, this is
and
live,
go
so-
a long way
yeah.
towards.
And,
Yeah.
and it would also
Briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
Yeah, and then,
I don't have to
and
have
then
a
if they
full.
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can share
The
them
6th?
with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want
Right.
them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and, you know.
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah. I know.
Every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so are there any other issues? Anything else? Anything else tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make most of
I'll make it. Move the way adjourned.
it. I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Call us to order at 6:02. If you guys want to start signing warrants if we're ready. So first thing is approval of minutes for January 29th, February 3rd, and February 11th. Would someone like to move the minutes?
I
And then
move
we
we
can
approve
discuss.
the minutes from February 3rd and February 11th.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Any comments, questions, critiques? Or does David get 3 gold stars?
David gets 3 gold stars in my book. He's been so thoughtful doing the minutes.
And then a minimalist,
Okay.
unless there are directions and I read through they're detailed.
All right. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of passing the minutes of January 29th, February 3rd, and February 11th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Next up, warrants and payrolls. Would someone like to move the warrants and payrolls?
I'm still trying to pull them up, Carrie.
Oh.
I can move them if you want to hand them
Do you
over
want
to me.
my hard
Just to pull
copy?
my agenda. I move we approve the warrants of February 5th, the amount of $441,676.80. The warrants of February 19th, the amount of $702,355.98. The payrolls of January 31st in the amount of $377,992.38. And the payrolls from February 14th in the amount of $455,491.99.
Is there a second? All right. Any questions? The nice thing about meeting so often is we actually don't have the 4 pages of warrants, so
Good.
I will appreciate that. All right. All those in favor of passing the payroll and warrants as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Next up, we're going to go into executive session.
Okay. This is a contract, I don't have the numbers for the contract, I don't have this up, do you have it? One of the.
Yeah.
I'm moving, oh, you got it, Ann?
Under executive
Madam
session.
Chair,
Oh,
before you go into executive session, will these people be allowed or not?
No, but I think we're going to
But
do
you
it.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess they were there with me today.
Okay.
Did they give you any feedback?
They said they were all charmed by you.
I don't need that, but I mean,
I took that as good feedback.
okay.
Is the executive session about, isn't the executive session about a contract?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not necessarily about the superintendent search.
No, that'll be down out here.
Yeah.
so
Right.
if Dawn isn't coming into this, is it?
No, I would invite Don in.
To the okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he has to tell us what his terms are.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, that
I was
was
thinking it was the
That
other
kind of
contract.
contract.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we're not even doing that here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we can just do that offline. Gotcha, okay. Wrong contractual matters. So many executive sessions to manage. Okay.
I move that we enter executive session under 1 VSA 313A1A to discuss contracts.
And that we invite Don in. All right.
And should we leave?
No, well, can we go in there?
We can go in there.
We can go in there.
And then they can't, but then-
Those are better chairs.
Is it possible before you go for us to share our impressions of that meeting? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah,
Then you don't have
okay.
to stick around?
Well, I think that's something you were hoping would happen,
Fine.
that we would share our impressions.
Yeah,
before
I
you-
know I told groups if they want to catch Carrie or board members, if
Okay.
they had any thoughts, brief ones,
This
but
would be a
Yeah.
good way to do
So,
it.
yeah, we'll just do,
Yeah.
We'll suspend that. for a
we'll
moment.
suspend executive session for a moment and see if you guys want to give us feedback.
Sure,
and I don't mind leaving either.
no, you can stay. I mean, I can speak on my part, and I think my impression from the people that were all there, I think everyone was very comforted by the solid, clear plan that Don shared with us for moving forward, and I think we felt very honored in the fact that Don came and really genuinely wanted to know who we were, what our values are, and what we're looking for in a leader. So my impression was the entire room felt very comforted by the potential for having Don lead this process.
That's happened at least 3 times today.
Well said.
Can they give their names?
Oh, Deb Harding, curriculum coordinator. Sorry.
Shelley Wilson, Assistant Special Education Director.
Mary Ross, Vernon Elementary School Principal.
Anything else you guys want to add? Or
Just that I appreciate, in addition to
the folks that were in the room, the way that Don spoke about the importance of input from all of the stakeholders, both under our roofs and in the community. He seems to have an interest in really hearing from the folks that I think need to be heard from in order to, move forward as best as we can. Yeah.
I've got a question. To have everyone come out with good impressions is a reflection upon a person of sterling character and good quality and training, I would say. So that's all I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, and I believe our community would, I think it was a good representation for how our community would feel working with Don as well. Building trust and that kind
All right, thank you.
of. Thank you.
All right, now we'll go into executive
Did we
session.
vote?
Do we want to?
Oh, do we vote to go into executive
I think
session?
we were at it, but I don't think we voted. Did we vote?
All those in favor of moving into executive session as noted? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are in executive session. All right. And we're back from executive session with no action taken. Christina, would you like to make a motion?
I move that we hire Dawn Collins to perform the superintendent search at amount not to exceed $9,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Now,
I'm excited.
yay!
This group here, they energize me today. I think I'm gonna apply for the job. That'd be a conflict of interest, right?
We'll figure this out. I rescind my motion.
So I guess I would say now, what are our next steps? You can give us assignments, you can tell us what to do, you can tell us where to go.
We really need to be aggressive in our getting the word out that the search is on and that we want people from just about all walks of life. We want parents. We're going to look at the possibility of students somewhere along the way, possibility. Certainly, I think that can happen. We want people in the community who are not necessarily parents. Maybe they are at one time, but they don't have children in the school. We want to make certain that we are welcoming people from diverse backgrounds. And then we want certainly representation from the teachers. And I would say, in my discussion today, a real key part in building a team is to hear from the administrators and have representatives. So you're going to have administrators, you're going to have teachers, you're going to have support staff, which means if you are in maintenance or in food service or a paraeducator, you are going to have a voice there. But there has to be a process. And the process that I've described is people can contact the office if they're in the community, because we want to move on this the next week or so. The administrators, I think, are already going to meet and put forward names, not all 26, but they'll tell me who they think would be representing them well, and they'll be on. If they choose them, they'll be on. We have to decide 2 and 2 on the different committees, or 3 and 3 or whatever. And the teachers are going to work on that. The Teachers Association was here earlier today. They're going to get the word out to their members. Because I've said if you don't choose people, then I'll choose people, probably using a lottery, and you probably won't be happy. So I think that they are going to do well. I think we need to find out in the support staff how we can get the word out to those groups. And the challenge for you as a board is to get the word out so that people from diverse backgrounds and who have children in the school, I think it's important that for that group, they have children in the school, that you put forth your name. And if we get multiple people, then we'll have to go through a process, probably pulling a name out of a hat, but we need to hear from people.
So if I were to send an email, possibly later tonight, to all the principals, sort of outlining this, saying, we need you to get access to parents, support staff, teachers, or I guess teachers is handled.
I think the teachers are covered.
Okay, so that we're looking for you to announce in any way possible to parents and your support staff that if they are interested in serving on one of these 2 committees.
And I would just say the search committee, because it gets pretty complex when you start trying to break it down.
So if we just say search committee.
Search committee.
Okay.
And then I can explain the rationale.
So I could do that tonight, and that would hopefully give principals an opportunity tomorrow to possibly get something out, and I know we don't have school Monday and Tuesday.
Right.
And I guess we're saying as soon as possible, get back to us. And I guess I can have them either contact Barb, I can have them contact me, I don't know what's the best.
I would have it go into the central
Go into the
office.
central, okay,
I
so
would have
we
it go
can,
to central
I
office.
can see
Nothing
if,
against you.
Yeah,
but,
thank
it goes
you.
there.
But no, I can see if Barb can be
The one.
the one,
Yeah,
To-
all she has to do is collect them,
okay,
and I'll be in touch.
okay.
And I think we need to let people know that we're gonna move quickly to get this thing rolling.
So I guess my next question would be time frame. So right now, the ad is up,
Well, can we, before we do that,
Yep.
can we do the distribution beyond the principals?
distribution beyond the principal.
Because-
Oh, okay, sorry.
Because Barb has a network of media that she contacts.
Okay.
We have the school district has a communications council that has added other sites,
Okay,
web pages, well, all the school web pages, obviously.
The more places, the better.
Web pages, Facebook pages, front porch
Jamie
forms.
Courtois and Tim Morris are doing a lot of the communications,
Mhm.
so maybe you could CC them on anything you communicate.
and say, please,
And we could,
And Barb too.
vote to give them the authority just to do it, so we don't have to run back
Yeah.
and forth,
And
because
for-
they're
okay.
They'll just get it out tomorrow.
okay,
between the two of them, it comes out really good, and I
Okay.
think rather than
okay,
delay, because we won't meet till next week.
They'll just send them the same letter.
So we
okay.
could authorize the WSSD Communications Council. I move that we authorize the WSESD Communications, I move that we authorize the WSESD Communications Council to disseminate,
Search committee,
to publicize search committee
applications?
application
Application?
applicant requests.
To what? Publish, did you say? No.
To
Disseminate.
publicize, that's what they do.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay,
Superintendent search committee member applicant requests. We know it, that's clear enough,
That's-
it's not my
yeah.
best motion,
but,
but I'm tired.
Did we talk about a deadline to make those applications?
We talked about Thursday when we met, but
Yeah, I think that's
Monday
good.
and Tuesday are not
yeah,
days.
so we're thinking next Thursday?
Next
is
Thursday.
when we're looking
at
to
the end
have-
of the
okay.
work day, if she works till 4 or 4:30 or
Okay.
whatever, get them in there.
Is there a second to Christina's motion?
Second.
All right, any discussion on Christina's motion? So basically, I will send the information to the principals. I will keep it just to search committee and that we are looking for parents, parents and support staff, just those two groups. And then I will broaden it slightly as far as taxpayers, community members, and get that information to Jamie and Tim. That's basically what we're saying is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the response will be probably to
And the
Barb.
response will be to Barb.
Do you have town meetings committee in your
We
schools?
do.
We do.
Because town meeting day, if you had a nice little poster.
So I can do it at Vernon's town meeting, but there, Brattleboro, oh.
Right.
Wait,
Dummerston
when is your
does.
Dummerston, I'm gonna be at Dummerston, so I was figuring I would mention.
Okay,
Although it's not school town meeting anymore, so,
Right.
but that's better for
Right.
getting community
and does
members.
Anyway,
Guilford have, because I'll send it to you guys as well, if there's something you guys can read at town meetings.
I will not be at town meeting, so please send it to Tim for Putney.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. And then Brattleboro isn't until much later, so,
Right, the communications council is all Putney people. so
okay,
They'll
so
have it.
they'll have it,
But
they'll
we
have
don't,
that
yeah,
covered,
we're
okay.
we're next week.
But then if we can get it into the press,
And the people here, I know you're sending out, but you know people who would be willing to make the time commitment. That's gonna be the big thing, it's not gonna, it probably is, neither group's gonna have to give up more than 5 hours, I don't think, I would hope not.
okay.
But,
And it's
yeah.
sort of a one, at least for the
The
first
virtual one is gonna be one, we're
one
gonna sit in a
day.
room, something like this, and everybody's gonna read, and we're gonna talk, and we're gonna come out with the people that are gonna get an interview.
Okay, so Thursday, March 5th is our deadline.
I plan to, if all goes well, come here probably March 6th,
Okay,
because the applications will be in, and by
Yeah.
then, if we know who the committee members are, then we can get serious,
okay.
Let's set a date for the review of the application.
you know, and everything. Yep.
Okay,
And people might wanna know, the guy you hired is a little nuts, so don't be surprised if there's a quick
Well, they've
turnaround.
got to deal with all us, so.
there'll be,
I don't know, we may not be able to turn it around as quickly as I want, but we're gonna turn it around quickly.
Okay.
Great.
All right, any other questions on the motion before we vote on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, so we've got that under our belt. What else do we have? That'll get us up to,
We should probably include the time commitment in the press release so people know.
I was
that
gonna
it's
say, like,
covered.
Yeah.
What else
Yeah.
needs to go in
And
there?
that doesn't need to be in the motion, but I think that would be just thoughtful and a time frame of when it's happening, because if you know you're gonna be away on vacation, and it'll just save some calls perhaps for
and
our.
so I would be thinking that we're talking about could we be talking about, I mean, I know we might not be able to pick a day, but if we said it would probably be a day during the week of March 9th, or that's when you might be
I
gone.
may be in New York City. But let's tell them that it'll occur we plan within 10 days, because we gotta reach out to, after we get through once we tell people they're gonna be interviewed, we have to be respectful of their schedules too.
Right.
So it may take a while, so tell them they should expect within 10 days, after their appointment, that they're gonna be asked to come in.
And spend a day.
Yeah.
And
It's-
you're
Yeah.
away the week of the 9th.
I am in New York City. I have a VSBA meeting, which I do not want to miss on the 11th, and then I leave at 6 o'clock the next morning for New York City.
Okay, so
And we
let's
might
just
have
say
to
the
work
week of the
something out.
16th.
We'll know from the
Be
6th.
done with it.
It's just that we'll know on the 6th.
Okay,
We'll know.
Okay.
So tell them after we meet on the 6th, the applications are due on the 5th, and we're going to select by the 6th. We'll hopefully can notify people who's going to be on it, and at that time, we'll try to give them a timeline.
okay. So they'll have the
Excellent.
timeline on the
Great.
6th, so that will hopefully give them some time to
Right.
clear
I
the
think
schedule.
I said this to the administrative group, but I feel if we tell people you are a candidate to be interviewed, most people will stay with the process.
Okay,
But people need to hear, applications close. The mentality sometimes, well, applications closed 4 days ago and I haven't heard anything. So that's why we need to make sure we get it,
Okay.
to get people to know.
okay.
We will.
So, and the date on the ad was the 5th?
Was the 5th,
So the applications for the job and to be on the steering committee.
ends on the
I
It
5th.
just happens to happen at the same time.
Well,
That's
that couldn't
good.
be better coordinated, even if we
Okay.
tried.
We did try, we worked really hard on that. Okay, what else are we?
One of the things, and maybe we can do this tomorrow, but I took some good notes, I think, good notes to me they are, from what people were saying today. And there really was some congruence between what the teachers who came said and what the administrators said. I think the administrators probably, because they were interacting with the superintendent on a very regular basis, had a little more specificity. But I think that the message came through, about communication stuff. So I just think that that will be important to make sure that I get something to you as we get closer to the actual board interviews.
Okay.
The other thing is, David should give everybody a copy of 1 or 2 pages, David.
Yeah.
We don't need to agree to them tonight,
They've
although.
everybody got it via email, but we
Okay.
haven't.
Did
we
Ann
haven't-
get it?
Yeah, I gave it
And
to her
I-
last night.
Give me a hard copy.
Because I'll continue to be working with all the board, but I've certainly worked more with Carrie, and I'll keep you informed, but this gets us thinking on how you're gonna do your interviews.
Okay,
This is how you're gonna do your interviews. We'll listen to you, Christina, I will, Ellen.
Before I forget, I'd like to make a motion that we have a little funding and have some refreshments for people that are gonna spend 5 hours here, like a lunch or
oh,
whatever.
yes, okay, okay. Up to, what do you think?
I think you've got money in your budget. No, I mean in the money you approved tonight.
So let's-
Oh.
we have the emergency fund that we authorize, we have the.
No, you have one, the SU doesn't have one.
We didn't
No,
give you a discretionary fund?
no, I think you did that at the SD, this is where we get confused as to who.
So I move that the board authorizes up to $1,000 of discretionary spending for the board chair for unanticipated expenses in the superintendent search.
And didn't you have something too where the board chair has to call the vice chair?
The board chair with the approval of the vice chair, that was my idea, yes.
I like that,
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah. And that
Okay.
way we don't have to meet if,
Right, if there's a,
we have another lunch that we have to provide, so.
okay, okay,
And I
All
think
right.
Ann seconded that, she has her
She
voice
did.
back today.
all right. Do you have that one?
No, but I will before we go home.
Oh, okay. Oh, while people are here,
Well, it might take you a long
Did
time
you
to work
move
on
it?
that. I moved it and
And
seconded
what
it.
was it again?
The board authorizes the board chair upon pencil and to work with the vice chair to expend up to $1,000 for unanticipated expenses in the superintendent search.
Up to 1,000.
all right, all those in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed or abstentions? Okay. Do we want to go over these questions you're thinking, or?
I don't think there's a
Okay.
need tonight. I just wanted to make sure all the board saw them and was on board at some point.
Okay, because we will be discussing these at some,
No.
okay.
And I looked at them and I think they're good. I have one little suggestion and I know that, but I think all the board, so that when we get there, somebody doesn't say, where did this come from?
Okay,
And people may want to add something. I mean, it's fine with me.
okay,
Yeah, and just for background, the questions are pretty much based on the questions and the responses that were identified as important issues by the survey, which is why we did the survey. And there's a rubric for reviewing the applications that is just edited to reflect the supervisory union rather than the town of Brattleboro, and it was used for hiring a human resources person. It's just basically about
What my plan would be when that
experience and
first committee
skills.
meets and we have those applications, everybody has a copy of that.
Yeah.
And before we look at any application, we're going to go through there. And if somebody says, gee,
Talk about, yeah.
nobody thought of this, what do you think? I'll say, yeah, it looks good, or no, we're not going to do that. But I think that, but I just, we can talk about being transparent and inclusive, but actions mean more than words.
all right, so we should all be reviewing this, so we're ready.
Give your feedback actually to Carrie and David.
Okay,
And
that sounds good.
When did you send that, David? I get a lot of emails from you, or ones that you're referred to on.
I don't recall.
I feel like it had draft in the
It was on the 18th.
18, thank you. Okay, well, yeah, there's about 40 emails between now and then, so.
I appreciated that everything said draft, because, draft eventually becomes a document, but along the way it gives people input.
And the intention is that it's for input, and it's for development, not this is.
It's good,
what's gonna
it's
happen.
good, but,
What else do we need to, so our next step is we'll see you again next Friday, or we'll probably see you tomorrow.
But you'll see me next Friday.
We'll see you next Friday. Is that a meeting we should warn? Is that just you coming to
Let
town?
me
Is
see what
that,
kind of progress we make and what my schedule is.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. And, because if you need us all, or if it's just
Yeah.
you and
No,
me hanging out in central
I would
office?
say that probably I'll let you know, and then we can decide who wants to come.
Okay.
Many times on this level, I make it optional.
Mhm.
You've hired me and you've said, get to work, but it doesn't mean I want to lock anybody out.
Okay.
anything, But I would say that, and, once I know who the committee members are, I mean, if on Wednesday we know who the committee members are, then I may shoot them an email or a call. I may not either with my schedule, but, again, I want to make sure people understand that we really want them involved.
Okay.
But, and I'm thinking next Friday, possibly, we'll know the candidates, we'll know the committee. I may try to see how soon after that we can have our first meeting.
Okay.
If it worked out that we could do it on the 9th, I mean, that would, but we'll see.
Okay. But, all right,
I think I
we'll
have
be
a
in
board
touch.
meeting in there somewhere myself, too.
Other questions?
I'm just gonna suggest that you just warn that meeting on the 4th in the event that a quorum shows up.
Okay.
And
And then that way it's, okay,
Yeah,
That way there's
we
no
know,
question,
yeah.
and-
We're available. for
Okay.
that way we
okay.
don't have to figure out who leaves.
We all take turns leaving. Okay. Okay, nope, not a problem. I'll get with Barb. Anything else we need to do?
No, I think that we're ready to go.
Yeah.
I think I have good feedback. I'm not nervous about it, but I am concerned that we do a thorough job of getting the word out to the support staff.
Okay.
I think we're gonna do the community, I think we've talked, and I think we know that we need to get out to people that have children here and who have, maybe feel that they haven't always been heard. But, I've seen in schools where the custodial maintenance staff and the paraeducators and the others feel that they're left out. They're gonna have as many seats at the table, in ratios as some of the others. I mean,
Okay.
it's not just gonna be a token for those people. I think say there probably be at least probably two on each committee.
Okay.
And I like two because sometimes it's hard if you're the only
The
one
only
from
one,
the other domain. But I wanna make certain they know that sincerely, we want their input.
The other thing is I'll make sure to include, and maybe this is, I don't want to exclude elementary school kids, but I feel like the students should probably be high school.
Yeah.
So I feel like maybe that's where I can get with Steve and say, can you start thinking about which kids? And you've got some great student council reps who
Oh
show up at
my
your
gosh.
meetings.
I think that's where
So
we should
that-
go.
I-
I
so
think that's where
maybe
we
we-
should go then.
Yeah.
They are so
Yeah.
impressive. You
Yeah.
will take the job here when you sit on student council.
Yeah.
You
We
will
talked
be
about
like-
going to the community for them to choose, their people and the administrators and the teachers, and go to the students and
Yeah.
have them.
That's-
One thing, Carrie, we need to be careful about, as much as I want the support staff to know, is that they're going to get maybe four people
Okay.
in the whole district. I mean, if all of a sudden,
Yeah.
everybody gives me a call with 2 or 3 people, there are gonna be some hard feelings, so.
Okay.
Anybody that's interested, put their name in and 4 people will,
And 4 people will be chosen.
Yeah.
Okay.
and
I
the children.
make another suggestion also that we're careful that different communities are like, it becomes an interesting paradigm that if all the teachers are from, I'll just say, if all the teachers are from Dummerston and all the support staff are from Dummerston, all the parents are from Dummerston,
Mhm.
that's gonna be not so good, and we have
Mhm.
very distinct communities, so,
Mhm.
when, especially for community members, that there's not 2 from one community probably, so
Mhm.
that we get representation from the different communities and their
Mhm.
perspectives, as well as.
Is
support
that
staff.
something you keep an eye on?
Yeah, we'll
as-
keep an eye on that. The
Okay.
thing is, first thing I'm gonna look at, to be honest with you, who are the administrators? I think the administrators are gonna choose their people. I don't think they're gonna let me do a lottery, which is good. Once we know the administrators, then if we get more people, I don't know, I have a feeling the association's just gonna pick people. I don't know how those are gonna melt, but we'll make all that work. But then we need to start looking to other people. I mean, let's take the Dummerston School, if they already have 4 people on a committee, or 3 or 4 people, their maintenance person or their custodian is probably not
It's
gonna
not gonna come, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
so we're
you'll
gonna
be
look for
keeping an eye
all
out
kinds of
for,
balance.
okay, balance, I like that.
The middle school might be able to pack it, but nobody else.
Deb?
Just a question for clarity. One, how are the teachers being?
I met today with the teachers and 5 people showed up. And I got a sense that they represent the association. So I handed it back to them and said, you people need to talk with the teachers in the district, and anybody who wants to apply can apply, and if it's more people apply than there are slots, then we'll do a lottery. But I think I told them they had like 5 or 6 slots. But if they have more and take it, because if they give it to me, they take it out of their own hands. If they send the name of 8 people, then they can't. I did tell them that, if they wanted to have an alternate, but I also told them that, the people that are coming shouldn't all be from, say, the high school, or all from the elementary school. Look at it. I don't know. I believe people have been thinking about it. So, no. One thing I did tell them, and I think I told you people too, I reserve the right to add a person. I reserve the right as the coordinator. If somebody looks marginal and there's some people like it, but no, it's always better to include them than to exclude them. It gets interesting. It gets interesting. The thing about it I have to be concerned about, I heard that there are 3 schools that are less than 200 students, right? Or about 200 or less, okay? They need to have a voice. Well, probably every school won't have a big voice, but every school has to have a voice. And then you have the high school and the middle school. We'll make it work. We'll make it work.
Also,
Yeah.
1 second, just to make sure you guys are aware that the 6th is the leadership monthly team meeting, so if,
Oh,
just so that's on that day, and if you're
what
in
time of
town,
day is it?
all day,
Where do you meet?
right here.
So there's no school on Thursday either? Oh,
No, it's
just
just
leadership team.
just the
Yeah.
leadership team, yeah.
No principals out there.
Hey, schools run without principals.
Day to
And
time.
my best days as principal when I had no teachers and few students.
Get a lot done.
I might come to that.
Yeah. That might not be a bad thing.
No, I don't think so.
Let's talk to
You know,
Lyle.
I would probably come for lunch time and then stay over. But no, it depends where I am the night before.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Just one, just thought, if there are internal candidates, we should be thoughtful about people that work for somebody, reviewing their resume and being on that team perhaps, if there's an internal candidate having the custodian of a principal.
Oh, interesting.
Being on that committee,
Okay.
and that person not being chosen or by that could be challenging, I think. So I don't know.
Okay, tell
if
me
you
that
want-
again, Christina.
If there were a principal internally, I don't know if there is any, but
Oh, okay.
let's use Mary because she's here. So if the custodian was interviewing and then she didn't get put onto the final candidacy, that might be challenging for them. I mean, Mary's lovely, I don't think it would be an issue, but I
She's
could
got the job,
imagine some
Mary,
people
go
would,
on.
I would feel if I was my boss,
Yeah.
I would feel like I kind of had to stand up for them. I just would feel that, and so
Let's see if we get internal candidates.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we do, we will know that before we choose the people anyway.
Oh, that's true.
Because the timeline is,
Great, that's
We'll
why
have it
I'm
all,
saying I don't
okay.
know.
that was
Okay.
a stroke of genius that we had them both come at the same time.
Hey, and we planned that so well.
Good planning.
Good planning.
Someone's taking care of
Finally.
Finally, somebody's taking care of
Other
it.
questions? All right, so I think I've got my marching orders, which are to get an email out tonight to building administrators.
You want me to-
And then, yep, and then,
I'll read what all the things I have to do.
and there's more than that?
Well, I've been thinking about all the, we haven't talked, we need to talk about, I think, a little more thoroughly about getting out. Like, if you send it to principals and say, please
Yep.
disseminate, do they automatically know to put that on their website, on their Facebook page, on the email lists that they may have for parents? And there may be
Website.
someplace in the building that they post things for parents all the time.
Okay,
So, and I
website,
don't know
Facebook, I
what
like
else-
that.
What else principals
Website,
have.
Facebook,
for-
postings, emails.
Every imaginable.
Okay, I like that, thank you. That is good. And then when I get it to Tim and Jamie, they just get to go crazy with it as soon as possible.
They know exactly what to do.
They know, right. And then we all deal with town meetings wherever possible. So there's the town meeting aspect.
I don't know their timeline, but I think it would be important in some way to get it into the Brattleboro Reformer.
We will.
Yeah.
Barb will do
Yeah.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me tell you why. When we started meeting as a merged board, people started talking about where we put out notices. And it's Facebook, and it's this, and it's that. And I said, you know what? People my age group, they don't ever look at Facebook. They still buy the old daily paper, even there's not much in it, but they've been reading it for 50, 60 years. So they get it. So we always throw something in there that's important, whether we have to pay or not. Because we know in our communities, there are many people 65 to 90 years old, and they don't care what you put on TV, they don't care what you put on Facebook, and they don't tweet or any of that stuff. They pick up the daily paper, and if it's there,
And the paper is published on town meeting day as well.
that's good.
Yeah.
So,
Excellent.
okay.
Do you want to send it to them too?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think if you send it to the communications.
Communications
council,
Oh, yeah, they'll get it, they'll
Well,
send it
send
there.
it
That's
Yeah,
right,
they'll
yeah.
send it to
That's
comments,
their thing.
Crumbs and
TSA.
the diggers.
Yeah.
Right.
We have done some
Which one
things
is
this
school?
year, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
Thank
Which
God
is-
for Tim and
we're gonna get
Jamie.
immune
Yeah.
from the kids bringing diseases.
Okay. Is there anything else for business tonight?
I don't remember what it is, it's gone.
It's gone.
Apparently I'm in that demographic of 65 and up because it's how I get my news. So I guess I can forget something in a senior moment since I'm 65 now.
Well, the only other thing I forgot is to welcome our newest SU member, Ann Beekman.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us. Is there anything we can do to help you? I know you've had a whole 24 hours in which
To be a member of this.
to be a member, to catch up, so.
I would like to request that we request an update on the special education director situation, because it hasn't been talked about in quite some time.
Yeah, and I had a couple emails today about that.
Okay, so let me find out about that. and get back to you all. That would be a good thing on our next agenda. See where we are with that. I feel like we're past the closing date.
Yeah, it was about a 6-week.
We extended it to, I think, mid-February, so this would be a very good time to ask. So I will ask Lyle where we are at. Not a problem. Anything else we can help you with, or?
Not tonight,
All
but
right.
you know how I can
You got my email, so.
be. Yeah,
Thank you for stepping up, Ann, I
Yes,
appreciate it.
thank you.
I'm helping here, but I'm helping a young family that needs some help right now, so.
That is a good thing.
So
All right.
when you get on the WSESU, launching pad on the website, and it says, on the top, it says, the WSESU board meets 4 to 5 times a year. Like, your blood pressure's gonna go like,
Yeah, 4 to 5 times a month now, yeah.
so,
Yeah.
I'm laughing at it every time I see it, as
Yes,
a matter of
just so
fact.
you know, you've been hornswoggled with that,
Oh,
with that
absolutely.
tagline, so.
And we haven't even established board committees yet.
Let's get through this, but now we have Dawn on board as well, so we're all feeling pretty good. All right. Who would like to make the favorite motion?
Ann loves making
Really?
fun.
Well, I don't sound much like Ruth.
But,
Madam Chair, there being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right, we are adjourned.
Call the meeting to order at 6:30. I'll entertain the motion to approve the minutes from February 25th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the minutes from the regular meeting of February 25th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain.
One abstention. Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and move to Mr. Spencer from Wyndham Solid Waste.
So moved.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and beginning with members of the public, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Mr. Spencer, welcome.
Thank you. So if you would just introduce yourselves, some of you are new, I think, right?
Relatively, probably since we've seen you.
Yeah.
I'm Will Bissett.
Rob, right?
You're on.
Irving's,
Yeah,
Irving's still.
I know her.
Oh, you do.
I would hope so.
Crystal Dance.
Stephen Frisk.
Well, thanks for giving me a chance to meet with you folks. I think what the reason that we kind of got this going is Irv, as you know, is active on our board, and we help towns meet all these requirements for the recycling law, Act 148. And I had inquired about food waste collection at the transfer station. And this is not in my letter, but
Right.
You have to have some sort of drop off for food scraps there by law. And so because there is no commercial hauler coming up the valley this far, you're in a quandary, you know, like what do? So we did some research, and there is a way, and Irv, I think you brought some of these to the town earlier, of using a bag that people would buy, just like your page throw bags, and put food scraps in it.
Mhm.
I talked to Peter at Triple T today, and they would be willing, if your employee takes a truck down, the packer truck down to Triple T, wanted to put bags of organics on that truck, they would then just pick them out there,
Mhm.
and you're done.
Yeah, we had done that originally 2 years ago.
That's what I thought, that Craig
We
had
were
started
doing that. Yeah, we had gotten the small bags, and we had been giving them away to residents. People weren't using them. We were also finding that they were trying to use them for trash.
And they were using them as page and throw bags, and they're free.
Yeah, exactly.
So, we would be willing, my staff person, Athena Bradley, she's the only full-time person in our office. She does education and outreach, we call it. And she's willing, and I'm willing to come up a couple days when you're open. And if you start this program and just explain it to people and where is it going and why are we doing this. So we'll help you. I'll send you the price list for these bags. It'd really be no different than where you buy your page for throw bags now. You
have them at $130 a bag.
Yep.
$70 a case, right?
I can't tell you about how much these are a bag. They're a little more than that.
Oh, okay.
That thing that Will had, that's what the thing you gave me and I gave to them.
Does it have the pricing on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has it as
That's it. That's still good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
I did check with them today.
Same bag,
And it was a price list in there?
Yep.
Yeah, which was?
It's 70 a case for 54.
Okay.
To 130.
All right, so that's about it.
$130.
Yeah, all right, then that is it. I checked with them today, and she sent me a price list, and she said, it's the same that I gave you, but, and that lady is out of Massachusetts and represents that company.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not promoting any particular bag. The reason that these have been suggested is they're stronger than most of the biodegradables you buy in the supermarket. and they're actually designed to go in a packer truck and get compressed, and then sort them out. Triple T does not want to go through that whole
Process, right?
So the idea would be that if you had a place for people to bring the bags during the week, some sort of dumpster or a locker and then when your employee, town highway employee gets ready to go down, Triple T puts those bags on the back end.
Yep.
Triple T has a 30-yard open top sitting right next to their tip floor where they would just throw them in. And it would make number one, if you just offer this and have it, you're compliant.
Right, yeah. We can't force anyone to use it.
Exactly, and I'm certainly not suggesting.
We have to make it available.
And the thing is, you're not obligated to go through the trash and see if there's stuff in there.
There's no policing of this.
They don't, I thought I had read that there was going to be some mechanism for, and I'm not sure how they would.
Well, they're spot checking at landfills and transfer stations.
Okay.
And mainly larger generators like your supermarkets and your big restaurants and.
See that they might spot check it Triple T, you know.
Right.
If you bring your load in, and somebody from the state might spot check that and say, hey, wait a minute. Where is up here?
It's just the exact same way it is with recycling. It's a law, but people want to put a bottle in a $3 bag. Right. They can do it.
Right.
Same with food scraps. If you want to throw them away, you can do it. Technically, it's banned.
Got it.
But not everyone's going to do it. So I think it's a fairly inexpensive and easy way for the town to come into compliance. Whitingham did get in a little bit of trouble because they were slow to get this started, and A&R found out about it and they sent them a letter. And I'm just we don't want you to get down that path. So I think you're fine if you get this going, and we'll help you with some education. We'll print up flyers for you to hand out at the transfer station, just saying, hey, you can have recycled food waste. And what we found in towns that have this is that if given a choice, I'm not sure, how much are your throw bags?
We sell them for $3.50.
We sell them for $3.50.
Yeah, so someone can put food scraps and pizza boxes and kitty litter and all sorts of organics in this $1.30 bag, or buy a $3.50. And we find people, it's an easy decision. So I think you'll have people participate, just on the economics of it.
Yeah, my other big concern is some sort of vessel to keep it in until we run the truck down.
No, you need that, because where you are.
Oh, yeah.
And I just went up to the garage. You have, I mean, I've been up there. You have plenty of space.
Right.
But I was looking at some magazines, and you buy one of them 20-foot shipping containers, which can keep it damn well sealed. Bear won't get into it, and it's around $2,150. I think I see it advertised. But there may be something cheaper than that.
A used 20-footer, something like that. I believe if you take a drive just up to Jamaica, they have a shipping container. They have TAM, the hauler, and they're picking up toters, wheeling carts. So they wheel the toters out during the day and then put them in the shipping container.
Oh, overnight.
Because they have had bear problems there, as you know. Sure. There's a path that comes right down to the compactor that the bears use. So anyways, I think that we can get you up to speed and we'll help you. So I don't know who your point person will be on this, but just give me a call and say, hey, we're getting going. And Deb Darby handles these. I just talked to her. She's out of North Shore area. I forget where she is, but she comes up to Vermont. She's speaking. There's a composting conference April 7th in Randolph, and she'll be speaking there about this program. It's nationwide. They're doing this. It came out of Minnesota. So, yeah, you guys are the only transfer station in the district that uses what the state calls fast trash, you know, your own truck.
Yeah.
And you are at a licensed transfer station, so you're have an advantage, but some towns, it's just a, you know, they pull up to the highway garage, and it's not a regular thing. So it's a model the state likes.
Oh.
So do you, and then, since Triple T would be composting it, you can get the list of things they accept there. It comes to our compost site in Brattleboro.
Right.
We take just about everything that's, you know, soiled paper and cardboard, and if people really go at it, they won't have as much trash.
Yeah, yeah, every time.
So you'll be in good shape.
Yeah, just be garbage bags full of plastic bags.
Yeah, that's about it. But, you know, overall, your recycling program is going okay as far as you know, the bottles and cans and all that?
Seems to be.
Yep. Good. So you haven't had problems with contamination?
We
haven't
haven't
been fined yet?
Yeah, we haven't been alerted to it.
Good,
So.
well, that's good, because it can be an issue.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern with the composting is that they try
Yeah,
to
a few
do
years
something
ago,
like
we had trouble with people going in and taking stuff out of the containers, which is.
Sure, they want those nickels.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but it is a liability also.
Yeah.
It is, you don't want people crawling in those
No,
bins.
no,
We
absolutely
had,
not.
you know, when we were servicing these bins, it was an issue everywhere, especially the sites that didn't have, you know, they were just an unmanned.
Yeah.
Like Brookline, they still have theirs out there. And Marlboro has it, they now moved it to the highway garage. Halifax, those are the only towns that aren't part of a transfer station that still have recycling bins. So,
One thing is, might have to wait till you're tending up a little bit on some of this, to keep an eye on it, and make sure that they're not filling the bag right up, you know, each week, and make sure it isn't,
bursting at the seams and.
yeah.
Most people do.
And then there's not a lot of garbage, because if you get certain things like tin and all that stuff, then it screws up the.
Yeah, it contaminates the whole thing.
Contaminates the recycle, I mean,
The compost.
composted, yeah.
So we make a very nice compost. If you're ever down, Brattleboro want to see it, it's right there on Old Ferry Road. We sell compost, we have distributors. It's been a successful program. I was skeptical that it would work, but it's worked, so. I say it's the only thing that's recyclable that stays locally. Because everything else, you don't even know where it goes or what it turns into.
No, that's true.
So the other thing is, and I mentioned it in the letter, is the recycling boxes you have, they're on loan to the town. And Irv knows this, but we have a subcommittee that's looking at a way to permanently give those to the towns. So that you would have them. There's an issue in that some towns, the boxes they got were in not as good a shape as other towns, so a couple.
And they change. It seems like we.
Those
don't
are
always
the
know.
same
Really?
three boxes.
Oh, okay.
We have an inventory. I know which numbers they are. I've got.
Oh,
And because Triple T services them, they're not going out to other.
Yeah.
So yours are in pretty good shape. You could get quite a few years out of them.
You see, some of them containers, like Wilmington, I guess, TAM picks them up, right?
Yeah.
And does some other towns over there. Wilmington wound up with a box that went to pot, and they got blamed for it, and not even one that was loaned to them.
So Wilmington dropped the recycling at the downtown tennis court site because it was just getting abused with trash, and so they still have up at the transfer station the boxes. But anyway, you'll be hearing from the district, I expect, depending on what they vote, and our supervisor, your supervisor, will they give them to the towns outright? And I think that's what we want to do, just so.
Simplify the whole
Yeah,
process.
you know, what's the point? We don't want it back.
But we had a couple of them, when they first formed us, that didn't think they ought to be given to the towns and stuff, and I said.
Well, there's still some discussion, as you can imagine, there's towns that don't have any boxes, so what do we get out of it? And maybe we should auction them off and then split. They're not worth that much, you know?
But just like I told them, I said, hey, we're one of the few towns that started the darn district and went into this stuff, and the rest of them got in at a small fee, but not like it cost the rest of us. Because when the district was started, we had to have a vote if we was gonna buy the landfill and all that stuff from the town of Brattleboro, because they bought it from the original contractor. And then we had to commingle all the votes and take them to Brattleboro and count them, and the towns all went along. I think it was 5 or 6 towns is all there was to start it.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Green Up Day. Last year, there was some confusion on whether it was going to continue as a free program or there was going to be a charge. Moving forward, can you answer to that question?
I think it's something the board needs to discuss, what they want to do, because you mean in terms of can you bring your stuff to us at no charge?
As we did in the past.
Yes. I think it's fine, but we went through some tough budgetary times and everyone was looking at every penny. Things are better now, and I would like to, that's coming up,
For Saturday.
May.
Yeah.
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 We should discuss that at my board level, so we will do that probably at our April meeting. It's not a lot of material for the district to take, but what was happening, to be honest, there were some towns that were taking advantage of it and would stockpile all their own tires and everything, and then bring them out Green Up Day.
Yeah, sure.
Not that we're gonna point any fingers, but it did happen. So then it was like, well, that isn't fair, you know?
Yeah.
Because tires cost us a lot. They're like $3 each now to get rid of them for us, just a passenger tire. And we don't make any money on it, we pay for it. So, but I will take care of that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Carla. So, she's been great to deal with, thank you.
Good. Yeah,
So
she will
anyways-
likely be the lead on this.
Yeah, well, Kent was all right, you know. No, we did a lot with Kent when we started all this with the caretakers and everything. We had quite a few meetings up here in the state.
I imagine.
So I just wanted to take this opportunity to kind of go over the programs that Wyndham Solid Waste offers to the town. And, you know, every so often a town questions what do they get out of being in the district, especially after we stop hauling away the recyclables. And in the last few years, Dover and Guilford and Whitingham and Marlboro and Putney have all said, let's take a look at this, what do we get? So I think it's a good exercise, and I'm glad to help towns look at what their money gets them. We have 18 towns. One of them is Somerset, and they're not a voting member because there's like 7 people literally. But they have to be in the district, so they're on there. So, and each town has population vote. So for every 3,000 people, you get 1 vote. 16 towns have under 3,000. Just Brattleboro and Westminster are above that. But Brattleboro has 12,400, so they pick up 6 votes. So Irv will remember when they voted to close the MRF, it was that weighted, because if Brattleboro hadn't had all those points, the MRF would probably still be open. Because most of the towns wanted it.
Right.
But that's another story. It wasn't an easy time. So anyways, your assessment to the district this year is at $8,108. I am proud to say that we have been able to bring those down each year through a combination of things, just our budgeting process, some new revenue sources. But this is almost 40% less than when we closed the MRF for the towns. And then I mentioned the solar revenue. This has been a huge deal on that closed landfill sitting there. We're now getting 120 grand a year. Plus we get 50% of the renewable energy credits. I'll get a check next week for 1/4 for one calendar quarter for $47,000. They're a commodity and they fluctuate, but right now the renewable energy credits or RECs are going up. So we're gonna probably have over 100,000 hours this year in just RECs. And on an annual budget of $1 million, we're looking at a couple 100,000 between the lease and that, so it's very significant. You guys do not sign up as an off-taker, but the district is, so we get reduced electrical charges at our site. You have, even though you have your own transfer station, you had about 28 people who bought stickers at our site last year. You know, I think they're primarily businesses, you know, some contractors and things that come in, because you got your site right up here. The recycling roll containers, I mentioned that, we're loaning them, and hopefully we'll be giving them. The household hazardous waste collection, that's when the towns take a look at why do they want to stay in a solid waste district, usually this comes out as the #1 financial reason, because the state says you have to do this, and they're very expensive. They've gotten much more expensive. Everything in recycling has gotten expensive. But Townsend, well, just last year, when we had it in Townsend, we had 17 of your residents use it, plus probably another 17 from other towns. And then in 2016, we had it in Townsend, we had 44 of your town residents. So we have, and then when we have them in Brattleboro in the fall, we usually get quite a few. So we track all this. But all the districts were complaining, the state required this, and there was no real funding to help. And they finally said, well, if you want to open a permanent site and not have to pay these contractors to come in and have an event, we'll allow that. So we applied for a grant, and it's like $9,000 to set up a permanent drop-off at our transfer station, so we won't have to have these events. And then it's open so many days a month, and it'll be during warm weather, well, May to November. So people will have an outlet for hazardous waste basically half the year. So that's where
interesting.
it should save money, but it depends how many people use it. Townsend residents are very conscientious about that waste, I must say. Some towns aren't. We joke that Reedsboro, they must drink it up there. We never get people from Reedsboro coming. Then the schools, we've worked a lot with the schools. I just went over to the high school to look, but you know, helped set up composting and recycling, and we've done education. We did an inventory of the hazardous waste there. We also work with businesses, and this is all mandated by the state. A certain number of businesses in each town have to be contacted and offered assistance. This last year, Athena went to Harmonyville store and the Camporama and met with them. You know, she offers it, and they said, "Yeah, come on up and help us." And she would have been here tonight, but I told her we didn't need 2 people. Then we call a special event. We have containers that have 3 sorting stations that we offer at no charge to public and private events. So if you have any town events, and the one coming up will be the Grace Cottage Fair, and we'll be working with them. And we did the Valley Cares concert last year. And then there's a whole host of other things we do, working with businesses and promotion. Well, we just applied for a grant to help towns update their website content regarding recycling, because if you look at them, and you don't do this, but I do, there's just a huge range of terminology, and there's no consistency. People get confused. Is this recycle? Is this? So we're going to try to help the whole region kind of get on the same page. So those are the things that we're doing, and we be glad to if you have other questions or ideas for the district, you know who can bring them down to us. He'll be there Thursday night. And Eric's very active, I must say, in that board.
Good.
Which is great.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good.
All right. Bob, thank you very much for
You're
coming
very
back.
welcome.
I appreciate
I had a
it.
chance to
Thank
come
you.
out and meet you folks. No problem. See you later.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Bob.
See you
Thanks,
later.
Bob.
Thank you.
All right, where do we live? Let's go back up to additions and deletions. There's one deletion. The community hope and action request for the town common has been put off for at least another meeting. And then I have one addition, which is the listers form 4155 is the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list. So we just need to sign that, so we'll take that down in new business. Let's do the warrants.
Make a motion to check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $10,866.02.
So moved.
Second? Anybody have a second? Crystal, you second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $10,866.02? I'm sorry, was there any discussion on that? Anybody have anything? Okay. $10,886.02. Sorry, $66. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $4,692.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2, the payroll taxes in the amount of $4,692, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3, at the general fund, in the amount of $666,034.52.
Second.
This is the third quarter payment to the school, just for those playing at home. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $666,034.52, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4, out of the general fund, in the amount of $7,963.97.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 4 in the amount of $7,963.97, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5, out of the general fund, the amount of $4,402.89.
Second.
Discussion?
Second.
Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant or general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $4,402.89, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6, out of the highway fund, the amount of $9,147.04.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 6 in the amount of $9,147.04, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7, out of the equipment fund, in the amount of $1,086.74.
Second.
Second.
Discussion?
Can I just ask about the mailbox? There's a mailbox replacement on there?
Yeah, a mailbox was hit on Stevenson Curve, and we replaced it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,086.74, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay number 8 out of the highway fund, in the amount of $5,001.74.
So this was one that was omitted from one of the other meetings, from 225.
The money was from last meeting. So
Right.
that had already been.
It had been approved. So all those in favor of paying, what was it, number 8? Check warrant number 8 out of highway fund in the amount of $5,001.74, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I abstain.
Motion passes. Okay. Moving on to reports. Steve, what do you got?
We have one truck down, T3, last Thursday, broken axle. It also has some rear end issues, so that was hauled off to the dealership this morning. The truck is under warranty. I did get 3 quotes for hauling to the dealer, and of course we went with the cheapest one, which was Hunter Excavating. So it was delivered this morning, and I'll have an idea sometime tomorrow when we can expect to have that truck
Which
back.
truck is 3?
Is the 2015 International 7600.
Oh, okay.
Mud season has started. 7 roads have required attention so far. Small areas where the ice had broken through and ruts were getting deep, so we did spread some stone on 7 different roads, and that'll be an ongoing issue now as the weather continues to stay warm, and some rain would help, but we'll deal with that one day at a time. And that's it.
That's it? Any other discussion on that? In your packets, you should have gotten a copy of counter money from the town clerk. And the treasurer's report I have here. Excuse me. In the sweep account is $1,441,071.84. And the checking account is an even 30,000. Correspondence. So in your boxes is an email that we got from Sue Westa at Wyndham Regional regarding economic and infrastructure development grant opportunities for infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure, workforce, business, entrepreneurial and technology development, resources and open space conservation, tourism, recreation, and renewable and alternative energy. So for right now, I included the email, which has links, I believe, to their website that explains it a little more. It's nbrc.gov/news. Has the announcement, and so we can follow up on that at the next meeting. I want to give everybody a chance to read through everything. We do have to submit a letter of interest by the 31st of March.
It's a tight window.
It is a tight window. So take a look at that. We'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting to decide if we are interested. Take members of the public. Old business. We want you to have a list of town appointments. Going through the. Carly, do you want to just explain how the list is laid out?
The list I just did a copy and paste for 2021 from the current year, and it just kind of carries over, and we know a few of them are keeping their appointments or would like to keep their appointments, and it's up to the board to decide who they would like to appoint for the ones that we don't know. I have highlighted on my list, which you can't see, and I can certainly reprint in color the ones that I believe that will need either recommendation or.
Right. So we do have a number of people that were listed on the agenda that we can appoint. So I would entertain a motion to appoint the following people to the following offices. Town agent, which was actually voted, it's an elected position. We are appointing Joe Winrich, who I discussed it after town meeting with him, because no one came forward for the position, and it's what he does for a living. So he didn't want to throw it out there and nominate himself, so we did it after. So for town, I'll entertain a motion to appoint Joe Winrich as town agent, Kathy Dugrenier to the library board, Andy Snelling to Wyndham Regional Commission, Sherwood Lake as emergency management coordinator, and Craig Hunt as the cell tower. For the cell tower.
So,
Any discussion? All of those? No, you got anything?
Yeah. You also got to appoint representatives Wyndham Solid Waste.
Yeah, you want to keep doing it?
I don't care. Because they got a meeting Thursday night.
Oh, if you're willing to do it.
I nominate Irv Stoll.
Second.
Okay. Do you want to amend your motion to include Irv Stoll as Wyndham Solid Waste Management Representative?
Why, yes, I do.
And do you want to second that amendment?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of appointing the aforementioned people to the aforementioned offices with the amendment of Irv Stoll for Wyndham Solid Waste, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I stay.
Motion passes. So Carla will have the list updated and available in Town Hall if people are interested in other offices. I think next meeting we can go through the kind of inspector of shingles, and if Carla, you could call everyone that's on the list and just get a yay or nay, and then hopefully we can knock out the list next meeting. Okay, new business. So we received from the listers, excuse me, Form 4155 for the year 2020, certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list. It reads, we hereby certify that on this date, no earlier than the first Tuesday of February, following the lodging of the grand list, there are no appeals pending from the action of the listers, nor suits to recover taxes paid under protest. Under provisions of 32 VSA 4157, from this date on, when offered in evidence in any court in this state, this list shall be received as legal grand list, and its validity shall not be put in issue by any party to any action in any hearing or trial in any court. It's dated today. It was signed by the listers, and then I will entertain a motion to sign Form 4155 for the grand list.
So moved.
Sorry.
Any discussion?
Where's the Kirkpatrick property fit in this?
I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, they're challenging that.
Yeah. Is it possible that falls into the previous year?
I don't know. I don't have the paperwork with me.
We should ask them about that.
Yep.
Okay. Let's table this and talk to the listers and see how that is handled. will get in touch with them tomorrow. Or Carla, if you could ask them tomorrow, just where that stands, if that has any impact on this document. We deleted that. I do not have any need for an executive session. Does anybody else have a need for an executive session? Okay. Next regular meeting is March 24th, Tuesday, 6:30 here. I will just mention that there's a lot of talk around the coronavirus, and there was a preparedness meeting this afternoon with our emergency management plus rescue and a number of other entities. Healthvermont.gov is a very reliable resource for actual information and facts. One of the gists of that meeting is don't believe what you read on Facebook. So I just wanted to wash your hands. So I want to put that out there for people's information.
Don't shake hands either.
Yep. Yeah. There's no other pending business. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
What about that meeting that's gonna be in Montpelier here at the end of the month?
It's a week from Saturday. The select board training. Are you interested?
Yep.
Okay. Carla, can you set that up for Irv to come with us? I'm driving if you want to lift.
All right.
Okay. Great. So, any other business to come before the board? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We will adjourn at 7:11. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started here. I want to start by thanking you all for coming here today. It's much easier to talk with everybody together and address your questions in person, so I appreciate your effort. I'm Dr. Kat McGraw. I'm the Chief Medical Officer here at the hospital and also the Chief Information Officer. We're going to hear from a couple of other folks here today as well. We have Meredith Bratt. She's a nurse who is our infection preventionist. And we also have Taylor Wellington, who is our Director of Emergency Services, also a nurse. And a few other people who can assist in our questions and answer time if necessary. We'll make those introductions as they come. A couple of housekeeping bits. There is a sign-in sheet in the back. And if you did not sign in on the way in, please do so on the way out. What we're looking for is emails so we can be sure that we can communicate to you in timely ways. So please do that. And what we're going to do today is really kind of we want to make sure that we're kind of level setting with you, our community business partners, about COVID-19, what it is, what you need to be aware about, how you get good information about it, and then also some things to think about within your own workplaces, and then how we're handling it, so that we can work together as a team and really know what to expect from each other as we embark on this venture, we'll call it that. So that's kind of the scope of it, and at the end we'll have some question and answer time. And so given that, what I think I'd like to ask is that we hold questions to the end, and then we'll have oodles of time for questions, but that way we can be sure that we can get through the slides, okay? So you're going to go ahead and start.
Okay. Hello. My name is Meredith Bratt, as Dr. McGraw said. Not standing on the side. So a little bit kind of an overview as to what COVID-19 is. It is one of the many coronaviruses. There's about 6 of them. Most of them cause the common cold kind of symptoms. This one COVID-19 is the one that's been in the media more of recently. Started in Wuhan, China, and has now become a global spread. So again, a little bit about it. The incubation period that we know right now is between 1 to 12 days. More information is coming out as we gather it, as we get more data. The mode of transmission is droplet. So you want to be concerned with things like contact with respiratory secretions, touching contaminated objects and surfaces. There is currently no antiviral treatment or vaccinations, which is where it differs with a lot of our other respiratory illnesses. So symptoms for COVID look a lot like the flu or a cold, in that they start with a fever, cough, shortness of breath, general flu-like symptoms, runny nose, fatigue, body aches, diarrhea, headache. As it advances on, where people are seeing the more severe symptoms of bronchitis, pneumonia, or acute respiratory distress. So the highest risk population at this time appears to be the elderly. The younger people, babies, do not seem to be as much affected. Right now it's 70 to 80-year-olds in that age range with comorbidities have more of a severe illness. So people with things like coronary artery disease, diabetes, and lung disease. Most people that get this, which is one of the takeaways that we want to give out, is that most people that get this have mild symptoms. So don't progress on to the severe stage. So there were a couple cases recently in New Hampshire. One was directly linked to travel to Italy. One was linked to that person. So there has been no what's called community spread. Those two were linked as far as we know. So in Vermont, these are the numbers for what we have seen in Vermont. There's been over 100 monitored, several that completed monitored, 3 tested that were negative, and no positive COVID-19 in the state of Vermont as of 6 p.m. yesterday. I make no promises about what that is right this second, as this is constantly evolving and changing. So testing is a big concern for people. And again, that is evolving and changing, even with some major changes coming out just yesterday at around noon. So the state of Vermont is equipped now to do testing in 1 location. Turnaround time is about 24 to 48 hours based on what they're telling us. Business hours, so Monday through Friday. Test kits are not readily available. There is not a huge supply, but they are starting to kind of trickle through communities. So new testing guidelines that the CDC just put out yesterday is that clinicians should use their judgment as far as testing. Ideally, we're going to rule out more common illnesses like the flu first, but it's not mandatory. So it will be a clinician judgment, so that should be a one-on-one conversation with the patient and the clinician. So therefore, what we want is to start with having people call their primary, ask, go over the symptoms. If you don't have a primary, we do have a centralized scheduling department that can help you with that. Make sure that if you're referring your staff or your employees to call their primary, some of the information that they need to have is that they're having these flu-like symptoms, particularly if there is any travel link or any contact with somebody who has a direct travel link to one of the concerned areas, say China, Italy, things like that. Or somebody obviously that has a positive test. So those are things that they should know. And if the provider does want to see them, those are things that they need to know to protect the staff coming in as well as the community around them. So patients who are acutely ill, acutely short of breath, severely ill, should be referred to our emergency department as always for evaluation. If possible, if medically appropriate, we want them to call the emergency department from their vehicle once they get here, so we can again go out and have them come in a safe, proper way to keep everybody safe and protect that patient as well as those around them.
So this is, a constantly changing situation. As Meredith said yesterday, the testing came on deck in Vermont and hadn't been available before, and the testing criteria changed yesterday as well. We expect that this is going to continue to be very dynamic, and we're going to see changes. And so one of the things that you have to think about is, what is it that you need to tell your workforce or listen to your workforce's concerns about with this? And, as Meredith pointed out, most people will get mild symptoms. So we really need to prepare and not panic. There is a lot of bad information out there. There are people who are preying on folks already. We know that, we've seen that. I went on to Amazon today to see what you could get for Clorox wipes, and you could buy a case for $500. So, it's a problem. So prepare, but don't panic. One of the really key things about this is the issues around appropriate hygiene. So frequent hand hygiene, coughing into your elbow. These seem very basic, elementary, the things you tell your kids. But the reality is that we recognize that no matter the scope of this, whether it becomes big or not, if we can temper the spread so that it's spread even more slowly, we are going to be able to manage many, many more patients in a much more readily able fashion. If we're getting them in, a reasonable trickle or a steady flow as opposed to an onslaught. So whatever we can do to kind of not just temper the spread, but also temper the pace of the spread is really important for our community. Obviously, disinfecting high-touch surfaces, don't touch your face. It's amazing. You hear it on the news. Everybody touches their face all the time, but believe you me, I do it all the time, and I'm 100% sure that you do as well. It's a difficult thing to get over, but it actually matters because it is those mucous membranes that are really the entry points for the germs. And then, as I mentioned, the cough etiquette thing. So your workplace during this is, you have to look at it and are your employees really encouraged to stay home if they're ill? I mean, think about your workplace culture. For your business purposes, you want to keep things rolling and keep people going. But in point of fact, if your employees are coming in sick, they may be, you have to really think about, am I, as the employer, encouraging people appropriately to stay home? It's really, for your employees' benefits, your, whoever you are working with, whether you serve the public or not, as well as as that individual's betterment, that they're staying home if they're sick. That's a hard thing. Do you have your key roles covered? We go through that all the time here. I'm sure you do as well. Again, these may be very elementary questions. You maybe already have addressed all these within your organization, but I really raise them because it's important that you do. We are depending on you actually addressing these questions appropriately in your facilities. And let's see. And do you have policies in place regarding that? It's about the culture and it's also about the policy. Then the other thing is to just really encourage folks to use readily available sources for evaluating their health. So Meredith talked about, calling primary care versus coming to the ED. One of the things that we worry about is we of course will take care of everybody who comes to our ED without exception. But we want to make sure that the folks who are coming to our ED are the folks who really need our emergency services and not the folks who just want a test, they have a fever, they have a cough, they feel lousy, they have the flu. You wouldn't typically go to the ED for the flu. You'd call your primary care office and assess what needs to happen next. And that's still true even with this. Despite all the questions around testing and concern and quarantine, that still is true because we want to be able to have the capacity to be able to take care of the very ill who really need that setting for service and no other. So the primary care telephone triage line is important. The other thing I would add is there are telehealth options. So some of you may find, if you do a little investigation in your employee health plans, that telehealth services are covered. So for example, our employee health plan includes a service called Doctor on Demand, which is a little app, goes on your phone. It's kind of slick. You push the app, they figure out what state you're in because your doctor needs to be licensed in the state that you're standing in. You might live in New Hampshire, but you're standing in Vermont, so it needs to be a Vermont doctor on the other side. And if you have an insurance plan, they'll ask you for that, and it's either covered or not. I think if it's not covered, it's like $40. It's a primary care visit kind of fee. And then they connect you with a physician who will, do an exam or, an interview by phone and kind of assess things. And I think that that's another non-exposure way of being able to have your employees access medical advice as well. And I would say that that happens to be the one that we have. So I'm just, I know that one, I'm familiar with it, I'm not stumping for it, I have no conflict of interest in it. But there are other apps as well. So, your health plan may have some opportunities with that you might take advantage of. And it could be another helpful tool because, again, there's no exposure involved for anybody else. So, really the goal is reducing exposure. And the other thing is that, as Meredith pointed out, it's the folks who have comorbidities or second diseases or second health problems that are really the most struggling with this when they get significant infections. And so to that point, struggling with the flu at the same time you're struggling with COVID-19 is not a good combination. And so it is still reasonable to get a flu shot, a flu vaccination if you haven't had one yet. So that is something else that you can tell your employees to please consider getting a flu vaccination. It will help. So what we've been doing is we have been working with folks at the state level, Department of Health, CDC, EMS, the local healthcare facilities, as well as you all here to really try to put together our plan. And we also are in touch with obviously our board of directors and our staff here. And today this education session with you all is really the start of our communications with you in many ways. So we have been doing employee education with all user emails to our staff, also assisting them in assessing what kind of work changes they need to make to be able to accommodate a flow of patients, which we are starting to see patients with worries, patients who need testing. And considerations around that. We've talked with our medical staff a few times, and we're looking at press releases. We also updated our website, so if you go to bmhvt.org, which is our regular website, on that first page there are some colored stars that you click to get to different pages. One of them is COVID-19. There's a ton of information there. The thing about the website is that it's important for folks to have really accurate information. As I mentioned, there's a lot of misinformation out there. This is one of those things where the news is not necessarily reporting the accurate information, unfortunately. And so having a resource that you can encourage your staff to go to and you can go to, knowing that that's going to be kind of a true north of fact, not fiction, is important. There are some websites at the end of this slide deck that are good ones. I'll tell you, we use the CDC, we use the Department of Health. Johns Hopkins has a great COVID tracker that just is, if you want to see where the cases are in relatively real time, that's kind of an interesting one. But the CDC is really an important sort of core truth for information. We have changed our triage screening processes. Initially we were saying, oh, everybody should just go to the emergency department, and then we thought through that and rejiggered our processes, realizing that no, in fact, if we want to be poised for managing potentially large number of patients, we don't know. We don't know if what's happened in China is really going to happen anywhere else or not, so we need to be prepared for that potential. And so we've changed the way that we think about our workflows and the way that we're directing patients. We've also adjusted our primary care schedules so that we have much, much more access for immediate, really short notice, same day kind of acute appointments. So that's a new thing, and we'll continue to do that more as it seems necessary so that we have really good accessibility for people to get in and see a clinician. And we have really done a lot around pandemic preparedness. This is not a pandemic at this point in time, but we are preparing should that actually come to fruition. So Taylor, this is your expertise.
So in terms of an emergency response plan, we not only have an abundance of supplies, we're maintaining a constant supply of the PPEs and making sure that we are getting the appropriate deliveries. We're not lowering or changing the amount of supplies that we are getting. On top of that, we've got a really solid plan in place to take care of these patients should they need inpatient treatment. We have multiple negative pressure rooms in both the emergency department and on the inpatient units. We also have the capability to make an entire negative pressure unit if we need to. We spent a lot of time developing a 3-phase staffing plan because with sick patients are going to come sick staff. So we need to kind of be a little creative and realize that there is staff outside of this hospital that are in our practices or our clinics that can help us take care of our community and our patients. So we're trying to be as wide lensed as we possibly can and really just focus on taking care of patients and keeping everybody's exposure down.
So the message that we really want you to take home to your workforce is, again, as I mentioned before, prepare, don't panic. Really, keeping people feeling comfortable with knowing what they need to do. As I mentioned, we're committed to providing the care that we need. So, when we're talking about where to direct patients, whether it's to the emergency department or the primary care, it's out of our abundance of caution to ensure that people are getting care at the right level. And there is a handout over here. There are a couple handouts we have that you can bring home or back to your facilities that have some information that you can pass out to your staff. Xerox them liberally at will. And then we will continue to post updates to our webpage. We're gathering your email addresses as mentioned so that we can give you information as it comes and keep you abreast of what's happening here. And then here are some of the websites, as I mentioned, the CDC, the World Health Organization, the Vermont Department of Health, and then our own webpage there. So this comes the question and answer part of the program, and we will be here until folks don't have any more questions. Yes, go ahead.
Many of these viruses are seasonal in nature, and I was curious as to what you think with respect to this particular virus. Will it follow that pattern? And if so, when do they typically start to diminish?
Excellent question. So people who didn't hear, there's a question about the seasonality. A lot of viruses have a seasonality. We have a flu season and then it ends. So we don't know the answer on this one, and Meredith, you can certainly chime in, but we don't know the answer on this one. We're hopeful that it'll be similar. Even if it's not the seasonality of the flu kind of coming down will be helpful, because as we mentioned, when people are infected with more than one thing, that increases the severity of illness. So if flu dies away, that in and of itself will be helpful. We've had a pretty robust flu season. And we also don't really know what it means come fall. So that'll kind of introduce a whole nother question about would there be any further surge in the fall? And we don't know the answer. They're working on developing vaccines. In the past, when they've developed vaccines for new viruses, they've incorporated that into the flu vaccination. But we're realistically, as fast as they can work on the vaccines, we're probably 18 months out from the development, so of it being able to be delivered to a patient. Mm-hmm.
The only other thing I would add to that is a lot of the reason that you see the seasonal aspect of things is more social distancing, as kids are out of school and people are out doing things and not cohorted so much together due to the fact that it's winter. So we may see a lull in it, as Dr. McGraw was saying, and then it come back, and that's happened with previous instances. So.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Can you offer a recommendation about getting a doctor's note to return to work if you're out for several days? And I'm wondering about someone returning to work too soon versus taxing healthcare systems.
So I'm going to repeat your question just so everybody can hear and make sure that I got it right. Your question is about how do you know when people should be coming back to work and whether they're coming back too soon. So I think there's sort of two questions in that, really. One would be for any random illness that's not COVID-19, and the other one would be if it's COVID-19, right? So correct me if I'm wrong. Is that kind of what you're looking at? Okay. So I know what I've understood around the COVID-19 is for people to be cleared of COVID-19, and of course we're not to that point because we don't even have anybody diagnosed yet. But on the West Coast, for people to be cleared from COVID-19, they have to, when they're under quarantine, they're requiring that they have 2 consecutive negative tests with 24 hours in between. So that would be, so if somebody was out because of that, that's I expect that the Vermont Department of Public Health would use that same criteria, although it hasn't been enacted yet here. If they're homesick because they have the flu or they're cold, then they need a doctor's note. Again, I would suggest that they contact their primary care office and have that discussion there. Ailey, do you want to comment any more about that? Ailey, this is Ailey Peterson. She's the Vice President of the Medical Group and Population Health here.
So we are holding spots in our primary care practices for patients with flu-like symptoms or for patients in circumstances where if they would need to be cleared. We're holding spots for those patients to make it easy for patients to gain access to care. That is true also for patients who don't have a primary care clinician. The number that Dr. McGraw previously mentioned, there's a number to call, and they will not only help patients get assigned to a primary care clinician, but also help to get them an appointment in a timely manner to address their symptoms.
Could you repeat that number?
Oh, sure. You want to? Can you just zap back on the slides and then we'll just keep it up there? Great. Other questions?
Yeah, I heard Dr. Francis Boyle
and there's a couple other experts are saying that because this is not an influenza virus, it's a coronavirus, it's a different animal, and it won't necessarily get better when the warm weather comes. As far as being prepared, food stuff, you might have to, people might have to quarantine at home for a few weeks, store up food. It's 65 cents a can for beefaroni at Aldi's. I bought a few cases, store up some water, drink water. At the dollar store, you mentioned the price gouging on some supplies. Like at the dollar store, I was able to get hydroperoxide and mist and form and colloidal silver. Is another thing. Put drops of this in a baby's eye. It's safe, and silver kills all viruses. And oil of oregano is another natural. I just ordered some online.
So there is some advice about when, in terms of preparing, that you do want to have your usual things that you might have on hand if you had the flu. So you want to have some toilet paper and tissues and those kinds of things. You want to have food that you could fix for yourself when you can't really go out. So, you know, the kinds of things, like you said, you know, canned soup or whatever it is that you might want to be able to easily fix when you're sick and you can't go out. One of the nice things about, you know, I mentioned the Clorox wipes, but in point of fact, one of the handy things about this virus, if there's anything to be said in those terms, is that it's a pretty fragile virus, actually. And so soap and water, even if you can't get Clorox wipes and you can't get bleach or anything like that because people are, you know, doing crazy hoarding things, soap and water works. It's fine. It's a fragile virus. You can wash it away. So you can have confidence about that. It is not a superbug. It is just a new bug. In the back of the room?
Assessed, you have a bad cough, short of breath, you need to come in and get assessed. How does it not spread in a physician's office or primary care office?
So one of the reasons for making the call is helping contain to start with. So we might meet a patient in the car and give them a mask to start with, and then take them perhaps not through the waiting room, through the regular ways of getting to that room, so that we can see them in a way that's safe for them and safe for the staff. You want to add anything else? Okay. Yes.
So if an employee, if someone in their home has this disease, should they also stay home even though they don't have it because they've been directly exposed to it?
So that's going to be guided by the Vermont Department of Health. They're the ones who are managing the quarantine issues. And so, in fact, there are people who are on it's not called quarantine, it's self-isolation. And they've been involved in helping set up the monitoring that's appropriate, the temperature taking, you know, the assessment, the phone calls, etc. So that's a public health thing rather than us here. And so what would happen is they would need to be in touch with the Department of Health. And in fact, if they were with somebody or had been exposed to somebody who tested positive, they're helping figure out who else needs to be included in just that assessment.
So if I have an employee come to me with that problem, they won't talk to their primary care doctor, they'll call the Department of Health?
Correct.
Okay.
The Department of Health will already be calling them.
Okay.
It's
Right.
a kind of a coordinated dance that they do with the Department of Health, where the Department of Health will see the contacts around them who should be also monitored, and they'll tell them the kind of risk of how much they can do
Well,
for the
physician
contacts.
initiate that, so once there's a positive, then talk to them and say who's in your household?
The Department of Health does.
The Department of Health is involved in that
They do
positive
the
test.
track.
They know.
Yeah.
Right.
They do, and then they do the tracing, tracking.
Right. Go ahead. You had a question?
It kind of builds on that, and I think you sort of just answered that. So if we did have an employee that either tested positive or is known to have come in contact with somebody who's positive, it would be the Department of Health as an employer that would guide us
Yes.
on how to figure out whether we need to self-monitor or self-contain
Correct.
as a whole organization.
Correct.
They would be our resource.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are there, for not-for-profits and businesses that cater to the public, established criteria yet for when it may be necessary to close a business?
So the question is, are there established criteria for when it might be necessary to close a business for businesses that have interaction with the public? And I would say that I have not seen anything specific to that. You haven't either. I think it's a good question for us to investigate and see what we can come up with, but I don't know the answer to that.
Got a somewhat special question. We're considering going to an international conference the first week in April. And they are saying, well, we don't know whether we're going to cancel it or not. Probably not. Do we really believe this is going to snowball into being a disaster or not? Apparently, it's in Denver. They canceled a major conference this week in Denver because of it. So we're trying to decide whether it makes sense for us to consider it. Now, the specific question which is relevant to pretty much everything is what we're doing is putting things out for the public to come, pick them up, look at them, and put them down. Are we spreading just by virtue of having merchandise out so that the public can touch? That could be true in any store in Brattleboro.
So a couple of different questions there, so let me unpack. First one was about what do you think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the initial question seemed to be about what do we think about international travel? Should you go, should you not go? Is it going to happen or is it not? So I don't have any dice to roll. And it really, that's what you would kind of need. I would say that we see, obviously, travel limited in countries where there is a great deal of presence of the disease. So, you know, you're not going to any conference in Italy, I'm betting. And it's certainly an open question on some of the others. We don't nationally have any restriction on our travel at this point in time from in an international standpoint, except for respecting some of these more high incidence countries. It's a judgment decision, but I will say that there are conferences being canceled, whether it's in an abundance of caution and it's more than necessary, or whether it's real, we don't know. I think it's too early to really predict that. So, not a hard answer on that one. It's a tough question. I see it discussed in a lot of different forums for people who are traveling internationally. The second question is, with respect to the flyers themselves, we're handing those out thinking that they're okay for anybody to read. Of course, we want to spread this information. We're handing them to you thinking you're going to turn around and hand them to your employers and not have lots of people picking them up and putting them down. So that's the flyer. The question about what about the flyers. The other piece that you mentioned is what about your merchandise? And so, you know, I think you raise a good question. I don't have a complete answer for that. We're thinking about, you know, what is the impact on food service, for example, and, you know, at what point in time do you not have a salad bar? And, you know, those kinds of questions which become relevant when we start seeing it. Now, mind you, of course, the incidence in Vermont, you know, is still 0, right? So. So those are questions. Again, as I said, it's as a very fragile virus. So things that can be cleaned, great, no problem, because you can wash your hands. Maybe provide some additional hand sanitizer when people come in. So if they pick something up, you know, they're picking it up with a clean hand. I think we have to think creatively with the information we have because we don't have a full instruction booklet on every aspect of what we do in our day-to-day.
I would kind of tack on there. About the travel, the CDC is pretty good about updating their areas of concern and certainly where any travel restrictions are. So I would monitor that site, certainly as it gets closer.
Yes.
And then protect yourself when you go. Wash your hands. And
one comment about masks. We didn't actually talk about masks, and there is some widespread confusion, I would say, about masks. A mask is something you wear, the surgical mask that we're used to seeing people. A mask is something you wear to protect others from you. It collects your germs that you're coughing and prevents them from spreading out. It doesn't protect you from anybody else. So I think that there's some widespread misunderstanding about that. It's not designed to be preventing you from getting any of the particulates and any of the germs that are in the air. And that's why you see, that's why there's this discussion about, you know, the masks aren't useful, save the masks for healthcare. So if you think about, we have a sick person coming to the hospital, putting a mask on them is helpful because it contains their respiratory droplets that they're coughing out. And in the healthcare setting, we have special respirator masks that we wear that are not your generic surgical masks that are helpful for us in terms of preventing the known pathogens or those known germs from entering. But there are special masks that need some specialized fitting to be worn. So just, I think it would be helpful for us to understand that and really, continue to spread the facts about masks, and rather than having them be used up unnecessarily when they're not actually being protective.
And I also think a lot of people were seeing people in China wearing masks and getting the misconception that they're wearing them for their protection, whereas a lot of people just always wear masks in China due to other reasons.
Air quality concerns, right? Other questions? Yes, go ahead.
You mentioned that I know the test kits are there's not a whole bunch of them at this point.
Not yet.
And they're still developing some additional ones. You mentioned there's one site in Vermont that tests. Now,
yes.
I assume that's a laboratory that
yes.
Tests. So I don't know how the test kit works. Could you expound on that a little bit?
Sure. So it is a specialized. It's a coronavirus, just like the common cold, but it requires a special test to identify that particular strain. So until 3-4 days ago, something like that, there were only a few places in the country that were testing, Vermont not being one of them. The CDC announced that there were going to be 80 additional test sites. We assumed that that would be probably at least one per state, plus some places with high density of population would have more. And as of yesterday, we discovered that the CDC is using a lab in Colchester to do that. So that's excellent news, but as Meredith pointed out, it's a Monday through Friday service at the moment. They run the test once a day, so they're providing some really annoying delays at this stage of the game. I think over time that will change and ramp up, but truthfully, the volume isn't there based on the numbers right now to actually make that necessary to be different right now. So the testing protocol, it's the same thing that we do as a flu swab. It's just a nasal swab. It's actually feels funny, doesn't really feel great, but it's not hard to do. And so it's a pretty straightforward test as long as you're using the right particular swab, and then it's run by that lab. Does that answer any other questions with that?
Is it like a 24-hour, 48-hour turnaround?
The test itself only takes about 5.5 hours to run, but they're running it once a day right now. So depends on when it gets there, because it has to get to Colchester. So you got a lot of logistics time involved. So realistically, somebody comes in and gets tested. It's 24 to 48 hours before we really would know the result. Mm-hmm. Other questions?
Kat, I
yes.
have a question for the owners of businesses. Let's say a person who works in the business comes in with a cough, and the business owner doesn't have any masks. I mean, I think you have the choice of either keeping the person there if they're not too sick, recommending they go home, or having masks and making sure that person has a mask. I mean, I think this is the devil's in the detail. It's kind of hard. A lot of people have little coughs, and they probably aren't very sick. But would you recommend anything different from that?
Yeah, I don't know. Not being a business owner, we're used to seeing sick people around here. I'm not sure what you do as your protocol when you have public in your space that don't sort of match your desires of behavior. We know what we do here and what our sort of rules and regs are about that, but I don't know what that is in the public space for businesses. So maybe some of you who have thought about this might be willing to say what you have done in the past. If you've had folks in your store or shop that maybe needed to seek some medical attention, you approach them. How do your clerks handle it?
We came to you with that question. It's a difficult thing.
Right.
People have certain rights and freedoms, and we've experienced it before this. It's like, maybe you shouldn't be here. You should be out. You should go home and take care of yourself.
Well, I would say that, that's one of the things that we want to stress around here is that, number one, people are scared and worried. But number two is, we want to approach them with compassion and a can-do attitude. And yes, we want to take care of you. And so, I think, that's certainly our approach, is to start with the, we want to take care of you, we're concerned for your health rather than what you're doing to my merchandise kind of a idea. But, so that's certainly a place to start. And I don't know who else has used any other kinds of scripting with your staff. It might be helpful. We do that often with employees here. If there is a certain way we want them to manage a certain issue, we will kind of figure out what that language should be. We call it scripting. And everybody can put their little bit of twist of language on it for themselves so they're comfortable with it, but giving them the tools that they need to be able to have those discussions is important. Anybody else have some thoughts about that particular question? Go ahead.
This business of hand washing as opposed to those cleanser things.
Sure.
Somebody's in your store and they start coughing or something, you might suggest, I suppose, that they clean their hands. Here's a hand cleanser thing.
Sure.
And after they've finished, clean their hands again, because they've been touching something that somebody else has been touching. And you can say that in concern for them.
Absolutely. Yes. So using, suggesting that here's some of the hand sanitizer, can I,
Is that as good as soap and water?
Yes.
For this, yes.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, there was one back there, yes.
Will urgent care be providing testing as well, do you know?
Not that we have been made aware.
Well, that's interesting.
I can't speak for them, but I haven't been told that they are.
So I wonder what if people show up there with symptoms. I wonder what urgent care is going to recommend.
Yeah, I think, so the question is, what's urgent care doing? And I don't think that I can give you, either one of us can give you a reliable answer that is right now. As I said, this is a very dynamic and changing process. So I think there were, there were some concerns about if patients had flu or not, that they had been discussing, but I don't know what their point approach is right now. So certainly could give a call, and I apologize, and I wish I had thought of that question in advance of today, because I'd love to be able to turn around and answer that. So we can certainly get that information, but as I said, it's dynamic, so I'm not sure it holds true for a long time. So it's worth a phone call.
And as Dr. McGraw said, it was literally yesterday that the state of Vermont got testing capabilities, that they didn't have to go to the CDC to be tested. So they possibly could be in the people that will be doing it, and we just might not know yet.
Correct.
It's interesting that you have to have 2 negative tests before you can return to work, and I'm wondering where the tests are being made. Typically, mass production products come from China. So
right.
That is
This is a consideration with all of the supplies for this. Yes. Right. Okay. Let's see. Yes.
I just was curious about if you have a family member who's in nursing care or independent living or assisted living care, are their protocols matched with the hospitals at all? Is there an interaction happening there, or is it separate? Everybody makes those decisions separately in terms of protocol?
So the question was, if you have a family member or a loved one that's in a nursing care or independent living or any of those kinds of facilities within our community here, do their protocols match what those are at BMH? So I'll start by just saying a number of the facilities and organizations have the same medical director that is a BMH physician. So that's helpful in trying to align these approaches and make sure that they're really what they should be. Beyond that, I think we have a couple of people here from the facilities. Does anybody want to speak up and say anything about?
We actually do match and are expected to actually be a little bit higher than the hospital at this current point.
Awesome.
We have been notified by CMS that any survey that happens from yesterday on, will be based on infection control, and the focus will be on infection control and all of your policies being in place, and as well as education and all of that. The negative pressure rooms that were mentioned, from my understanding, are not required at this point.
Correct.
So we would be identifying people, isolating them, observing them, and then basically keeping them in place. It's their home, and that's the resident-centered care is the most important part that we we have now. So we would be looking at symptoms, following all of the precautions that have been out there, CNC, Health Department, CDC, and the CMS have all been putting out lots of information. And our regulations are in place. That we're actually a little bit ahead of you as far as, we actually currently, because we're a closed system, have been granted the permission to not allow people in. If someone's coughing, someone's sneezing, we can offer them a mask, or we can do an assessment and tell them they can't come in, because we are a vulnerable population, which would then be being exposed.
Just for the audience's benefit, will you introduce yourself so folks know what you represent?
I'm Mark Malloy. I'm the Director of Nurses at Thompson House.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? You had one.
If someone does get sick with a cold or a flu and they don't have a face mask, or you can go to the hardware stores that have paper ones for dust and stuff, but even better, any clean washcloth, make 4 little holes in the corners, take some elastic bands, you tie them together, put them through the holes.
Yep.
Ta-da.
Sure. Yep. Other questions? Yes.
You talked a lot about misinformation on the web and other places. What are some of the common things that we should discard that's clear misinformation?
A couple of the things that
Careful, because we're reiterating misinformation. So this part of the program, don't listen.
I've heard things all the way from gargling with bleach is what you have to do, to don't drink water with ice in it, or any drinks with ice in it, because warm liquids will kill all viruses. To it doesn't like temperature, so the sun will kill it. Go out in the sun. There is a scam going out. I think it's that people are calling saying they're from the World Health Organization and they need your money to support this. So it's a wide range, but it's there, and Facebook lies.
Okay. Right.
So just make sure you're getting your information in a good
The reputable sources.
I truly believe that the more people are informed and educated, the less fear there will be. So that's like one of my biggest things, is making sure you're getting good, accurate, up-to-date information.
And we know with certainty that there's misinformation even on the news. So for example, the Dartmouth case, we are well connected with the folks at Dartmouth to know the actual detailed story, and we see that they're having to reiterate things over and over because the news is putting out incorrect information, and they have to keep setting the story straight with their staff and their employees. So just even the news itself is can be misleading.
But it doesn't hurt to take extra vitamin C anyways, in the long run.
Yes, staying healthy and taking care of yourself during this entire time is definitely a worthwhile venture. Dr. Giordolani.
Kat, I don't know if anybody saw Dr. Mark Levine's presentation today. It was around between 11 and 12. The State Health Department gave an extremely good kind of status of where we are in the state, and reiterating exactly the things you do. The basics is wash your hands and keep your hands away from your face. But he did say a couple things that were very interesting. One is that most everybody who gets sick, as you say, really ill, has comorbidities and is usually over the age of 65. As a matter of fact, children seem to be at relatively low risk, and actually in Italy, very low risk. So that's kind of a good thing, because the regular influenza is tough on infants and small children. The other point he made is he feels that the death rate is actually about 1%. And you've got about a 1% chance, in particular, of anybody, but a 1%, but your chances are greater if you're ill. But for regular influenza, it's 1 out of 1,000. 1 out of 1,000 people who get it succumb to it.
Right.
Whereas with this illness, it's 1 out of 100 worldwide so far.
So far.
The other thing, of course, he said is that that if there's going to be Vermont people identified as having it, they're not going to be very specific about where the person is, because they don't. We're such a small state, people will get a bad rep or something. They don't want to make it. They want to keep your privacy. So you may know that people in the state are getting it, but you may not know where they're getting it, where they're living. And finally, he made the point that people who are good enough to keep themselves isolated, they just require a lot of thanks, because they're really doing that for the common good. There's a lot of people sacrificing their own time and energy and are doing things for their own good. And anytime we know that someone's doing that, we should certainly thank them. And they make a point to do that.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you.
I want to go back to the point about the mortality rate or the death rate with the disease. And we've seen a lot of numbers, and it can be confusing. It's 1 in 100, it's 1 in 1,000, it's it's more than flu, it's a higher rate, it's a lower rate. And just by way of explanation, to start with, the absolute number of deaths of flu is affected by the percentage of folks who die with flu is affected by the total number of people who get flu. So the concern about this is what's the total number of people who get it. So to some extent, the percentage rate is not as important as the total absolute numbers in this instance. The other thing is that in medicine, we always look at any individual study that's done about anything and say, let's investigate and unpack that data a little bit and get into it deeply. And one of the things we have to look at is the patient population that this study is being done on, is that the same patient population as my patient population that I'm paying attention to? Because the issues and concerns and comorbidities and social customs, et cetera, in a particular population don't necessarily translate to your patient population. And so we know, for example, in China that there's a very high smoking rate, particularly among older men. So that may be completely throwing off what that mortality rate is, not for their population. It is what it is there. But we may not see that same mortality rate here because we have a different population. The mortality rate in Vermont might be different than the mortality rate in Oklahoma. We don't know. So you always have to look at your patient population. And so there are being some attempts to try to mitigate those differences in populations in some of those numbers that you're seeing. But I think it's going to mean that we're going to keep seeing different rates all over the time. And it's not that they're wrong. It's just that they're looking at different slices of it. And so the point is, wash your hands. It doesn't matter what the rate is. Wash your hands, okay? And then I think you make a great point about that the quarantine is very difficult, and whatever we can do to support folks who might end up in that situation, we should do that. Other questions? What are you hearing from your employees? What are you hearing from your, the folks, whether it's your students or your employees or your customers? What concerns are they raising?
We have one employee who already has respiratory issues and is very concerned about what would happen in the event that she were to become infected with this because her respiratory system is compromised.
Right, right.
So in that particular case, we're making arrangements for her to work from home.
Excellent. That's perfect. That's really the best answer because, as we talked about before, reduced exposure is really key. So that brings up a good point that we didn't actually mention, which is thinking about what of your employees actually could work from home. Because if they can work from home, then they're, number one, they might be able to work even on quarantine when they're bored silly and going out of their mind, right? Number two, it also, if they can routinely work from home, they might provide you some bench depth should you have other employees who do get sick. So, and furthermore, it just protects everybody in that environment, which is really key. You had a question behind you.
Just a comment of what we're doing. I represent the school system, superintendent, so we always send sick students home, but we are now also saying if a teacher is sick, they must go home.
Good.
We're getting more calls from parents concerned, and the information is if your child is sick, keep them home. At school, we're taking precautions, cleaning high-touch areas, anything like custodians doing more cleaning around desks, not sharing a lot of things in a classroom, but it's hard. We have had parents whose children are ill or chronically ill, and we've told those parents you need to go to your physician and take their advice.
Good, excellent. You raise a, I was going to touch my face. I'll tell you, we do it all the time. You raise another point that I meant to say, and something that you just said triggered that for me, is that one of the other things that we need to do here for our staff, and I would suggest that you need to do it as well, is to really let your folks know what you're doing. So when you're talking about you're doing extra cleaning, extra disinfecting, don't assume that your staff are just noticing that. It really, we know that when we have patients who were given the new medication, and you're going to do some education about that new medication, we have discovered over time that you have to actually say, I'm giving you this new medication, and so here's the education I'm going to give you about this new medication, right? I'm being a little facetious, but not entirely, because that kind of anchors it in their mind of, oh, I'm going to get some education about this. And then they remember. If you don't do that, we find that they don't remember that we actually told them the education around that. And so the same thing is true. If you're taking extra precautions in your environment, let your staff know. Don't assume that they're seeing that you're doing the extra disinfecting, but let them know that you're doing it, because it'll help encourage them the same. But also, I think it fosters a wider sense of we're our community trying to take care of our community, and I think we're really going to need that. Other things folks are saying or you're hearing? Yeah.
I think we have healthcare and health time. I think people are concerned about other places, especially high traffic areas in town, where people, may not, they may need to go to work because they don't have any sick time, or they may not get the test because it costs money. So there's that kind of a talk.
So the folks who don't have sick time, I think that it's important to go back. If you're an organization that doesn't have sick time, I think you need to go back and actually figure out how you're going to discuss that with staff about how they can be absent when you need them to be, because you need them to not come in when they're sick.
I wonder if the hospital is willing to kind of reach out to the larger employers in town, the grocery stores and places like that, to encourage that kind of a thing.
Gina, who did our lister for today go out to?
Mostly to chamber members.
Okay.
When all chamber members, I don't know if those organizations are chamber members.
That's right.
Okay. All right. So that's a good point that there are some others. We did try to advertise this, fairly widely. My guess is that if this increases substantially within our community, this is just the first of these opportunities to have some discussion. But so I think you raise a good point, and we can follow up with some of the other folks. Really, even if only to distribute some of the materials that we have and point them to our webpage.
Can I just reaffirm that there is more outreach, because I spoke to a couple of other large businesses in town, and their directors didn't know about this meeting. So I would please encourage you to do it again.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Carmen.
Just a suggestion as a consumer who probably would say goes to the supermarket, it would be wise that we could ask to speak to the manager and say, what is your policy? This is what's being done, and I, as a consumer,
be proactive.
would like to know
Absolutely.
how you're helping your staff. And so that's a way we can all help.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, so really being a proactive part of really encouraging that our community stay as healthy as possible by asking folks what they're doing. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Thank you. Yes?
Hi, I'm representing Bratt Housing, and we actually have signs on our office doors now stating, stop if you have fever or cough, please reschedule. And we have our SASH nurse reaching out via phone.
Great. So the housing has signs, so everybody can hear, has signs posted about if you have a cough or cold, please, stop, call, reschedule, and we'll basically see you when you're healthy and can help you.
And we have our SASH nurse who actually reaches out to them via phone, so they
Correct. So the SASH program, the Seniors and Services at Home, will reach out to some of the folks at home to try to help assess the situation.
And again, maybe if, we need to start rethinking things like, do they really have to come into the office for some of these appointments? Can we do them over the phone? Can we do them through FaceTime? We have a lot of technology that we don't necessarily use in abundance that maybe we could plug in when needed.
Yes.
I have been, for the last 3 months perhaps, fighting little rhinovirus, common cold, and it's settled into my chest. It got a little bit of bronchitis, but not too much at one point, and I'm pretty much over it all.
Great.
So if we do travel and start mixing up with a larger public, what are the signs that I should really worry about, that this is not my common cold coming back a little bit, but this is actually...
You want to scoot that back. So as we mentioned earlier on, first of all, stay in touch with your primary care. So that sounds like a call to your primary care is in order. And then as we pointed out, the early stage of COVID is fever with a cough, shortness of breath, runny nose, those kinds of things, the fever being key. But again, I'm not going to stand, I am a physician, but I'm not going to give you medical advice right now aside from that. But be in touch with your physician. Other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate. One more, Dr. Tortolani, one more thing.
Question, just a thought. This might be, anytime you're in the flu season, whether it's the regular flu or what we're talking about here, COVID-19, it might be the time to not have the children visit the grandparents who might have a chronic illness, and just try to stay away from crowds, because the child might bring something into them. It just, phone calls might be better. If the child is in any way sick, try to stay away from
phone calls, FaceTime.
Yeah.
Right, yes. So thank you very much for coming. And, as I said, this is the only one we have planned right now. If things really progress significantly, this is likely the first. And keep an eye on our website. We will, continue to update things there, and we're happy to answer questions as they arise. So thank you very much.
Eating, and his wife came over to say hi.
That's not good. I'm sorry.
His light will flash if you call him. That's what I mean.
Yeah, because he has that thing. We're sort of doing 3 different bills today. The first one we're looking at is an act relating to the Older Vermonters Act, and sort of having a committee discussion about that. And I don't believe we have a new draft.
No.
So I wanted us to have a discussion, and I do apologize because I was not here the day that you did it. So if some of these things have, been discussed or figured out before in terms of the discussion. But
fun, and we had the scan people
And then we had
here.
to scan people afterwards.
Yeah.
And I really, I was struck by what they were saying in terms of putting in place this, not the structure, but the whatever, to have a master plan that is not just Dale, you know, that, and, you know, I mean, they were talking about how various states had done it, and some through executive orders, some through legislation, and so at minimum, I would like us to consider adding something like that, maybe looking to, I think she said they said California. California has an executive order, but to translate that into a legislative thing, Jen, sorry.
I've been reading through it, and we'd be glad to work with her, put some language, work with Jen, put some language together, and bring it back to the committee to take a look at what the scope of it would be. And we talked about even reaching out to Dr. Lamantia from UVM, trying to get some of his input on what that might look like from his perspective as the UVM Center on Aging and the work they're doing.
If we were to do something like that, and I'll just pull out my copy of the bill, I'd almost, in terms of organization, how the bill has, your bill has some semi-broad pieces and then some very specific pieces. But like to start with the big and then sort of shuffle down in terms of what we keep and what we don't and what people want to do. So sort of, you know, at minimum reorganize. Would be a thought that I would have. I don't know. I'm looking to those folks. Julie, do you have, or do we need to look at it?
It's up there.
It's up there?
I mean, it's on your page today. I pulled it over.
Oh, thank you. Of course you did. Because
We did have a big discussion about this. Everyone was here. It was right after that meeting. I just am looking it up right now. It was on 2/13.
Yeah, I think we had some discussion around the things that we thought we could include, like the gender issue language. But then I think in the meantime, I think that Sandy did some research on that, and it's not in the green books. It's in session law.
Okay.
Is that right, Sandy?
Well, Act 1 in particular. There may be others, but the thing that everybody.
But the thing that Brenda spoke of here when she gave testimony was is in session law. So, you know, how we accommodate that, I guess now is still up in the air. I think, you know, when you
some
talk...
of these principles might go in the master plan.
Well,
or move it up or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was just thinking about in terms of thinking about, I'm trying to figure out, Dan looked up the executive order in California, and it's several pages long, and it, you know, goes through a bunch of things, actually, some of which are included here, and then it lays out a specific process and specific, and, you know, much like we do in statute sometimes, you know, specific organizations or individuals that need to be involved in the process and all of that kind of stuff. One of the things that I'm aware of is a little bit of working group fatigue. Since most of the players have just finished work on this piece, and recognizing that this would be broader because we are talking about, you know, the rest of state government.
And I mean, and some of the players who were very intimately involved in yours would probably be less intimately involved. Is that an animal?
Cups.
Cups?
Mugs.
Who are they from? Vermont Coalition? Oh, a fire. So we're all getting a cup? We're all a cup.
Nice.
Fire and rescue. Thank you.
Made in China.
Yes. For Tapper.
Must be cheaper.
No, I have one. Oh, we're supposed to pass. Oh, we're passing.
Oh, you can sit down this way. Come in this way.
Diane, don't use mine.
I'll put my name.
I'm just kidding. They're all the same. How are we going to know who's done it? Yeah, we put her in whatever. They're very heavy.
Thank you.
You're very heavy.
Interesting.
Julie? Yes. Would you like one? No.
Yeah, you can definitely.
So in some respects, it seems like some of the, like this, like what you were talking about, Madam Chair, about coming from the broad perspective to the principles, I think were intended to be a broad perspective. But certainly the information that we heard from SCAN is broader still, so would maybe elevate, and I think that those were the words that they continue to use, that this elevates this discussion across all sectors of state government, and which is important, so we might even see that before this principles section.
May I guess one of the things I've heard from the committee over the years is, yes, many older Vermonters are vulnerable, to use that word. But assuming that everyone at a certain age is going to need help from Dale is one perpetuates a stereotype of aging and does not, in fact, embrace what many of us around this table bring to things. And
so are you thinking that we would lay out a specific process to do that? Or are you thinking about that we would, okay.
well, to see what that would look like, looking at what California and some other,
Right.
California is the one that they said, and they also said Connecticut. Why do I care? Or is that another one?
And civic engagement, volunteering, learning, and leadership. That's nice.
Yeah.
And was it last year that the Vermont Chamber expressed some interest?
No, it was when we passed the Older Vermonters Working Group bill.
Yeah, they were.
So, yeah, 2 years,
Yeah,
like
okay, 2 years
at
ago.
last, yeah, 2 years ago.
And last year they came into Older Vermont Caucus and talked a lot about all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah.
Betsy did a nice job out there.
I mean, I guess
My notes.
what I got persuaded by was when I saw the SCAN report earlier in December, and then looking at how we are as a body looking at climate and environmental issues, and they're not just focused on one sector.
Or the Ag Committee or.
I mean, it's not just, one sort of sector. And so but this is, and I thought I heard after SCAN came in that there was an interest in the committee in sort of doing that.
We did talk about that. That's what I wrote in my notes. Was Older Vermont working very broad.
It's a present to bring home to your wife.
Remember the data sources were great,
Yes.
transparency, visible,
Yes.
cohesive platform, multiple priorities. It's also like the prevention bill we did last year, that too was broader than just one agency of human services.
Okay. So after the principles, what happens in this bill? And has,
Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes.
and I guess we got something from the department, but I'm saying things would cost too much. You didn't have the person power.
We did, but I think that we have solved the majority of that.
We have some changes.
Oh, you have changes?
No, they're not up there, but we.
Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe to walk us through some of those, we have Yeah,
So
to engage us in discussion on something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things that the department and the AAAs by extension of the department, because they're the people on the community side that are referenced here, was they were concerned about reporting, and a lot of that came up in the APS section, and the intent of what we put out there.
So you're ignoring statute.
Well, I think that there was a consent agreement of some sort. I think we were being creative. I think that there was a court case involved that ended up in a settlement. And so what they report on is what's in the settlement.
Okay, so we probably should change state law.
Well, it's not in state law now. It expired, I don't remember when, 2016 maybe? Is that right?
There were time-limited requirements.
Yeah.
A few
there
different
was
sets over time.
Over time.
Took so long.
So we actually can start fresh, and we're suggesting that we start fresh with what's currently reported, which is quite comprehensive in terms of that. So we're proposing that we substitute information that Joan Nussbaum sent to us about what APS is reporting on now. So that would be a suggestion, and those types of things are. Julie, do you remember if that got posted? Joe? Oh, never mind. I can look by witness. Staff. Fiscal information. Witnesses. Oh, how come it's not giving me links on them? Well, it just says his witnesses who testified.
Oh. I've done his testament.
Am I looking in the wrong place? And then he sent something to us afterwards.
Oh, right, there it is. Let's see.
Do you know what day it's on?
Yeah, it's on the 13th. It's at the bottom on the 13th. It says reports.
And under public comment, go to witness. Written testimony.
Vermont Adult Protectors Annual Report.
APS annual report sections and data.
People have it?
Logan has us covered.
The annual report?
So I'm on February 13th. What do I do?
He sent a grid too, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Is the grid.
There you go. That's what I have.
Okay.
You have the grid up, Sam? Yeah, that. So this is what the witness sent over in terms of what is reported on an annual basis now. And by category. And Dan and I reviewed it, and from the perspective of what we were trying to accomplish here, we felt that this was okay. I don't know what the committee feels like, but this was something that these data points are things that ended up being agreed upon in the court settlement. So the court settlement also involved the people who were suing, which was protection and advocacy. And legal aid. So if they agreed to it then, they might have an idea about how they want something to be different, but at least at one point in time, they all agree. Everybody agreed to this at one point in time.
Can I just ask a timing question? And Jen, that might be for you. Did we write in statute about reporting before or after the agreement?
Sure. Jennifer Kirby, Legislative Council. I'm not sure I understand the before or after the agreement.
Okay, there was a court case and there was a settlement.
Yeah.
I mean, it never, whatever that's called. You had a settlement.
Did we put it in, is that what you're asking?
We have some data reporting that went away.
Yes.
And I'm just curious as to whether those data reporting markers were things that the legislature did subsequent to?
A lot of it was subsequent. There was some that I found when I was working on the 611 draft. There were some earlier reporting requirements. I think that probably predated the settlement, but most of them were post-settlement.
We passed one bill that got vetoed, and I think that was during the pendency of the lawsuit.
Oh, yeah, and I think you actually did a new one after that. I forgot about that.
I mean, that said, if you and Dan, I mean, I haven't looked at this myself intimately. If you and Dan are sort of okay with this, and then we have legal aid and Vermont Protection and Advocacy come in to comment. My question was more in terms of, okay, there was this settlement of which you have to do for the settlement. Then did we go, okay, that's good, and in addition, we want this. But if you're fine with what it is now,
so
I'm not going to push anything. I mean,
this is the measuring component in the bill. Is that you've taken information from this to say, here's the things we should check on. But it's all about...
That's what we're going to propose.
No, that's what we're proposing.
Yeah, we're going to change it to reflect what's here.
To reflect what's here. And this is all about adult protective services. So, but the bill is broader than that. Are we
Yes.
going
It's
to
just
measure
one.
some other things of our overall to know if what our success is like in the bigger picture too? Or is that...
well, we might, and we might see if that's part of the California. If we're using that as a model,
Okay, great.
whether, but
What's
that,
the other
but,
state? Because
but
they
you
told
might be,
That's what I was trying to look it
so
up. I was trying to find the scan report.
you'd be looking at that.
That in the California one. Okay.
Does anybody remember, because we said California, if we asked if we were to look at something, would we look at California, and they suggested another state. And I think it might have been Massachusetts.
And for whatever reason, I can only find my December.
Well, and I'm just looking for my notes, and I don't have mine either.
Oh, I have a desk cleanup file. Might be in there. No wrapping file.
So, part of that, Jessica, is the way I was thinking about it, at least, was the annual report from the department that, so this is, she found it?
Well, I don't know whether I found what we're all looking for, but I did find my...
Oh, the presentation.
The presentation.
That's where I have my notes. Will you see if you can pull up the Dale Annual Report for 2019 off their webpage?
Right, maybe some of those things are right there, right?
This is the, some of the things that maybe you're thinking about, and what we were thinking about in the reporting section of this bill.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to find it under documents, but you don't.
You don't?
This is, are you watching?
I'm watching.
So did you search annual report, Dale annual report? The other way of looking at it, yeah. Well, if you try searching, it might not come up either, so.
I think it actually does.
Does it?
I think so.
Annual report 2019, right there.
It's DS, is that?
No, Dale annual report.
I was looking at those.
Okay. So Dale does an annual report. They do several reports on an annual basis, but one of the report is sort of the broader department report. There's a DS annual report that has more specific information, and probably DR does. Probably every division does their own version of that.
Almost every.
Except for adult services, which is, I don't.
They do. There's a Choices for Care.
A Choices for Care.
I think so.
Maybe. So maybe if you could just scroll down through here so people get a sense of what's reported in this, other than the lovely words from the commissioner.
They're lovely words.
Right. So the division that the two divisions to look at here, the Adult Services Division and the Licensing and Protection Division. The department overview is
Facts and figures too, Representative.
in the facts and figures section. Okay. Yeah. That's just the department overview. Okay, wait a minute, under facts and figures. So, demographics, that kind of says who we're supposed to be serving and stuff like that.
But maybe employment, if it was, we were able to employ more.
Okay, so keep going, thank you.
Oh, well, I know, and I'm looking around.
Population projections by age group, keep going.
Have none.
These are still all projections. This talks about family caregivers, again, by in different counties in Vermont, but it's essentially equating the value of family caregivers. Okay, keep going. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is for people to really take a look at the Dale annual report and keep going.
See what we're already collecting.
See what's already being collected, and if there are things, and reported, and to see if there are things that people feel like need beefing up or need to be included. I feel like there's not sufficient information in here about some of the aspects that we're looking at, like certainly if we're thinking on a broader level.
And the scorecard probably shouldn't just be for Dale's scorecard should be infused in something else or some of the data. Is that what you're meaning?
The beginning parts of this report actually would be reflective of what we might think about in a
accountability measurable.
Well, and in the broader scheme of things, like what does the universe look like, and
what are we already collecting? So if I looked at California and said, okay, here are some of the things they're collecting, then look at the Dale report and see if they're collecting anything similar.
Right.
Like that. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which is sort of consistent. I'm also, it's like, oh my God, this reminds me of the bill we just passed on Thursday and Friday about climate change, which is we've been doing a lot, but we don't have it necessarily all put together. And I'm looking at the consultation overview. Vermont has developed multiple strategy and framing with key ingredients that could be woven into a master plan.
And I think there's some reluctance to use that terminology and phraseology.
A master plan?
Yeah.
Because?
Well, they're not. I don't have a reluctance about it.
So we will. I mean, I think at some level right now we're trying to let Jen know how she's going to spend her waking hours.
Yes.
And then, of which we'll get fewer and fewer. And then we will give the department the ability to go, we hate that it says it's a master plan because we don't want to be in charge of the master plan. And I get that. So maybe you're not in charge of the master plan.
Put the executive office in charge.
But then they don't want to not be in charge of it either, so.
Well, you know,
this is the rub.
Well, okay.
But no, I appreciate that clarification.
So Colorado calls it the Strategic Action Plan on Aging. And then Connecticut is the Real Choice for Long-Term Services and Support. So they have different names for them.
What about Minnesota?
Don't like those options.
They don't have a name in there, but Washington Aging and Long-Term Support Administration Strategic Plan.
The Minnesota one on the scan thing says it's MN 2030 looking forward.
Oh.
Okay.
Really?
So Minnesota 2030 looking forward.
Huh.
Yeah. Addressing the demographic challenge.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Kind of cool.
Too close.
Sounds negative.
So if we sort of like, release ourselves from thinking about this as a particular, with a particular name and just thinking about what it is that we want to achieve, I think that, I know. I think that I don't think you would find anybody, sitting around the table or in any of the other chairs that we've had here who would disagree with putting all of these elements together in a broad scheme of things and involving the broader state government and thinking about, how we build our roads and, how we build our sidewalks and, do we have, the kinds of public transportation that is accessible for people as we are aging and, are the motor vehicle lines convenient for people who might not be able to stand as long as they used to be able to stand? All of those kinds of things, all of that framing, I don't think anybody would be opposed to that. How we convert all that into language is maybe thinking about that from the perspective of looking at these other states. It might make it easier since we're in this. We kind of came to this piece of it at the 11th hour, and haven't spent as much time thinking about it. So borrowing on the work of other states who have spent more time thinking about it as we move the concept forward. And I think that's going back to what the folks from SCAN said, raising and elevating this as part of the discussion in across government is really what the purpose of this is.
So you mean you just referred transportation a bit, but it would also be like economic development, like all of our offices of government, essentially. I'm trying to think of the different ones.
Absolutely.
Maybe you're looking at how they
accommodations, or looking at
it's kind of like ADA almost.
Well, there's many components of that because ADA was intended to be broad-reaching, that we create accessible environments for everyone. And if you create accessible environments for everyone, then they're available also for people who have disabilities. And if we have planning that's accessible to people as they're aging, it will be good for everyone. Were you the one who said? Or somebody said about the sidewalks being wheelchair friendly and rolling a stroller. It's the same.
And I, this is probably off the charts, but when you talk about public transportation, I think children. Yeah. I mean, something that would serve across a continuum of population.
Right. Yeah.
Now, of course, one of the, that's what they said. They spent a lot of pages saying the state have the elements and are going forward, and the things that are missing is what you're talking about, Teresa. The lack of connection across state governments beyond Dale.
The beginning of the bill now already does essentially talk about what makes life better for older Vermonters, and so it doesn't seem directed at the Agency of Human Services or Dale. It's really much broader than that. So I feel like we have done half the work already. Right?
It just may be in terms of where it's centered.
Yeah.
Because on some level, and Monica and Teresa, tell me if I'm wrong, Dale is going to focus on vulnerable
population.
The vulnerable people who are older, who are vulnerable, who are needing services and supports, who need or who are someone is reporting who need protection.
And we are talking about.
And we're talking. And so half of long-term care out of Dale is people who are Medicaid and Medicare, right? Medicaids. So is that right?
That is correct. Monica Hutt from the Department of Disabilities, Aging and Independent Living. So yes, and absolutely that vulnerable population is our focus. And as Representative Wood pointed out, we do have control issues and really do want to be in charge of how the state is thinking about celebrating and honoring and utilizing older Vermonters. I don't want to let go of that by any stretch. I just don't think I can be solely responsible for that.
Right. And No, you can't be.
No.
And
I mean, maybe I could if somebody gave me all the power. I would give it a shot.
when you next come in, we'll give you a magic wand.
And a tiara.
And a tiara. Because, I mean, the other piece of feedback, which we can choose to take or not take, I mean, is that now, long-term care financing. Well, we have maybe elements of it in terms of what you've said there, but the other thing is that they say what's missing is a visible, cohesive platform. I'm translating that in terms of computer technology and.
Well, they actually said it wasn't.
Oh, they said it wasn't.
They said
Okay.
don't think of this as a web portal.
Okay. That's right, they did.
It is, again, elevating the conversation.
Well, elevating, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess my question is, if we sort of add elements of a document to be named later, and then we maybe can we go through some of the other changes that you guys are suggesting? That would be helpful.
So just one quick other thing before you do that is we did talk about population planning regardless of socioeconomic status, which you just said, and one area that is really happening in many areas of the state is the senior center piece, because it doesn't matter if you're low income or high income or moderate income, you still are welcome to go there and to do the things they're doing. So it's kind of a cool sort of jumping off place maybe. But anyhow.
And there are seniors who don't go to senior centers because they're working or because they are taking care of their grandchildren, or because they are like a former member of this committee doing a 3-month, no, I don't think it was 3 months, tour of Vietnam, India. Bill Frank went on this huge thing, and he skis every,
Right.
So I mean,
Right. And all of them are different.
Right.
Just thinking. The one we have in Charlotte, which Sheldon uses, they have all these great bird watching programs that happen on the weekends, so anybody can do it, and you don't have to be a senior. And what's amazing to me is I went once just to check it out because I was curious. There are people, well, what do you call a senior? Maybe if they're over 55, it was more in that age group than in the older age group. Anyhow, I'm just saying.
Okay. So can we, in the 20 minutes left that we have to talk about this for today, we might go back to it, is go over the work that the two of you have done.
So there were a couple other things that, we have one section that we're not sure where it came from that's in there that we just want to take out, and I think that's a couple pages down.
Sorry, Logan. I'm sorry. Can we
Go back. It's,
Bill?
I'm looking at Teresa's notes because I think she crossed it out.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in rulemaking. There it is. So it's on
page 12.
Page 12, line 3.
Right now, when we read it, we don't see it referencing something specific.
I think it was left in from an earlier version and I just forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's something that
Yep,
was just
it's already
small.
circled on mine.
It happens.
So that is an amendment. So the other thing, like right where we're in this section is we agree with the department around where the not where the APS is, where the rate setting stuff is. It might not have been I think the department mentioned it, but rate setting also mentioned it, which is on page 16. There was some concern about section 3 that's referencing section 904, the rate setting statute. We added a B to that says inflationary rate increases for providers in home and community-based services. saying that rate setting would come up with a process to do that. And then section 4 references inflation factor for home and community-based services and payment rates. So there was some question about where in law, if we were going to keep these things, where that should be. And there was some concern about it being in the rate setting section. Though 2 weeks ago, a comment made sense to me, and now it's not making sense to me. So.
In terms, just so that we know what we're getting ourselves into, we have this section in there, is that this will go to the next step, which is to the Senate, where
So I'm just going to speak for myself now, not for any particular person or entity, but so I recognize when we put this section in there, that this would be a section that would, the rest of this is, mostly, kumbaya, and everybody's agreeing to laudable principles and, setting a policy for the state that says we value older Vermonters and what they bring to our communities. And the working group did a fabulous job in enumerating that and really kind of putting down thoughts to paper and going through a process. And the part of what the purpose of this bill is to not only do that, but to recognize that we as a state have, as a policy, decided that the state will not run these services, that the state will contract with any variety of providers out there. And that by doing so, we have to recognize that there needs to be a process by which those costs are reviewed on a periodic basis somehow. We recognize that for nursing homes, which, in the scheme of long-term care and services and supports, the nursing homes are considered institutional care. Even though they're in our local communities, they're defined as institutions. And the home and community-based services that happen in people's homes, essentially, or in smaller settings or in adult day facilities or by home health agencies. Those are all services and supports that have no method of having costs reviewed. We saw in, not to confuse things, but we saw in CIS, the state is recognized, and the state, in fact, has said that rate setting is something that we want to be more predictable. I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if you were here for the rate setting. They actually made the argument for us in their goals and principles that the woman who's, I was very impressed with her, but I can't remember her name.
Alicia Cooper.
Thank you. When she was here, she laid out the things that what they are trying to do at a state level, and they were exactly what we're trying to do in this bill. And when questioned, make it through the Appropriations Committee, but I hope it leaves here with it in it, so that we can have that discussion. That's my...
On some level, I think that we touched on that in our memo to appropriations when we made it broader, because what we are doing here is saying, okay, we want this for this group. And next year we'll say, okay, we want this for residential providers. And
Well,
next
they're
year.
included in this group, actually.
You know, I mean.
No, we'll say it
no,
for one
I
for
don't
parent
mean your
child
kind of,
centers.
I'm talking
mean
about
other.
child. You are focused on aging.
Yeah.
And I'm saying there are other groups out there. There are other places in state government where state government is not providing.
Correct.
We are not providing services in 3/4 of state government. What we are doing is we are contracting out to community service providers. Perhaps unlike many other states, I don't really know, I'm saying this, the vast majority of these providers are nonprofits.
Call the meeting to order at 6:01. Welcome, and I guess we are also streaming live on Facebook. Thank you, Mr. Perrin, for arranging that. So, no, that wasn't you. Oh, BCTV. Oh, well, you get blamed for a lot of stuff. You should get credit as well. So, thank you for coming to the WSCSD Budget Information Session. So, I think I'll start at the beginning, especially because we're live streaming this. What is the WSESD? So the WSESD is the towns of Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney that were merged as of July 1, and also the former BUHS number 6 district. This now is one district providing education for all the children in that town. We have a sister district, Vernon, that did not merge. Because of that, we have another structure, the WSESU. It's a supervisory union structure, and that provides certain kinds of services to students in the WSESD and our sister district, Vernon. So some of the differences are, because this is important in budgeting, because some of the things by statute are going to be budgeted through the SU and some of them through the SD. So at the SU level, the services provided to Vernon and WSESD are the superintendent's office, fiscal service, curriculum coordination, special education, transportation, and actually food service is in there too. There's a whole laundry list of services that are funded at the SU level. At the school district level, both for Vernon and for the WSESD, the budgets include costs for principals' offices, regular education, guidance, building, maintenance, paraprofessionals, the things that you would normally see in your school budget. Any questions? Talk louder. Okay. Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
I have a question for the manager.
Yes. Can you just state your name?
Jody Normando, Dummerston. Special ed, you say, is provided by the SU, but...
Oh, yeah, you need a mic.
You need a
Sorry,
mic.
thank you.
Would you like me to be a runner?
I can do a runner today.
It's my favorite job.
Yeah.
Special ed is saying is provided by the supervisory union. However, Vernon doesn't get it through the supervisory union shared like we do they? They pay for all of theirs.
So yes and no, Jody. Well, we all pay for all of ours. I mean, it just doesn't, in the end, we all pay. So Vernon's kind of a different case. There's a lot of cases like that around the state. People that have tuition in, the payment is done a little bit differently. But to be sure, we're all paying the supervisory union back for the special education services that are provided. So let me just, I've only talked about who provides the services because that's where they're going to land in the budget. So maybe I'll go a little further and then I think I'm going to turn it over to Frank because I think I could almost explain how Vernon's special ed reimbursement happens. It's not entirely, well, I guess it is because we have to pay for the SU. But let me go a little further and talk about what's happening so that people will actually understand the question as well. So the WSESU has a $22.7 million budget, give or take, and that is on page 48 of your 2020 annual report. And those services are provided to the WSESD and Vernon. And then the WSESD and Vernon have to reimburse the WSESU for those services. So that question that Jody's asking is, we receive services, we reimburse the SU based on a couple of different formulas. I think Frank must have spent the whole month of October working on these formulas. So by statute, SUs must provide special education. So Vernon students that attend Vernon school reimburse the SU, and it's averaged out through all those students in the whole Vernon K through 6 and the WSESD K through 12 on a per student basis. So it's based on your equalized pupil number, and the money is then reimbursed to the SU for providing services. In the case of Vernon students that are 7 through 12, the costing is a little different because they're not averaged out with all of our students because they're really not part of this district, but they're still part of the SU because it's tuition. Is that clear enough? Maybe I'm going to phone a friend. I'm just wondering if maybe, I'm kind of in the weeds here, so maybe I could have Frank respond later. But it's a very complex model. In the case of transportation, there are 14 buses, I believe. Vernon has 3, so they pay for the cost of 3 buses. In the case of food costs, different districts reimburse based on the food. In the case of superintendent services, fiscal services, curriculum coordination, it's all on the basis of the number of students. But special ed was a very tricky calculation this year. It's on BCT TV too, if you want a full and thorough explanation if you're still not completely on board with it. So if you went to page 48 and looked at our SU budget, there were pretty significant cost increases in a couple of areas. And at the SU level, special education costs were up $2.5 million, basically due to students moving in the area that have increased needs and general increased needs. So that's a pretty significant increase that we have to reimburse the SU for. There was also, I believe last year, maybe 2 years ago, Brattleboro Union High School went to a Provision 2 free lunch program, and the reimbursements didn't work out quite as we expected, so the cost to support that program, which is free lunch for all BUHS students, is going to be approximately $200,000 more than last year. So then at the WSESD, there's other factors that are affecting our tax rate as well. A $700,000 increase in health insurance rate, that's really dictated by the state now. Increased salaries and a net of 3.4 additional staff. That's a $500,000 increase. The food service that we have to pay back to the SU for providing the food service at the high school level, $200,000. And I think I don't have that number right. I think it's not 200K, but I think it's more than that. But special education reimbursement to the SU is also increased. I think that's closer to $500,000. But we have some things that brought down our tax rate. We actually have an increased number of equalized pupils. So I think we have close to an additional 30 equalized pupils this year, so that helps bring down our tax rate. And we had several retirements, so while that's not always a great thing, it does when you take a teacher who is at the top end of their pay scale and bring in generally a younger teacher, that will also reduce our tax rate. So the other thing that's affecting our budget this year is last year the board voted to use $1 million in reserve funds to bring down the tax rate. And this year we chose to use about $800,000 to reduce the tax rate. So that has an effect of increasing our tax rate slightly. But we felt that there's so much going on in the legislature right now that we're not very certain about what's going to happen, that we thought it was a good idea to keep the money in our fund balance and not spend down anymore. And we had about an hour and a half discussion about that. So it's been clearly vetted that the board agrees this is the most prudent thing to do when the legislature's making a lot of changes for us, as usual. So the bottom line on the overview of the budget is our expenditures are up 1.8%, which is actually in line with inflation right now. However, our net education spending is up about 5%, and that is pretty close to what's happening statewide, and things like a 12% increase in health insurance when we are a large employer. Our biggest line item is employees, so that is going to hit our bottom line. And our equalized rate is $1.74. But wait, there's more. Ooh, I could have made a bigger font. Sorry, that's what happens when you make a PowerPoint at lunchtime. You don't vet it completely. So it's not over when we get to the tax rate, because we have different communities and statute requires that we adjust the tax rate for how the market value of our houses compare to the tax assessment. So for example, right now in Dummerston, houses are selling for slightly less than their tax appraised value. So in order to make it fair, there's a factor that the state calculates every year. Some guy, someplace, some woman, someplace calculates this, what's called the CLA. So you take that rate that we all share, $1.74, you divide that by each town's CLA, and that gives you your town tax rate. And I rounded the numbers. They go out one more decimal, but it would have been a smaller font probably. So there's another factor in figuring out your actual tax rate is most Vermonters pay their tax rate on something called income sensitivity. Our rate is 2.83, but it's a very complex formula because it's based on $200,000 of home value plus 2 acres, and it phases out as you get higher in your income level. So a family of 5 making $40,000 a year as a family income would, no matter what their house was appraised at up to $200,000, they would not pay more than 2.83% of their taxes, and it phases out at around $140,000 a year income. That's it. So I thought we could maybe go through and just take an overview of page 12 of the annual report. And I can just show you how these numbers affected the tax rate this year. So it's a state form. Keep turning to page 12 till you find something that's clearly a state form. So the top line, number 1, the budget, those are all of our expenditures, which for the WSESU that we have reimbursed now, our portion. So our total spending for the WSESD is $51,171,300. Now, we get grants, we have tuition coming into we have a lot of tuition students at the high school, a growing number of tuition students at the high school, I hope. And so we get to take that off of our expenditures to get our net education spending, which is $42,654. You can see that big, bold education spending number. So if you go down the next line, you can see the number of equalized pupils. And if you look at last year, we had 2,234. This year we have 2,253 students. So these aren't exactly students in chairs. You get, the state takes all the students and they give values based on, at this point, what somebody thought of was the good number to use. So for example, if you have a preschool student, that student counts as 0.46. But if you have a high school student, they count as 1.13?
We do now.
Yeah, right now, 1.13. Because the thought is it costs more because you have so many different classes you need to teach, it costs more, and so many more facilities you need, full labs, that it costs a little bit more to educate a high school student. So they put all the students, figure out all the values. A student learning English might cost more, so there's a value associated to this. So it roughly equates to the fact that we probably have more students, but it might mean that we have more high school students, fewer pre-K students, more students learning English, so those values will affect that number. But the good news is that higher number means our per pupil cost comes down. So it brings our per pupil spending down to $18,932. That's in line 16, education spending per equalized pupil. We did not go over the threshold this year because some of our spending is from capital improvement work we did, so that we don't have to pay a penalty for doing that. So you see a couple numbers down there that we can happily ignore this year. It's a number that every school board member looks to first when Frank hands us this page. Are we over the excess spending threshold? Because then every dollar you spend, you get penalized another dollar. So you take that number and in very tight, that 18,932, if you look in very small letters, it says the threshold. That's the excess spending. And then you go down and you see it says 174%. That number is taking the yield. If you look below that 174%, it said based on yield, 10,883. That's a number determined at the state level that you divide our per pupil figure by the yield, and that we're 174% of the yield. So if you just move your decimal point, that 174% becomes a tax rate, shazam, of $1.74. If you look down further, so that's our district rate. So if everybody's house was selling in all of our towns for exactly what the house was tax appraised value at, that would be your tax rate. If your house is selling, if the houses in your community are selling more than that rate, then your tax rate, your actual effective tax rate will go up. And that's just how it is at the state level. We didn't make that up here. In fact, everything on this sheet is decided by statute and the state to help our taxes be transparent and clear to everyone involved. So, how's it working for you? Also, if you came in, we had a great gift on the board this year. In the past, it is in the Brattleboro Charter that the Brattleboro Finance Committee will independently review, and they are appointed by the town meeting members. Is that right? Yes. So it's people who maybe stayed late enough and weren't paying attention when they asked for volunteers that will actually take this whole budget, review it. They come to our meetings and ask questions, and they prepare a report reviewing what we're doing with our fund balances, how we're spending our money, and they have traditionally always done this for the Brattleboro Town Schools and the Brattleboro Union High School Board. This year they did it for all of us, which meant they did probably 40% more work reviewing it. But this report is on the way in if you want to take a look at it. And I hate to bury the lead, they recommend passage of the budget. But it's a gift no matter what to the school board, because it was very helpful for us to have a set of eyes checking our work and being able to recommend to the voters the correct thing, what their opinion was on our work. This packet here is all the backup that goes into your annual report. What we did this year, rather than try to have all these annual reports printed, it would have been heavy, unwieldy, and really hard to follow with all these schools. So we have summaries of all the different schools' spending, really broken down by broad categories. So if you have a question about what's happening in your school with spending, And, why did this number go up? Why did that number go up? Between all of us, somebody can answer that question. What have I forgotten? Anything? So I'm happy to open it up to questions.
Richard Mills, Lumberton, good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'll take maybe you all can pass this on and I can, because this one will reach all of us.
You want to come up? Good evening, people. Can you explain to me how the state comes up with that yield? I'm sure it's a number that they come up with, and when do you get that number?
I'm going to phone a friend for that one because I kind of know it's how much money they have versus what they think they're going to spend, and it's not done yet because they're still working on it. But Frank will do it.
I can't add a whole lot to that. That's the general concept. They ask for preliminary board-approved budgets in February. The legislature does. The Agency of Ed collects that data. It's shared with the legislature. They look at common level of appraisal statistics that come in from the town listers. So they have a sense of what does the state property values look like in general. And then they say, okay, here's proposed spending. Here's changes in the CLA. So based on that type of data, they then project, as Christina articulated, it's the denominator that the entire state uses in terms of school board budgets to divide by. And you can see how simple that math is in terms of projecting essentially the effect of a statewide property tax. The reason why they do all of this sort of preliminary work is so before they adjourn in June, they set that number so that they're confident the education fund will receive enough money to pay out all of those budgets that have been passed by voters.
That's a consistent number throughout the state, though.
It is a consistent number. It's printed at the very top of page 12, and I've added the prior year for reference. So you see this, when we say prior year from a budget point of view, when we're talking about fiscal year 21, Christina's mentioned the 10,883. That's a proposed number that's estimated by the legislature based on what we just talked about. The 10,648 is the actual number that was used to set this fiscal year's tax rates. And yes, it's the same number across the state.
I think last year that they kept the legislature an extra week. That was one of the last things they were figuring out was what the yield was going to be, because Scott wanted it different than the legislature wanted it. So yeah, these are only preliminary tax rates. We make our best guess, and as you remember, we make our best guess, and then it'll depend on how the ed fund spending looked. Earlier, they were saying they thought budgets were going to be a little lower than projected, but I don't think that's true anymore. So,
well, the last I've heard from the Agency of Ed, as a result of collecting the preliminary budgets, is that the tax commissioner's estimate, you remember in December that was shared with all the school boards, I think estimated about a 5% increase in education spending across the state. It appears that that's coming in a little bit lower. So they're suggesting that yield number is probably going to go up a little bit, which is going to bring our tax rates down. So they're not being specific at this point, but the implication is it's going to be a favorable adjustment.
Jody Normandow.
Is this on? I guess it is. I have several questions, but maybe ask one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, the capital plan.
So that's on
page 23.
Oh, thank you.
It appears, and I was not at a meeting where you discussed this, so you may have answered it along the way, but looking at the 5-year plan, it appears that there's quite a discrepancy between the different schools as to how much you are doing for them. And I've tried to go through and find out exactly what was happening. And so my question, I guess, is how do you come up with these issues? Even, I mean, like Dummerston doesn't have anything in the 5th year, Guilford doesn't, and Putney doesn't. So I'm assuming you haven't gotten them, you know, from the principals or any information from the schools. But how do you decide how much to spend on each school? Because we're supposed to be fairly equal on things like this. Thank you.
So I can speak generally to that. I know, for example, some of the schools had much more flushed out capital plans that were going long term than other schools. For example, our Dummerston board did not have the kind of capital plan going on that other schools did. Some schools are in better shape than others. And so we do, for the Dummerston school, there are some pending projects. If you see in 2024, is that a new furnace and a roof we're talking about in the same year? Yes, a new roof and a new furnace for Dummerston in 2024. So that's the $279,000 if you look across FY 2024. So that year is a huge year for that particular school. The next year, there's nothing projected to be needed. So there's, you know, some little things along the way, but for that school, that's what we're looking at in 2024. If you'll notice at the top right-hand corner, it says project subject to board approval. So all of this is just our best guess on what we need. And I think now that we're through our first year almost, the schools that have not had the deep dive, we will be in a place to take a little better look at what various schools will need in 2020. You know, you shift priorities. If somebody else's furnace blows up, you've got to manage that. So it's just our projection to sort of make sure we have this, you know, on our plan and we know what we're looking at. And I think that's something that we could hone in the coming years. You had other questions, I bet, though.
Somebody else may.
Okay. Yes, Paul.
Paul Namendo from Dummerston. My question goes back to the supervisory union on page 48. And if we look at that, you know, revenues miraculously equal expenditures. Amazing how that happens. And what I'm curious about knowing is what is the net amount that is that goes through that flows through that we have to pay through our taxes. In other words, you get monies in from grants. You have a grant-funded program. So what is the net amount that that the schools themselves have to supply to support the SU? Can I have another question? Can I just, you want to stack them or do you want to?
It's pretty late in the day for me at this point, so if we could do one at a time.
Okay.
I'm
do you want to?
I'm not young like you, Paul. So.
Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
So, well, I will just comment on the revenues have to equal expenditures because the SU has they don't have a money printing machine. They can't raise revenues. So their expenditures have to be reimbursed 100% by us. So in the case of the SU, they have to be equal because the SU isn't raising any funds. They're raising them from us, and we have the districts have to pay the SU. So, and I will then turn.
Yeah, but they get grants for like special ed, right? You get part of that's funded by the state. So I guess I'm curious, what is the net amount that we have to pay?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So what's the net amount of that 22 million on that side? So it's in various places that I can't add off the top of my head, but let me hand it to you.
I bet Frank can.
I can. Page 21 of the expense budget in the annual report that you have there, that has a group. That this section of the report is organized by school site. Okay, so this is intended to be for the reader to see at each school site how much are we spending on instruction, how much on student support services, and on school operations and so on. As part of all of those, the site concept, One is the district-wide services. So what are those expenditures that serve all of the sites? And that's the question you're asking. So when you get to the supervisory union on page 21, that's all within the school district, okay? The school district budget that Christina gave us an overview of 51 million. Part of that is in that, you see that middle section, 3096 is the location code that the state assigns, and it says WSED district-wide programs and services. So your question gets at the line there that is going from left to right, starts with the function code 2500. It says support services, SU, admin, instruction, and transportation. So of all of those numbers on page 48, 3,193,000 is the assessment to the school district for, as you say, the net of all of the state aid that comes in that the SU retains and then has to bill the town for. So it's 3,193,000 for those things, which are the admin, the supportive instruction, and the transportation services. And then in addition to that, the special education services that we just talked a fair amount about are just a couple of lines below that. You see under what's called Program 22. This is all part of a state coding system. And it says Special Education Services Pre-K through grade 12. You see that? That's the header. And then there's the line, the expenditure line. It says Support Services SU Special Education, 4,992,000. So it is the addition of that 3,193,000 plus that 4,992,000, you know, about 8 million.
Right, but that's what you assign to the local schools, right?
Right.
But how much do you get from the state?
Yeah, everything else in that budget is from the state. And, you know, we're talking in the forum of the Wyndham Southeast School District. So everything other than that 8 million comes from the state, other than, of course, Vernon. Vernon has to pay as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So that's the answer.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next question. Still back on page 48. I noticed under expenditures, well, it doesn't make any difference which part you go to, expenditures or revenue side, but there was the F20 budget you have amended. Now, what was it amended? When was it amended? What was it amended to? And what was it amended for?
Yeah, great question. So years ago, when the world was a little bit simpler in education finance, you would have a town meeting, you'd set a budget, and that would just be a static number until you came back the next year and you saw what you voted on as the same number, and then you have a new proposed number. Several years ago, as the Agency of Ed has tried to standardize the financial reporting and the data collection that they do, they have required a number of changes, and one of them is this concept of if a grant is applied for and awarded subsequent to, let's say, today, or let's say March 17, in the old days, we used to just kind of have a spreadsheet that would say, well, here's what we published, and then here's all the stuff that came in after the date in which the town voted. But now they're saying we must have in the public record, in the general ledger, all of those amendments that occurred subsequent to a vote. So what the common theme in this concept of an amendment is it's always a grant program. It's always funded by a source other than the tax rate. So that means that when you see an amended budget, it doesn't mean that there's also an amended tax rate. The tax rate is what the voters voted on as adjusted by the legislature and at the end of every June. And amended budgets are reflecting grants that were applied for. I don't know if Paul's here, Paul Smith, but in general, the grants are our Title I, our Title II programs. Nancy Weiss, I think, is here at the Career Center. She's done a terrific job applying and receiving substantial amount of Perkins funding money for our Career Center. So it's those types of things.
Okay. Last one, if I may. I'm glad it's not a big crowd because you wouldn't let me do this. Concern about administration. You keep hearing, there's a lot of talk on the street, and yet I don't know how much of it is valid. That's why I'm asking this question. But we've heard that several positions were added to the SU budget, and it's a great place to hide, additional staff if you want to, because it's hard to locate. But I've heard that there was statements made about hiring a facilities manager, number one, for all the schools in the area. One, I'd like to know if that's true or not. And not to point fingers at anybody, and I don't want to name names, but it was. I heard there was a position that was created to mentor principals. And I'm curious, why do principals need mentoring? Because by the time you become a principal, I would tend to think that with all this, the workshops you go to and the education that you've attained, that you don't necessarily need mentoring. So I would like to, if that is the case, I would like to have an answer to those. Thank you.
So I do not think in this budget there were any positions added at the SU level. Is that correct?
Last year, diversity?
Yes. I don't believe there were any positions added at the supervisory union level with this budget, especially where our special ed numbers were coming in so high. It was a really difficult budgeting session season at the SU level. So I don't think, am I correct? There's no new personnel. We have a number of new principals in our district, and I bet everybody could use a mentor. I could have used a mentor in this job, let me tell you. But it's a state requirement that you have mentoring actually for principals. It's another thing that comes from on high. We could have hired in-house or had mentors come down from the VPA. We have an in-house mentor where we had a lot of new principals. But that was put in, I think Ron put that in. I think Ron created that position, so it's prior to merger. There's a state requirement that principals are mentored, that principals have access to mentoring.
Minimally 2 years. At least 2 years. Yes. Yep.
Any other questions? Jody, we've come so far. Thank you for waiting. Another question.
I have a couple of questions. Excuse me. One of them I think I know the answer to, but it's between the schools and it's the food. And Academy School, for example, has $85,000 on it. Oak Grove has 0, Green Street has 0, and BAMS and BUHF have 0. So I'm assuming that's because Academy creates the food for the Oak Grove and Green Street?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And that because BUHS and BAMS is 0 because they have free lunches? Oh gosh, Frank. I just wrote down on the bottom of the page, so I'm on page 17, so I don't know where that went to. I was just taking them all together. If you go to Academy, you see 85,274, and I can't turn the pages with holding this.
Because
Food service, it's down halfway in the page, 3,100, right, and it's 85,274.
And then,
so is that because they prepare the food, so they get all the cost for all the food for Oak Grove and whatever? And then the high school, you said earlier that they get the free reduced lunches or whatever. The high school and BAMS both get it.
but there's a line for food service operations, page 17.
Yeah, that's one.
There's the third bar down is food service operations is $229,213 this year.
And that's under BUHS.
That's under BUHS, yes.
And so is BAMS a separate?
They're part of that.
They're part of that.
Just like Academy, yeah.
Okay.
The whole school, yeah.
Thank you. The other issue was transportation. And I noticed, Putney. I'm looking at Putney, for example, and 2,700, it says student transportation is up 47.6% with a figure of 9,300. And then you come down here further to 2,700 under the regular education, and you've got 4,000. I don't understand the discrepancies in the numbers.
Sorry, Jay, I'm trying to catch. Can you just go over what the numbers were you were looking at? The 2,700?
2,700 under Putney Central School on page 19.
Okay.
You have student transportation, and it went up 47.6% at 9,300. And then you go down to the next section, 11, regular education total, and you got 2,700 student transportation at 4,000.
Right, that's for the summer school program.
Oh, that's under the summer school?
Yeah.
Okay, not under regular education.
Right, it's the regular education is for everything above it in that bold 11 line.
Okay, so what is the total of their transportation?
Maybe, looks to me like 13.3.
Okay. My question, second question along that is, what is different in the top section under Putney Central School for $3,000 increase in transportation? I mean, they've been transporting their kids like the rest of us have forever.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Thanks. I'm Herv Pelletier, principal of Putney Central School. The discrepancy in the cost, I believe, has to do with the bus monitor, right? Am I correct on that?
It's part of it, but
Yeah.
also we've done a lot in the summer program.
Yeah.
In terms of increasing services, and we know we have to review that.
Right.
Emily did a committee report on that, and we see that as far as the going from 6,300 to 9,300, that's in the general field trip budget of the school.
Right.
And what we've done is look back at the historical actual and found that the 9,300 was closer to our actual costs.
Right, and it's also worth mentioning that as far as the summer transportation budget goes, it would be much higher, frankly, if we didn't call on some friends at the Putney School for the loan of a minibus, which they would graciously supplied us with last summer at no cost. So all we had to do was put gas in it, so that was a big savings.
And I have one more question. On page 26, where we've got the resident student census, are those butts and seats or equalized students?
Those are butts in seats, correct?
Okay, thank you.
On October 10th, I believe, right? Or something like that, or thereabouts. Yeah. November 10th. Oh, off by a month. Any other questions on the budget? On any of the, we also have Lyle here, so any of the assessment data? Yes, Jody.
I forgot to say something, and I forgot to thank Frank and the administration for putting the page numbers on here, because in previous meetings it was very difficult to follow on that 130-something page budget, so thank you.
Any other questions? I would just like to mention, if you just give you a few minutes to think, the legislature is considering changing how equalized pupils are calculated. When in 1997, when the Brigham decision came through and we went to a statewide funding system, the idea was that everyone should have equal opportunity for education. And they made real guesses as to what it costs to educate certain types of students who might be a little bit more expensive to educate. But we're trying to give all students the same opportunity. After 20 years of asking, the legislature commissioned a report that came out in this past December that actually looked at the costs. It was a UVM, Rutgers, a couple other organizations. So it was a research study to figure out what it really costs to, is a high school student 1.13 times a regular education student? They didn't touch pre-K on this, I think, but what are the costs of educating a student who is learning English for the first time? So they came out with this research study, and it's dramatically different from what people guessed it would be at the legislature in 1997. The fiscal office at the legislature did a model showing what would happen to districts. So education spending, if you didn't change education spending, but you counted students for taking into account what it will cost to educate them, it dramatically changes various districts. And ours is one that would be greatly helped by reconfiguring and using what's called the weighting analysis. The legislature is taking testimony tomorrow on this. As one could imagine, if we are winners and you're not spending any more money, some people will be quote unquote losers. Those people that are losers have been having their education subsidized at the expense of students who are living in poverty, students who are learning English, providing high school students with the opportunities that they need. So I don't view it as winners and losers. I view it as doing what should have been done in 1997. And I really take somebody who has been in education in Vermont for a long time. I was talking to him, and he said he read the study before he went to what I did, which is how does it affect the WSESD? Well, this gentleman read the whole study and made a determination of whether it was the fair thing or not, because he didn't want to think about how it affected his district. And he, without looking at the analysis of how it affected his community, he supported it because it was the fair thing, it was the right thing, it's what we should be doing under Brigham. And so I would like to think that I would feel that way if we were losers, but as I think about it, it's what is fair. And we really, if we're having a statewide funding system, we should be doing this weighting study. There's several good articles in the Bratt Reformer, had an opinion piece today. Laura Sibilia, who is a representative and been a long time on school boards from the Wilmington-Dover area. Anyway, she's really pushing for this legislation. So if you have a few minutes tonight, there is something on our website, a flyer that I did for town meeting day. There's a link on there to write your legislature and just advocate that the weighting study, please move on it, because people are talking about let's go slowly, let's wait. I'm all for phasing something in because dramatic changes in property taxes are difficult on schools and communities, but I think it's the right thing and the fair thing. And just for last year, our tax rate in their simulation, it would have gone from $1.71 to $1.53. So that's not to say that we would maybe bring our budget down to $1.53. Maybe we would split the difference. I can't speak for a future board if this were to happen, but it would give us an opportunity to perhaps lower our taxes and to perhaps provide more supports for children who are struggling and need that support. So if you have a minute, it would be a really good use of your time to advocate for children living in very rural conditions in this state, children learning English, children who are living in economically disadvantaged situations. So it is on the WSESU website, correct? Can somebody, or just write to your representative. I attacked them all at our town meeting, and Jody Normando was close behind me. So. And oh yeah, and the school board has had a resolution on this as well, and so you could say you supported the WSESD's resolution. Jody.
I was also going to say that there's a fantastic letter, if anybody's on Vermont Digger today, from David Kelly, and it really makes you want to cry. He's up in the Northeast Kingdom where there is real poverty, and they've been gypped out. So.
Any other questions? Yes, Robin.
I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of work went into this, and I appreciate what everyone on this board has been doing for months, and also on the Brattleboro Finance Committee. And I noticed in their report, they said it would be more appropriate if a committee made up of members from all of the towns review this. I was just wondering if the school board had any ideas about how to form that.
We had a brief discussion about this at the Finance Committee level, and did we bring it to the full board for discussion? I don't think we spoke about it briefly at the Finance Committee level, but we had kind of a pile of work because of the Academy project at that level, so it's been pushed off. I think it would be a great idea, and I'd love to volunteer for it. It'd be just the perfect thing for a nerdy math girl to do when she's retired from the board, because I know all this stuff, so I might as well use it for something occasionally. So I think it's a great idea, but that will be up to the next board going forward and to the people that have served on the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee, but it would make more sense to me. Thanks for the question. You want to speak for yourself, Franz Reichman?
Franz Reichman from Brattleboro and chair of the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee that put together the little report that you've got. This is, I think, a kind of difficult question. Our report addresses it more or less in a theoretical way, that it would make sense for a committee that's doing a report like this to have representation from all the towns in the district. It just seems logical. And from there, though, how it would be authorized, where it would draw its legitimacy from, questions like that came up at the WSESD Finance Committee meeting that I was sitting in on. So there'd be a lot of questions to answer, and just how it would be put together, I don't know. And I guess, the new board can talk about that, but the direction's unclear, but the principle seems clear, that if there's going to be a report like this written, it should come from a broad representative subgroup of the citizens of somebody. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz.
I mean, do you guys have anything like that in your town meetings? Are there committees for the towns?
So when we pass our budget in Dummerston, I can only speak for Dummerston, that's my only history is within Dummerston. People read through this with a fine-tooth comb. We don't need a committee because we have a committee of the 60 people that have served on boards in the past and say, what's going on? Did you buy 4 more brooms this year? Because I thought there were 3 brooms in the budget. Because it was a, $3 million, give or take, a $3 million budget. So there was not quite the need, I would say, in our smaller budgets to have that kind of review, whereas Brattleboro Town Schools were a more significant budget, and you're trying to balance needs and understand, had capital plans, and you may not know what the roof at Academy looks like because your children go to Green Street, whereas everybody in Dummerston knows the roof was leaking during the middle of the championship basketball game. So I think it's a different need level. So we had very robust conversations of the budget. It was walked through carefully, questions were asked, but there was no formal committee process in the smaller towns. And I think it's harder now even than Brattleboro was, because now it's a $51 million budget. So it's much harder to understand how things are apportioning. That is just my opinion, and it's a waning opinion. It'll be the next board that will take that up. So. Yes, absolutely.
I think it's safe to say that everybody on the board thinks it would be a good idea. And I think the way Franz laid it out is exactly the way it should happen. Probably the most appropriate place for it to come would be on the floor of the annual meeting next Wednesday. So I would encourage people to come and propose that we do that, and then that'll give us the authority, maybe not to do it, there'll probably be legal questions, but certainly to look into it and maybe set up a draft board. That's not the right word. A tentative board until we actually have a vote at an annual meeting to create it. But it would be the annual meeting that would create that.
Anything else?
Waiting study?
Oh, yes, the waiting study.
So if you go to the WSESD board, it's under press releases, March 5, 2020 press release, board resolution, change to student waiting formula. So you can find it there.
Thank you, Lyle. Yes, Paul.
Paul Remendo. I'm looking at two things here. I'm looking at the tax rate sheet that you have, which shows equalized pupils of 2250.
Mm-hmm. 2253, yeah.
Yeah. And then when Jody asked the questions about butts in the seat, on page 26, it says 2,509. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm looking at, oh, that's non-member. I guess I'm looking at the wrong thing. It says 2219. I'm sorry. But also looking at that same sheet, I see that out of every town except Putney, either stayed the same or dropped in butts in the seat. I want to congratulate Putney on their fecundity, and I would like to encourage other people to follow suit.
The chair will pass on that request personally, but yeah, but it also, that's just butts in the seat, so the equalized number is going to be different based on what's happening with free and reduced lunch levels and everything else. So, but yes, having more students would be a great idea for bringing our taxes down. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Well, excellent. I hope you're our ninjas on the budget now, and you can join us next Tuesday. Tuesday. Next Tuesday, March 7th. I know it's a week from today. Thank you, David. Next Tuesday, March 17th, 7 p.m. we'll be in the BUHS gymnasium for our annual meeting and our budget presentation. In the meanwhile, if you have any questions, oh, Sean. If you have any questions, you can email any of the board members.
I can't let this go by and not thank Christina for all that she's done. She's amazing, and you're going to be greatly missed.
I'm joining the O'Connor sisters as in the audience. So I'll get Kate and Carrie, and we're going to sit in the audience of the WSESD. So you won't miss me. I'll still be here. So thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. And I have finished a meeting in under an hour. Thanks, Jerry.
Good morning. We are very excited that we have some folks from the SCAN Foundation from California. We've got Gretchen and Megan. Gretchen is Vice President of Policy and Communications of the SCAN Foundation, and Megan Burke is the Policy Analyst. And those of you who know me realize that you can't, I can't say this with, I can't not say this, which is they're both MSWs, although Gretchen has a PhD. I'm recruiting everybody into this, but spearheaded by members of the committee as well as people in the community for years, trying to really identify and have a focus on aging and on healthy aging in Vermont. And having us be prepared for the changing demographics and to both celebrate the fact that we are the second oldest state in the nation and to make sure that we are tapping into both the challenges and the benefits that that brings. And what, thanks to President Pro Tem Tim Ash along with Senator Kitchell, they were connected to the folks at SCAN based on a presentation somewhere. And the Senate, with all due respect, Senator Lyons, deemed to talk to the House and say there are these people who you need to connect with. And so we have, and they have a presentation, and they also got a copy of the bill that two House members, Teresa Wood and Dan Noyes, created. So with that, I want to invite the two of you to come up.
Please. So, Gretchen and Megan, thank you for coming. As I said, it's great to have the face with the voices on the telephone. And as we talked about the plan for aging in the state, we had already communicated with House and Senate. Actually do communicate on a regular basis. And it seemed more appropriate that you folks get to know the House first before the Senate. So we're really happy that you're here. And thank you for the work that you've done and look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Wonderful. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It is a sincere honor to be here in the great state of Vermont to speak to you about some of the work that we've been doing in California on a master plan for aging, to share our thoughts in regards to all the amazing work that is being done and has been done here in the great state of Vermont, and to offer some considerations for your reflection. I'd like to thank Chair Pugh and Chair Lyons for the opportunity to be here to speak to both committees. It's a great honor to speak to one. It's even more so to have both of the committees here and the members of the committees, all the staff that support the committees. Great thank you for all of that, as well as administrative leaders who are in the room with us today and many stakeholders who are here to be part of this discussion. We do see this as a really important discussion across the nation, as we're seeing that changing demographic of Americans growing older and Americans living longer, family caregivers being part of the mix across all ages. And this is not just a baby boomer phenomenon, it is a transformation that is happening from this generation, the generations that are alive today and all future generations to come. So we see this as really a spearheading a movement, and instead of just simply a moment, it really is a longer trajectory. And so the presentation that we will share with you today is to give you a little bit of a reflection of what we call a master plan for aging at the SCAN Foundation, and what that means, what the lens in which we are thinking about that concept, then again share some thoughts and activities that we're doing in California, and then pivot immediately to what we see in Vermont and the ask that was made of the SCAN Foundation. The SCAN Foundation is a nonprofit public charity in Long Beach, California, so we're a long way from home, but frankly, we both spent time in the Midwest, so we're really enjoying the snow. So thank you for the decoration. And it is beautiful. And we were created as a one-time gift from the SCAN health plan that felt it was very important for the nation as well as California to have conversations about how do we transform care for older people so they can live well in the place that they call home, regardless of age, health, or ability. And so you can see more about us on our website and our origins and the kinds of work that we do, but we are a nonprofit public charity, and the work that we share with you today was from our own charitable purposes. There was no payment made for the insights and the analysis that we made, so I just wanted to be super clear about that. And I'll talk to you a little bit later through the slides about how did we come to be in front of Senate President Pro Tem Tim Ash. So moving on to the next slide. So if you take away nothing from today, I would really love for you to take away these 3 points. And the first point is that when we look across states, and I'll share some work that we do with the AARP and the Commonwealth Fund out of New York, where we look across states and how well they are providing and serving their aging populations through long-term services and support systems. What we found is that those leading states that have the best kind of systems of care in total have some form of a master plan, that they have thought about aging in a much more comprehensive framework than simply thinking about their Older Americans Act money, or thinking about Medicaid, or thinking about what is often called frail elders. These are states that have taken a big step back and looked at all across their systems of care and how can they connect different parts of their government agencies, their regulatory frameworks, and lead the way by saying aging is bigger than one particular program. And number 2 point is that from our analysis, and we are very humble in our analysis, I'll share with you that we really looked through what we could find on the internet, because ultimately that's what consumers will do. That's what the private sector, who doesn't know any of you and don't know any of the administration officials, that's what they'll do. That's what philanthropy does, is they look and see, what are you saying about your aging state, your aging priorities, your vision, your goals. And as we did that look, that very humble look, Vermont has many, many, many pieces to build upon to create a master plan for aging. And third, Vermont is already a pace setter and can continue to lead the way. And on the bottom part of that slide is this nice little perfect purple graphic. And it is perfect for Vermont, that as we looked through this work called the scorecard, which I'll speak to in a moment, we gave Vermont a prize for being a pace setter in affordability and access for older people here in the state in 2017. So there's more on that we can share with you, but Vermont is already pace setting and leading the way. So let's move on. So I keep talking about this scorecard, and I wanted to share with you a little bit about that. The Long-Term Services and Support Scorecard was built by the AARP Public Policy Institute out of Washington, D.C., with funding from the SCAN Foundation and the Commonwealth Fund. And our first scorecard was built and released in 2011, and it had 5 dimensions of care, 5 dimensions of services, focusing on how do we think about quality across a total system of care, ranking states. This is a state scorecard, ranking states and the District of Columbia on how well are they meeting domains like affordability and access, choice of care and setting, quality of life and quality of care, support for family caregivers, and effective transitions of care. And what you see here is the front page of the 3 scorecards that are out so far, 2011, 2014, 2017. That leads to the next scorecard comes out in 2020. So it'll be released on June 25th. You'll get to see where Vermont is in that lineup. As of the 2017 scorecard, Vermont was ranked 3rd overall, which is very impressive, and had solid scores across all the different dimensions of care that I just spoke about, which ultimately led us to give Vermont a Pace Setter Prize Award, where that was the SCAN Foundation looking at states kind of across multiple scorecards to say how well is our particular states doing, and y'all went for affordability and access, so you should feel really good about that. When we looked at those states, we took that step back to say, what really is a difference maker in a state that over time, across all the dimensions, seems to be ranking higher. Those folks that are in that top quartile of states time and time again, and those were states that generally had a master plan of some form. They may have not called it that, but there's documentation, there is a focal point of saying we as a state are thinking beyond the particular lines of dollars that are traditional in aging services. So I'd like to share a little bit about why a master plan for aging. Why go through the work of putting this kind of visibility project together, this vision setting, and with goals and strategies and an orientation towards an accountability framework that looks beyond budget cycles, beyond individual legislative or gubernatorial cycles, but ultimately takes a step back and says, where do we want to be as a state in 10 years, in 20 years, whatever the time frame is that a state would like to choose in that frame set. And first of all, it's about bringing visibility to population aging priorities across all sectors, across not just inside of what is traditionally a Department of Aging, the Department of Aging and Independent Living that's here in Vermont, or the California Department of Aging that we think about in our state, but it looks at what is the visibility of aging inside of housing, inside of transportation, inside of the business sector, inside of consumer affairs, inside of energy, inside of the Treasury, all the different aspects of government, because we can look at every single agency department through an aging lens about what does it mean for an aging population and the work that those entities do. And a master plan for aging has the potential to do that. It interconnects goals and outcome measures across various strategy and reporting documents. And we'll share with you what we found in Vermont about there are so many different elements that are the ingredients for creating a master plan. But they live in different places. Inside of your architecture at the state, they live at different levels. There are people who know them very intimately, and then there's all the rest of the folks who may not even know that Vermont is measuring these important outcomes for their aging population. So it's about bringing all that great work up to a visible surface so that any individual inside of Vermont can easily see what are we shooting for in the state for our aging population to live and age well here in the place that folks call home. A master plan can provide a roadmap for the legislature and administration, as well as all the staff, to think about what are both planning priorities, incorporating budget priorities, incorporating oversight priorities, and that it can transcend the legislative timetable that for members' time in your seats, as well as governor changes, as well as, frankly, good and bad times inside of a budget. It's about kind of keeping your eye on the prize of what do you want for aging well and living well here in Vermont, whether times are flush or that times are tight. And finally, what a master plan can do is call for the engagement of public, private, and what we think of as philanthropic leaders in your community to collectively engage in aging priorities, and that we're all working towards the same goals, objectives, and strategies. So this is not about setting a plan for only government to be involved in executing on that plan. But you all and all of the folks who work with you inside of government here are leaders. You're setting a framework for what is best for Vermont, because you were elected into those positions to do that. And so, but this, by that collective energy, can say, what is our North Star for aging and living well in the state? And that's something that everybody can get on board with and move forward. So as we took a broad scale review a couple of years ago, when we kind of had that discovery of, wow, states that do better have some kind of master plan, I wonder what's behind that? What are some of the ingredients to get to creating a master plan for aging? That we saw 5 critical elements to get to the success of a plan. And part of the reason, since we focus a lot on California, to call these different elements out is that we were really excited at that time to get California to do a master plan. And so we wanted to say to folks inside the governor's office, inside the legislature, inside the stakeholder community, here's what we need. Here are the big key elements to get to a master plan. Decisive leadership that comes from all levels of government, and what we felt in California we needed was engagement from the governor, because we'd had a lot of legislative activity over many years. That that there is a kind of a rational set of priorities inside of a plan that are also data-driven. So, you know, we don't always have all the data that we want and need to measure where we are today or where the outcome measures can be for tomorrow. But if we start from a place of looking at what is the information about health, human services, about financing, about housing, about transportation, where we're putting our priorities, if we start there and then set some achievable goals in a 10-year time frame, that helps us know, are we kind of hitting the mark or not? Comprehensiveness, really critical. This is not about focusing only on health and human services. This is about looking far outside of that realm, inclusive of that realm, but far outside of that realm to consider things that we've talked about a bit earlier: transportation, housing, business sector, consumer affairs, regulatory bodies, and the like. Stakeholder involvement is critical. Lots of voices around the table, and the critical element of incorporating those new voices around the table. People who don't think that aging is their business. And what we say at the SCAN Foundation is aging is everybody's business, including the business of business. That to be focused on what is it that the aging population is needing and interested in, and what does that bring to the table from a stakeholder perspective. I think probably before I even go on to accountability, something that's critical to consider is that this isn't a master plan for older people. This is a master plan for aging that includes all of us, wherever we are on the aging trajectory. And then within that, accountability, so that even though the vision may be big and broad, even though the goals are audacious, that there's a sense of timeline and accountability, and what are we seeking towards to achieve the comprehensiveness through those rational priorities, and that there's a sense of clarity and vision on what those measurable outcomes can be. So a little bit about the California universe. There have been calls for change in California to address the fragmented system of care for vulnerable older people and aging well across the healthy sectors of the aging population since, gosh, probably the early 70s in our state. Some of you may be familiar with the Program for All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly, or called a PACE program, that was built out of a pilot project in San Francisco, and that's in the early 70s, and that was one of the first calls for bringing all the care delivery services together for a very particular population. And from that movement, it continued to spark this conversation of that aging isn't just one thing, that aging has touched many, many different sectors of public life. And so when we say a call for change, California has been calling for that change in many ways, but change is difficult because it's change, from my vantage point, right, change for you is great, but if I have to be involved in that change, it can be really tough. And so the Master Plan for Aging says we're all involved in that change, and let's set the vision of where we want to go. So we had had, as I shared, we had had a number of different legislators over the time. The Legislative Analyst's Office, many different commissions call for what can we do to break down the fragmentation of care and those individual silos in the spirit of aging services. And frankly, it hadn't gone beyond those reports that kind of sat on the shelf. And we felt really strongly that we needed to have both partnership with the legislature and the governor to call forth this concept of a master plan for aging. And in 2018, we had a great opportunity in the sense that we had a gubernatorial race that was not having an incumbent in it, which was a great opportunity to say, let's put aging on the map. Let's put it as a priority during the governor's race. And so the SCAN Foundation, along with another philanthropy down in San Diego called West Health, we created a platform called We Stand with Seniors, and funded a whole body of polling work to speak about where is the general California population's interest on aging issues. The polling firm needed to do the analysis 3 or 4 times because he could not believe the high numbers of people responding over and over and over again in every question about how much they wanted California to have a plan on aging, how relevant aging was to their own families' lives, how this touched them in a very personal way, and they wanted to see California's leadership take this on. We did the poll also 2 different times and continued to see across racial ethnic groups, across age groups, across party status, across rural and urban, this high 70s and 80% of folks saying we want to have a master plan for aging. So when you have those kind of polling numbers in an election year, governor candidates listen. And we were very excited to have both the Republican and the Democratic candidate at that time call for a master plan for aging, which was very exciting, something that had never happened in the state. There had never been a discussion at that particular political level about what does aging mean for our state. We were able to catalyze that by having Governor Newsom, who came in to continue to speak to those issues. But in the meantime, the legislature was very active because they were seeing this trend of a gubernatorial candidate, something they had never done, speak about aging issues, and they frankly wanted to get ahead of the curve. And a little bit healthy competition, I think, between the executive branch and the legislative branch in California. And so what we saw was a number of legislators put forth master plan for aging legislation in very early in the year. This listing of 5 on the screen gives you a sense of just some of the engagement and interest, but with tremendous amount of sign-on in each of these bills. And just to give you a sense of it, the first bill by Senator Hannah Beth Jackson was about the parameters of creating a master plan for aging, so kind of setting up a legislative architecture, which we would be happy to share that information with you if it would be helpful about what it is that was called for as the elements and domains of a master plan. The remaining bills, the remaining 4 bills were speaking to what are the elements they wanted to make sure were in a master plan for aging. So make sure that consideration of affordable and accessible housing is part. Make sure that there was a state level reorganization, something that had been called for in California for years, about creating a Department of Community Living as inside of our state to pull together different state offices in ways to really catalyze this concept of community living as people grow older. Statewide implementation of a universal assessment so that when we assess people for various public programs that we're using a core set of indicators and measurement tools inside that so that we have a better sense of who are those folks inside of California who have need for publicly funded services. And as well as workforce and family caregiver support issues to make sure that all of those were components inside of a master plan. In addition, Governor Newsom continued to stay true to his promise to call for a master plan for aging after he was elected. And in his very first State of the State, which as I was looking at the date yesterday, I was like, oh my gosh, that was a year ago. On February 12th, 2019, he called to very loud and very credibly that it's time for California to have a master plan on aging in the state, which was truly exciting for us to see that level of leadership. That was catalyzed even further in June when he put forth an executive order. Again, I think a little bit of healthy competition in some ways between the legislature and the executive branch that he didn't want to be completely, I think, usurped by the legislative branch, and instead worked with them and created much from all of the bills that were put forth to say, let's put a master plan on aging for the table in California, and continues to have legislative support and engagement through that process, which is very exciting to see the 2 branches of government working so actively together. That executive order called forth that California would have a plan by October 2020, and let's move to the next slide, with multiple elements of that plan. First of all, I think the most critical element that was called for in legislation and that was catalyzed inside the executive order is that the plan will ultimately be developed and truly owned by a cabinet level work group. That the state owns this aspect of a plan for aging, and that their spirit of their work is engaging stakeholder input in that, but that this is California's master plan for aging, as opposed to what had been done historically as calls for different reports that were buried in many ways inside of stakeholder processes, but not truly owned by the state itself, and led forth both from all different parties. That cabinet level work group involves every single agency, and that's the highest level in California. Every single agency has a seat at that table, which is beyond exciting for us to see all the different entities who have ownership over government processes be involved in that cabinet level work group. It is advised strongly by a robust and comprehensive stakeholder advisory committee that has about 30 members on that committee from folks outside of government to give advisement on all the various aspects of that kind of a plan that helps create goals and outcomes. And in your packet on the website is a one-pager about what are California's goals for a master plan for aging, and we put that forth there for you to take a look at kind of how the state is framing that vision. There are two very particular subcommittees that were called forth in the executive order that came directly from comments inside of the legislation. One was to have a subcommittee with a particular eye on long-term services and supports. Recognizing the critical role that the state has in funding Medicaid-related programs and the touch points to both the home and community-based side of services as well as inside the nursing home industry. And they wanted to have particular vantage point of views around the whole range of long-term services and supports and what should we be thinking about as part of a master plan for aging on this end. However, the master plan is way bigger than just long-term services and supports, and you'll see that inside of the goals that is on the sheet on the website. Lastly, Lastly, the executive order called forth a research subcommittee, recognizing that we probably don't have all the data that we want inside of California to see how well we're doing on a master plan, as well as we need to have some measurables that were part of the executive order to think about how do we start to learn how well we're doing as a state in order to move forward over a 10-year window. And so the research subcommittee, which I sit on along with many of my university colleagues across the state, the conversation there is to help create that early dashboard about how do we track progress on meeting the goals of aging well and living well in California, something frankly you all are very much ahead of us on and we'll get to see in a moment. And so that gives a little bit of a window just in terms of some of the pieces that California is working on. One of the other pieces inside of your packet that's on the website is an analysis of other states who already have a master plan for aging, including Colorado, Washington, Minnesota, and Connecticut, and looking at those pieces so that you can see how do other states conceptualize this concept of a master plan. We also recently learned that Massachusetts has moved forward on this kind of a concept as well, and they have a robust website which we'll send to you and your staff so you can have that as part of your background. So at this point, we'd love to turn to our analysis of the state of Vermont to give you a little window into what, using this lens, using this perspective, what we see is already here in the foray in Vermont, many of the pieces and building blocks for a master plan, and then how that might be converted into something further. And so just to give you a window into the consultation review, I had the great pleasure of meeting President Pro Tem Tim Ash at a meeting in, I think it was either Miami or New Orleans. There's a group called the Reforming States Group that is funded by the Milbank Memorial Fund that has 3 meetings in the fall, and I went and presented on a master plan to all 3 of those meetings. And President Pro Tem Ash came up to me afterwards and he said, I think we might have one of these, master plans on aging. And I said, well, that would be great. I'd love to see it. And so he said, would you be willing to look, because I offered to the whole group, if anybody'd like us to look at what their state's doing, he said, would you be willing to look at what we have in the state of Vermont? And I said, we'd be delighted to look and see what you have in the state of Vermont and learn from you and to see, you know, how close do you fit the criteria that we have for a master plan. And again, this no charge for this. This was our own consultation and great learning experience as a foundation. And so we looked at what he sent, which was the state plan on aging, as well as we found many, many state reports and other pieces of legislation that you all have moved on very judiciously over time. And our findings ultimately are that you've developed many strategy and framing documents that have key ingredients that could be woven into a master plan for aging. So at this time, colleague and policy analyst at the SCAN Foundation, Megan Burke, is going to walk through what the pieces are that we found And I would again just remind you that this is our very humble review of your documents from your website. We did not speak to any administrative officials. We didn't speak to, frankly, any of you and your colleagues. And we did that with a very particular intention of that we took that consumer's view, meaning that they're just going to go to the website and see what they see. And we wanted to share with you that vantage point. And so you all may see, much deeper than what we have. We are delighted and honored and look forward to learning from you. But this is what we see. And Megan, take it away.
Thank you, Gretchen. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a cold. All right. So this slide is a list of the different resources, the documents that I reviewed and the analysis. I'm not going to go through the list in detail right here. The following slides kind of highlight different aspects of the different reports. But wanted to have a nice solid list of the resources. So we started with the State Plan on Aging, because that's what was asked of us. And the State Plan on Aging is a report or this measurable framework that every state has to do. And it's related predominantly to the Older American Act funded programs. And what I really appreciated when I was looking through it is actually how person-oriented the language was. And how person-oriented the goals are. It's definitely data-driven. And it was a really great resource for pointing me in the direction towards all these other documents, all these rich documents. But it's really primarily focused on that one funding source, right? So the next thing I looked at was Dale's scorecard, as you can see here. And that was just super exciting to see. I just was like, oh my gosh, there's data and it's visible and it's easy to understand and holy cow. And again, very person-oriented outcomes and program measures. I did notice it's primarily focused on health and long-term services and supports. What was great is that it combined the outcomes from the State Plan on Aging incorporated with other priorities from Dale into one single reporting format. There's the accountability there. And one of the things I thought about when I was looking at it is, I wonder what the level of stakeholder engagement was. Like who came up, who decided on these outcomes? Did we talk to the people and they were like, here's something that's really important for us to measure. That wasn't clear. The Dale mission statement was right there, smack in the state plan for aging, and person-oriented, loving the principles that are put forth. That is really a core that you build your programs around. Respect, independence, choice. There's obviously a value system here that is guiding the work that you all do. We looked at Act 186, the Outcomes Bill, as that established, I believe, the outcome measures or the requirement for like the Dale scorecard. What's great about that is the accountability piece in there, right? It requires that annual report. I think a lot of times, especially in California, when we would look at those calls for change and groups that would come together with really great recommendations and these reports, the piece that was missing was that reporting out, that accountability, that how do we get this moving? Everybody has a lot of great ideas, but how do we make it actionable? And in the bill itself, there was language for one specific outcome that addressed older adults and basically Vermont's elders, people with disabilities, and people with mental conditions live with dignity and independence in settings they prefer. It was great to see older adults called out in a piece of legislation as a target population. So then there was, I had seen the Dale scorecards, saw the reference to the legislation. I'm like, there's some broader outcomes report for the whole state. And it does incorporate aspects of the Dale scorecard. Again, it's person-oriented. I noticed that on the website, of the 10 outcomes that are listed, 2 of those outcomes do have aging-specific measures, so it was nice to see aging starting to make its way in. Again, stakeholder engagement, a little unclear. And then there was Act 172 that got the Older Vermonters Act Working Group going. I'm sure you're pretty familiar with that. Right? And when I did this initial analysis, the work group hadn't submitted its report yet. So I was just kind of working off of some of the framework that was on the website and really appreciated seeing how comprehensive the work group was thinking as far as all those different aspects of daily life and how our needs kind of interact together. So financial security, health and wellness, right? Social connection and engagement. I think we often focus on health and long-term services and supports, and there's a lot more to each of us than our health and things that we want to do with our lives. So then there was the working group, and it was great to see the broad stakeholder representation in that working group, you know, all the way from the state staff to older adults themselves and caregivers. The recommendations, I got a chance to kind of go through them a little bit, and seeing again that I found it interesting. I love that the recommendations addressed what was required in the law, and then had all those extra recommendations that were said that that's not enough. There's all this important work that also needs to be done, and that they were empowered to include. That's fantastic. Again, the feel and the framework of the report is person-oriented. We're looking at the person, not necessarily, you know, program specific. We're really trying to think about what's the older adult's experience, right, living in Vermont. Great data sources, and again, as I said before, representing that intersection of basic human needs. So we're here today for H611. Take a look, and it was great to see that the bill incorporates the principles from the framework from the working group. They were very thoughtful, person-oriented, again, really focused on what's the individual's experience. We see that the bill outlines, again, Dale's responsibilities, the Area Agency on Aging's responsibilities, adding a few more requirements to the State Plan on Aging, so making it a little bit more than just Older American Act dollars. But again, it focused, the bill so far is focused predominantly on health and community-based services, so is there a broader viewpoint that we can have? Also notice it's focused on kind of the most vulnerable or low-income kind of individuals and not the broader older adult population. One of the other documents that then as I was, you know, fumbling through the website, came across the state strategic plan. So I'm like, oh, there's another strategic document we're thinking. And obviously this came through the governor's executive order. And it was great to see, again, that focus on measuring and reporting outcomes on a regular basis, that there's accountability to the departments. But the thing was, I looked through it because I really was scouring to see where is aging in all of this. It wasn't really apparent where aging issues fit. Or I could figure out where they might fit, but it was not communicated. And the breakthrough indicators that I could see, there was nothing directly related to aging. And so as we talk about a population that is aging, and we know that, well, as Gretch said, we're all aging, you know, that should be intertwined in there somehow. And it doesn't always have to be, you know, blatant aging, da-da-da-da, but there should be something. So I looked at all these documents with these 5 elements that Gretch had reviewed in mind, just to kind of see, you know, where those elements fit. And here, we're just going to kind of go through each one. The first element is state leadership. Obviously, you got a legislature that's engaged. There's several pieces of legislation or bills that look at aging and really thinking strategically about the future. You have a governor that thinks strategically, and from what I could tell on the website, does have person-oriented values. Seems like thinking about, again, the Vermonters' experience. So there's a value system there. And then with the administration, seeing the leadership with the principles that have been put forth, how those were incorporated into the state plan on aging, understanding that those really were a foundation probably for the working group, and then they just built upon that. And then just the accountability in the Dale scorecard and the leadership that is shown through that. And what we see is missing in the leadership part is really just that call for a comprehensive master plan on aging. So like, there's definitely these elements, there's interest. You have these strengths, but how do we take this and just lift it up to the next level? So the second element, priorities are ranked and data driven, definitely. You guys, you're great at that. You use a variety of reliable data sources to develop and track your outcomes, and it was great the transparency in the sources that I saw. Again, love the scorecard. I think the first time I went through and just saw like basic reporting out, and then the next time I went in, I was like, oh, you can open this up and you can see what the data source was. Oh, and some of these there's analysis, you know. And it was, you know, oh, I can see how maybe they're working with another department maybe here. And so the transparency in that was, for me, I guess, a bit of a data geek. It was exciting. But I go back to what's missing again, and it's like you're almost there, but we still say that visible, cohesive platform, right, where all the data and the priorities are easily accessed by everyone, the policymakers, your state staff, your researchers, and the public. So they don't have to go through and search everything the way I did or have this interesting little winding path through, that it's readily evident and easy to access. Element 3, comprehensive. So many of the priorities in the Dale scorecard and the state plan on aging touch on different aspects of our lives, right? Obviously the health and LTSS. There's touch points to housing, touch points to employment. I'd like to see where everybody's thinking about how do we keep older adults engaged in employment, but also how do we think about the workforce. So there's all these little touch points. But they still appear to be connected to probably specific funding sources. And it's, yeah, and I think it could be a little bit broader in the thinking. When we think about what's missing, we did see a lack of connection across state departments beyond Dale. There were some touch points, I think I saw with an outcome related to transportation. There might be some work going on with Department of Transportation, but it's not. It doesn't appear to be kind of an expectation and part of the culture. I don't know. Population planning, regardless of socioeconomic status, we often focus our attentions on, you know, what is the state funding? That's your role. But as Gretch said before, how do we think broader? And then I didn't really see much touching on long-term care financing. One of the caveats here, I didn't list the working group report here. The list of recommendations definitely is very comprehensive, but it's not something that's in action yet, and they're recommendations, and there are actionable steps on them yet. So I think there is the right thinking and going in the right direction, but didn't really include it in this list yet because it still needs to be acted upon. Stakeholder involvement, you know, state plan on aging, there's the stakeholder surveys, focus groups, in-depth interviews that's required in the process. And then the Older Vermonters Act working group, again, comprised of a number of stakeholders, well represented. And I think most importantly included the individuals themselves, right? Family, caregivers, and older adults themselves. Really strong, but what we see missing is taking that stakeholder engagement like to the next step. So it's creating that actionable plan. You've begun to identify issues and some solutions, but engaging the stakeholders as you move forward with implementing recommendations and prioritizing. And element 5, the accountability. State plan on aging, 4-year plan, has its measurable outcomes to report on. And then you've got your scorecard again and the outcomes report that are reported annually, have your measurable goals, and like I said before, great information, making it very transparent. What's missing, again, going back to that, just that visible, cohesive platform that reports the outcomes, that's in Vermonter-friendly language. So, you know, myself going, or someone from the public being able to see what is the value system, what's important in Vermont, what are the guiding principles, and what are we doing to get there, and how are we measuring that success? So just kind of bringing it all together. I'm gonna send it back over to Gretchen.
So just a kind of a quick synthesis, obviously lots of strengths across the main elements with leadership, a focus on person-oriented values with lots of data-driven priorities and accountability. And I think in terms of the opportunities for improvement, which is where we're seeing where the next steps can go from, whether it be this body in tandem with other committees as you see relevant or inside of the executive branches, to move forward to that call for this, a much more visible, cohesive platform where all these pieces are coming together and creates a visible kind of vision point for aging in the state, from more of a 10-year window as opposed to, or 10 or more year window as opposed to a 4-year window, and setting out those priorities, goals, and strategies that all elements from the public and the private sector can get behind to move forward with a very activated stakeholder engagement path to move that forward. And I think that the Older Vermonters Working Group really pushed you over the line of having you know, a great score in our mind on that stakeholder engagement process, particularly as we started to go through the recommendation set that was beyond what was called out from the legislation, but really kind of pushing that conversation forward to add so many of the other elements of what life, the components of life to be added into a plan moving forward. And so our recommendation is that Vermont craft that highly visible public-facing platform that incorporates and communicates a vision, goals, strategies, and outcomes to support aging well in Vermont. And it's not just about creating a website, so please don't hear me say that. But it is about, because it can be easily interpreted as that, but it's the process that gets to that place of saying, who are we as Vermonters who want to age and live well here in this great state, and what is the vision that we are seeking towards, and all the elements of kind of what is the movement forward of great life here, regardless of age, health, or ability. And that the visible platform of that certainly can be a visible website, but it is a document that all can see and all can participate in their own unique ways, including the legislature and the executive branch of today and tomorrow beyond that. And so, how do you get started? These are humble recommendations of ways to take the next steps action. I'm sure you may have many other considerations, but we would see that it would be the legislature and or the governor calling for a master plan on aging process and platform. It doesn't necessarily have to be a really long experience. I think in California, our governor has basically gave it about 15 months, and part of that is we've been talking about it for a really long time and needed to have that next steps push from leadership and to get to a place of setting clear priorities and moving forward. And so given all of the elements, all of the capacity, all of the knowledge base that you all already have here in the state as shown through all of these documents, we actually don't believe it would take a very long time at all. And it is about taking so many of the pieces that can feel a little bit buried down in the administrative architecture from a consumer's point of view and gathering them together and lifting them up. And creating a message architecture around that in using Vermonter-friendly language. And you all know how to do that way better than us folks on the West Coast. But that people want to hear from you in the ways in which you speak about living and aging well here in the great state of Vermont. And there is already that existing person-oriented principle platform, the goals and principles that are in the Dale State Unit on Aging report that feel a little bit buried right now, but that's an amazing starting point to kind of catapult that vision set and bring it, up front and forward, as opposed to, certainly there are required documents that need to be done for federal funding, but there's so much great content in there that could be the early base plate about what your goals, values, and perspectives are to set your vision for what does aging look like here in the state. You have a great opportunity to continue to push forward and expand on the Older Vermonters Working Group and all the other stakeholder engagement to help shape around the edges as you bring all of these pieces together to make it something really visible, credible, and polished. And make planning for population aging a part of Vermont's culture. My experience of the people I know who were born and raised in Vermont is that this is the place where they want to stay. This is the place where they want to live. And being visible and active in that conversation says that folks are heard inside of their elected bodies. And that's infused, an aging lens is infused across all departments. That it's not about that transportation has to only focus on aging, but that if someone goes to them and has a particular need that is kind of from the lens of aging, that they get it. They know what the goals and the priorities and the mission is, and they can speak to that in an effective way. That the housing department can speak to that in an effective way. That consumer affairs or whatever your licensing bodies can speak to what are they doing to promote healthy wellness and aging here in the state of Vermont, so that everybody has that ownership of aging being everybody's business. And that as you pull these pieces together, have a clear statement of impact on older adults through general population goals. Obviously, we thought it was lovely inside of the state strategy document with an acknowledgement of protecting the most vulnerable. It's very easy from a historical standpoint to think about older adults as part of that most vulnerable group. But as we all know, aging has a full range of heterogeneity of need in it, for folks who have lots of needs to folks who have no daily living needs and are living like all of us here in the room. And so thinking about what does aging well look like across all populations can be infused through that general population vantage point for the state strategic plan. And so we'll just return to the 3 points that leading states, and we believe Vermont is one of them, has a master plan for aging, and we think it's a great opportunity to take the next step in that place because you have so many pieces to build from so far, and we would love to see you taking your pacesetter status as a pace-setting state on aging and long-term services and supports and push it even further to a call for a master plan for aging. Inside of the documents that you have on the website, in addition to this PowerPoint deck, are the goals that California is working on, so you can see that for your consideration, as well as a shorter Word document that has effectively a summary of the strengths, challenges, and recommendation to all of you that you can share as you wish with some resources that live underneath that. And with that, the presentation part of today's convening is complete, and we welcome any questions or thoughts or dialogue that you have. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it says something, at least speaking for my committee, that people were listening and paying attention and not interrupting you, which is sort of our regular way of doing it.
I don't think we've ever done that before.
We're deeply honored.
I did warn them. But so, I don't know if you want to say anything, and then if we're going to just open it up for questions.
I don't know. I just want to say thank you. This is extremely well done and very thoughtful. We look forward to receiving the bill from the House so that we can, we always make improvements, right? Whichever way it goes. But can I ask a simple, a short question?
Anyone can ask questions.
Oh, good. Thank you. So, as you were talking about increasing stakeholder participation and including in that going across all the silos of government, and knowing what the goal is, and encouraging the mission statement to be fully realized, how do we keep how do you how do you control the size of this? I mean, without it becoming behemoth. I can see this just reaching out into every little nook and cranny of both the state and state government. So, any thoughts on how the stakeholder groups can be managed effectively so that we end up with something that is contained, doable?
I think that's a great question, and different states have done it different ways. I can share with you the current process that California is doing. California chose to very deliberately, inside of what was legislation and then effectively turned into an executive order, to have a stakeholder advisory committee that was the main convening point group. That was a 30-member body that meets on a regular basis at this point in time to give feedback, and it represents a panoply of perspectives from housing, from long-term services and supports, from mental health, from transportation, kind of all the way across the board within this 30-member body. And people, we really saw it in terms of, where the state folks decided to get this representation is to make sure that there was depth in the bench of each one of those individuals. So it really is like the 30 big leaders in the state who have worked across many, many different domains and can bring that perspective to bear. Then having some subcommittee work across that from the long-term services supports and the research side. And then the state decided that the best way to garner feedback in an open way, but also in a manageable way, was basically to create effectively an inbox. And that having some folks in the team to kind of sift through that and seek themes of the emails coming in. California was a bit more concerned about having breadth of voices as opposed to containment. And also I should acknowledge that one of the things that came up through the main stakeholder advisory work group, given the extensive diversity that California experiences, was to have an equity work group alongside of that to make sure that we got voices from kind of all of the main racial ethnic communities, of various types of culture, rural, urban, tribal communities, kind of LGBT communities, you name it, to have voices across the board, and making sure that those voices were heard through the process as well. So while I think the question about containment really is from the lens of where one sits in the middle of that process, but I think right now we felt like inflow of ideas was really important, and being able to sort and acknowledge what are the different themes that are coming through that to then bring it back to the cabinet level work group.
Can I add a little bit?
Please.
So there's the subcommittees for research and long-term services and supports, but not all the goal areas have subcommittees. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things that the state decided, I would say fairly recently, is to do like webinar Wednesdays or whatever. And so they take a different theme and have the experts in that area. So housing was, one Wednesday, and it's an hour long. But that's put out there. Anybody can join. The experts talk and they field questions, and then people can submit comments via the website that they have or this email in response to what that presentation and whatnot was. And another thing that we did early on with Greater Good Studios that I found really valuable as a foundation, we wanted to hear. We really wanted to learn from folks on the ground, like what they value and what's important to them. And so as the state was even trying to decide that we were going to do a master plan on aging, we had funded a project with Greater Good Studios, just kind of what they're like.
They're a human-centered design firm that does kind of on-the-ground, almost anthropological research of various communities kind of across the health and human services sector, and we brought them into California in order to hear the aging experience from on the ground in 3 different communities, and then to host 3 different design sessions, getting the voices of older adults and family caregivers to the foray to, again, garner more feedback in that process. So I think it doesn't necessarily respond directly to your kind of containment point, but we thought More was better, and what, of course, I think what's critical is that the themes are many of the themes resonant that you all have articulated in terms of respect and equity and responsiveness, and those themes continue to emerge in unique and various ways.
Thank you.
One of the things, so we were meeting about H611 just before this, and one of the things that we were struggling with was the expansiveness that Senator Lyons just spoke about, and trying to figure out, how narrow or broad H611 becomes is, but I think for me, I think helping to think about sort of a master plan concept, which I think is something that Representative Noyes and I have been thinking more about, not with that language, but it is helpful. It's a helpful framework for us, and I don't know if we'll totally get to it in H611, but I think the other aspects of state government that impact on all of us as we age, like in transportation or housing and community development and things like that, they have aspects of what I heard you say are helpful to have in a master plan on aging, but I think exactly what you said, we need to dig them up, elevate them, and have them be present and visible through this process of a master plan. So, because I know we have a lot of focus on those things in Vermont, maybe not sufficient and maybe not measurable enough, but I think that would help us to elevate those things. And we do need to, work with the governor's office on messaging. We talk about that all the time.
Thank you for your comment, and if I may reflect a little bit on an experience for me inside California that I've been working in California on these topics for about 30 years now, and the master plan call has been this amazing stone soup exercise. If you think about the metaphor of the stone soup, and communities who feel like I don't have anything to feed in my family or in my community, and somebody puts forth a big pot of boiling water and puts a stone in the middle of it. I'm glad I have fellow nodders around that. And the carrots and the potatoes and the beef bone and the onion, proverbially, that have come out of this process are things that I've never seen before. There are data that were inside of the Department of Finance about aging trajectory and trends that I have never seen before. And my colleagues who've been in this business 10, 15 years longer than I have never seen that data before, because it sat inside the Department of Finance's office. And it's public data, but nobody knew that somebody had really thought about those pieces and analyzed them in that way. And they said, oh yeah, we'd love to present, and we'll, hand these slides over. And I'm looking at these slides thinking, this is so instructive for us to think about California's aging population. And that has happened over and over and over again, simply by the call for a master plan for aging. The stuff that's inside of the Public Health Department database that has connectivities to transforming systems of care for both healthy and vulnerable older adults, again, never seen before until the pot of boiling water was put out in the middle of the community square. And it's that value, in addition to people working and collaborating in ways that, frankly, usually butt heads in the stakeholder community, and we are not seeing that at all, because they all want to make sure that their value and their perspective is inside the master plan. But this is not about setting up program streams. It's not about setting up service streams. It's about setting up the vision and the goals and the strategies across elements of public life in its biggest sense, about where do we want our state to go, and bringing information to bear on that. This is not about creating a budget stream. That's also very, very important for me to communicate, that in terms of the master plan itself, it will generate budget streams and consideration of service lines and connectivities beyond that, or thinking about how do we use the budget that we already have allocated and down the road. But it in and of itself is not about setting up a budget line or budget stream. So just wanted to share that, so thank you.
What is California, like 50 times the population of Vermont? I can see advantages and disadvantages being small and being large. Could you just comment on the differences in scale?
Sure. I think 50 is probably conservative in terms of this. I thank you for that. Yes, I mean, you know, we lovingly call it the country of California sometimes inside of the state, let alone the country of Los Angeles, you know, a whole other aspect. And so I think, you know, in terms of an opportunity that comes out of that California is willing to set forth a vision about what does aging look like in the state over a 10-year period is tremendous. And it's a huge endeavor, to say the very least. And so, you know, one thought is as well, if California is willing to put this kind of marker down, we would hope that other states would as well. I think there is opportunity one opportunity in a smaller state is, but similar to California, is all the major stakeholder players already know each other. And that can be good and that can be challenging in different ways. I would also say that there are probably many stakeholders who have never thought about this, have never thought about what their work does in an aging context. And I don't know who they are here to call them out, but I can just tell you that kind of our effective Bureau of Economic Development, they didn't really think about aging necessarily. That transportation has thought a lot about bullet trains and a lot about really massive scale infrastructure, but that hasn't necessarily thought about how do we bring that to communities and the aging lens in those communities. And you all have your same issues, just like we do in that sense at a different scale. I think there probably could be something more challenging in a small state, but in many ways I think you could probably get it done quicker because you have A, so much groundwork already done, and B, it's probably about incorporating 10 to 15% of new players who haven't thought about this, and you probably know who those players are in the big macro scheme of things. Or you could get to them as who are the top 10 players that are the advocates in other committees who never come to your committees. And ask them, what do you think about aging in your issue, whatever your issue is. And so, thank you.
You mentioned the issue of data, the importance of data, and I feel like one of the challenges that we're up against as a smaller state is aging IT infrastructure and the collection of data. And you know, just trying to underscore this everywhere we go, that we're as good as the data we collect. And I just, you know, has that been a priority in California where I mean, obviously you're dealing with a whole different scale, but I'm guessing that you're in agreement with that, but I'd just like you to talk more about the data piece.
I'm very happy to. In many ways, we have incredibly challenging data, IT infrastructure, measurability, information gathering, maybe different ways than Vermont has, but challenging in its own right. We have something called the California Health Interviews Survey, and there is a paucity of aging questions inside of that, and to add aging questions inside of that is very expensive for any given unit. So in many ways, we have something that's really rich available to us, yet we don't have any aging lens on that. And so to add the aging lens is complicated and problematic. And that's macro survey data as opposed to something that may be more delivery or site specific as well. And so part of the research subcommittee's work is about making recommendations to the state, to the cabinet level work group about what do we really need to have and to know in that 10-year window for us to say how well are we doing. And so I think what we feel incredibly encouraged by in terms of taking that widespread macro look at Vermont is the work that the team at Dale has done to create the Vermont scorecard so far has been incredibly resourceful of using information that you have in the state and information that is coming from outside sources, like incorporating the long-term services and support scorecard measure in your scorecard measure. Needless to say, as we funded that product, we were really thrilled that you all used it. Like, yay! It's being used. But so part of it is making recommendations about if we really want to measure these things, what do we need to do that? But this is also a place of looking at as creating a vision about what do you want the information set to be, because my guess is that there are a number of private sector players in the state through healthcare delivery systems or health plans or other kinds of entities, transportation authorities, that already have data systems and could add that 1 to 2 meaningful things that would really give you a lens into how well are they addressing the needs of an aging population from their vantage point. So I think this is that space of saying, here's where we want to go, what can everyone bring to the table to make that happen? And again, so it's not all landed here on state government, but you're setting the vision of success.
So I actually moved here from California 40 years ago, and I moved to a town of 1,000 people, and the thing that most surprised me was that government was all done by volunteers at that level, whether it's school board, select board, everything. And so what that has meant on a practical level is that we use retirees, because they're the people who have the time to do the job right. So that, to me, that puts a really different lens on aging, because I see our retirees as a resource in the state.
Very much. I love that. Thank you for sharing that. And from that perspective of coming into the state, it would be so awesome to have a master plan for aging that calls that out in the principle set very high up and very visible, because it's that kind of nuance about what you're seeing here that that should be cherished and celebrated at a statewide, visible level. So thank you.
You talked about you were talking about a master plan, and California. It sounds like it was made possible through ultimately an executive order, and then you referenced Massachusetts is doing that. Now, is that emanating from an executive order, or is that emanating from a department or agency, or from legislation?
That's a great example.
I believe that was an executive order that started that. I just kind of dove into that really just the other day. But if I remember correctly, I believe it was established through an executive order.
I think at the end run, we've seen many states move to that place of an executive order, kind of really pushing it forward and making a call. I would say that from in the Colorado instance, in the Connecticut instance, and in the Minnesota instance, what we have seen were a lot of activity through the legislature to bring that visibility and really draw it up from people and stakeholders to get to that place. So I think different places, different entities go through kind of different processes. And you all know what would work best here in Vermont, but I think there is a place of that championing leadership, and how that could come through on the legislative side would be wonderful and amazing. So
I mean, it's a both and. I mean, in the sense that if it's an executive order, it only lives as long necessarily as the executive in charge. And if it's from the legislature and it's put in the green or white books, it exists whether or not the people around this table are here or not.
I think that's the most important piece of a master plan, wherever it emanates from, is that while different processes can catapult the development of it, that it ultimately lives in its own and is codified, shall you say, in whatever way is the most appropriate inside of the state government, for it to have life and it to have resonance, and to be visible and distributed and shared, as particularly as each legislative session comes through, and any type there is priority setting for the state in whatever way, that it is called out, carried forth, and visibly revisited. So it's saying, yep, we've called out our priorities, and here's where they are.
I want to ask if there's any from the legislators? Any question? Yeah.
Thanks for coming in. It's very enlightening. I know how much work these people have put in on this thing. And I'm wondering, I think we could have a conversation in the committee about this and adding maybe something in this vehicle that we have now with setting up some kind of an infrastructure to get that done. But I don't think we can get into too much more than that. But it would get it started, and it would be, I love these one-liners, you know, setting up, blah, blah, blah. Then start working on it in the summer and go from there. I don't think we can jump into the water fully, but I think we've got a vehicle where we could start something like this if the committee thought it was okay, and because we don't want to lose what we're doing now. You know what I mean?
Thanks, Tom.
Welcome.
Other questions or comments? There is this part of me that wants to, because you are here, if there is someone in the audience who would like to ask a question, to take full advantage before they leave for the plane.
I'm Angela Smith-Jang. I work at Dale. I helped write the state plan on aging. And I was curious if any of the states that have developed a master plan or are developing a master plan use their state plan on aging as the foundation for that and build it out from there, or if it's a completely separate kind of a deal. Because the Older Americans Act State Plan on Aging, part of the dance we were doing with it was trying to create like a vision, but at the same time recognize we can only, we're funded to do this, and this is what we're required to report around, right? So it's that question, and I was curious what other states have done and how they try to align these two different plans.
Sure, that's a wonderful question. And I think that's how, ultimately how this conversation got started was a member of the legislature saying, tell us about the state plan on aging from your perspective. I will acknowledge that while I have not read every state's state plan on aging, I am fairly clear that there are better and not so great plans. And what I mean by not so great is that they meet the letter of the law and are the accountability document to the Older Americans Act funds in that way. And yours is not. Yours is a really beautifully written document that puts the person very squarely in the center. It remains true to your funding source and meeting those objectives, but goes well beyond that in terms of expressing values and continuity to the best of what you have to kind of work with inside the aspect of your office. And so I think there's an amazing opportunity to take the pieces that you have and truly lift them up and out, because right now all of that is inside of one department. And we see it as an opportunity to bring it up and move it further. I would say, I don't know the full history of Minnesota, but my guess is, if I were to put a nickel down, it would be that Minnesota recognized that they were doing all of this work on their state plan on aging, and it wasn't going as far as that they wanted it to be. And they recognized the need to set forth deeper and longer-standing values across things well beyond the funding streams they had control of, and they were able to get buy-in from other departments to say, let's build a plan that's with us but well beyond us, and that we can still address all of our AOA, ACL, Older Americans Act funding requirements in, and so that they did it in that evolutionary spirit. So kudos, first of all, thanks.
Monica.
So first a comment and a question. I love that you were calling out the RBA work and the accountability work, primarily because the beauty of RBA is that it recognizes places where you have a direct responsibility and direct accountability, but also recognizes there are places where you contribute only to the goal and require other contributors and participants. And so I think that that's really the strength of that mechanism, and that's something that state government and the legislature has really stepped behind and is supportive of. So I thought that's a great vehicle. My question is, when you have been looking at the master plans on aging and the states that are doing those, do they correlate with states that have also sought the age-friendly state designation?
So I'd say that there's a little bit crossover, but not a ton of crossover. Massachusetts,
yeah, and Colorado. So with the age-friendly designation, right? There's the piece of we're going to pursue this, a commitment to pursue it versus the implementation, right? And I would say when I was looking through it briefly, like Massachusetts has their plan, but they started a master plan for aging and incorporated that into their, I think, into forming their age-friendly. Is I think how it started, or it might have been aligned.
It's go the other way though, right? Because I feel like the designation requires a planning process that I would imagine would, because that's something that we've been exploring, and so I'm just sitting here thinking, gosh, we met recently with ACCB, which is our housing entity. We met recently with transportation to make sure that if we were to pursue this, and they would be on board, and they are very enthusiastic.
I think it's this really great kind of housekeeping seal of approval, and that you get to message around that if you were to receive age-friendly state designation, you get to say that, and then the process by which you are working to get that designation and all the work that you've already done can actually catapult forward relative to the plan. So it's like there are these aligned and parallel processes that aren't the same, but they feed off of each other and they build that capacity and those relationships in order to get that kind of buy-in. Because I also believe for age-friendly designation, you have to get a higher level letter, seal of approval, right? So that's a great way of championing across all of the leadership bodies.
I mean, part of it for us is the leveraging, right? Because one of the dilemmas of a state that's the size of one of your towns is, there are 3 people in our state that are on aging.
Right.
So we really are trying to work smarter as well as harder.
And that's a great expression of the opportunities for leveraging of kind of bringing more people in the boat, not to necessarily do Dale's work, but to say there are bigger outcomes than just what we're moving forth that meet the needs of a truly age-friendly universe here in Vermont. So,
and that was Monica Hutt, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right, because I think because not everyone may have known who you are, and we are being filmed or on tape so that people know to stand from what you're doing. I saw another hand. Please introduce yourself and for whom you are speaking.
Dale Hackett, Consumer Advocate. So San Juan Capistrano, Dana Point, LA, Pasadena, like Elsinore, Big Bear Lake. These are all very diverse areas, very different. You've got in San Juan Capistrano, you've got the Mission, you've got the Native American community, you got the Latino community. How are you going to work this with such the diversity of culture and then the layout, like you've got the gated communities, but then you've got the sprawl of the farms at the same time. You go to Lake Elsinore and you're suddenly rural, 3,500 feet up, and you're looking down at the town, like they're coming into land, but you're in a car. And it's a sheer cliff. So Big Bear Lake, you again switch into, I mean, you go from...
So your question is how are we dealing with diversity?
It's a wonderful question and a great description of the Southern California landscape upon which I am from. And so what we see and that is already sparking, so what I'm about to share isn't just Gretchen's dream, it actually is happening throughout California. is that there's a master plan for aging at the state level that sets forth goals and strategies and objectives and measurables, and that sets a template for counties, which are very powerful in our state, and cities to then do their own master plan for aging relative to the diversity and the experience that they bring to bear. And so instead of, because we have many cities who have gone for age-friendly city status, and they got to the place where they got the stamp, right? And then, but they didn't have a lot necessarily underneath that to move that forward. So I think you brought a really great point earlier that connects with this question here, is how that age-friendly is needed, but not necessarily sufficient to transform the landscape for an aging population. But we see that the master plan has a bigger vision point than that, and an executable opportunity within that then cities and counties can replicate that planning process for what does it look like on the ground. And we're seeing Ventura doing that at the county level. We're seeing Los Angeles do that at the county level. San Diego's been on a journey for a long time, and they're so excited that the state's setting a frame so that their planning processes actually marry up nicely with what the state kind of elements are. So we see it as an umbrella to then states, the cities and counties can kind of localize it in their own lives. So thank you.
And Gretchen and Megan, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. This is excellent information that's going to help Dale, and it's also going to help the House Human Services Committee and the Senate Health and Welfare Committee. I think we're all very enthusiastic about trying to work on the master plan and do what we can to include some of the comments that you've made. It's been really helpful, and we really appreciate your being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we're here, and we're happy to keep you posted on what happens in California and other states, and look forward to seeing where you all take this information. So have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your research. And House Human Services, could we be upstairs at 11?
And Senate Health and Welfare will be downstairs at 11.
All right, we're going to begin. The meeting will come to order. The first order of business is please introduce yourselves, starting with you, please, Heather.
Hello, Heather Boucher, Deputy Secretary for the Agency of Education, acting in Secretary French's stead.
Thank you.
He's out of town.
Thank you for being here. Peter.
Peter Peltz, Woodbury.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Savita Brashew, Williston.
Kathy Lavoie, Swanton.
Kim Gleason, Essex.
And on the telephone, we have
Oliver Olson, Londonderry.
That's good. Oliver, we can hear you loud and clear. It's great. And I'm John Carroll from Norwich. And we're expecting, I presume we're expecting Kyle, and I believe we're expecting, there's Kyle now. Welcome, Kyle. And we're expecting John O'Keefe shortly. I want to thank you all for being here. It was not an easy drive for many of you. Pretty slippery out there. So we will do our best to end the day at 4:30, mainly so our young colleague Sabina can get to her hockey game, which I think is pretty much a priority in life. And so Kyle can get back to his studies. Welcome, Kyle.
Oh, yeah.
I want to introduce the videographer who is at least taking care of us now. You shouldn't have too much difficulty remembering his name. His name is Colin Connor. There he is back there. We could call you Connor, Colin, if you prefer. But yeah, that would be great. Thank you for being here and for getting us set up. Are there any amendments to the agenda that anyone wishes to propose?
Wanted to change one on consent agenda.
Yes, we'll deal with that when we get to that, if you will. And so I think we are at the consent agenda. By the way, I would encourage you to, yes, all of them.
Yeah, sorry, if we could add an agenda item, I'd like to just talk briefly about the status of the merger of the two supervisory unions in the southwest corner of the state, the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union and the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union. And Heather may or may not be up to speed on that, but I'd at least like to have some brief discussion.
Yeah, Oliver, is that Reedsboro, Halifax, or something else?
No, that's Bennington, Arlington, Sandgate, et cetera, that region.
Okay. Let's see where we can shoehorn that conversation in. Does that need 10 minutes?
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes. I think I just really want to tee up for some further discussion at a future meeting.
Okay, good. Thank you. Well, remind me along the way if by noontime we haven't taken that up, remind me again, please. And so let us do the consent agenda. You have in front of you the consent agenda, and I would encourage you to use these motions if you can, or at least borrow from them. There's no straitjacket, but it's just a suggestion about the way these motions are usefully made. Is there a motion with regard to the consent agenda?
I would move approval except for holding out Mater Christi for later discussion.
Mater Christi?
Yes.
Okay. So it's been moved that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of Mater Christi, which would be held out for later discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Questions? So we understand then that you are approving the other, I think it's 5, approval requests, but for Mater Christi. Are you ready to vote? Those in favor of approving the consent agenda as modified, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it. You've accepted the consent agenda as modified with Mater Christi removed. Bill will talk later about when we might take that up. We'll have to maybe see who from the agency would be available to answer questions. Would that fall to you, Ms. Simmons? Okay. So and you'll be leaving at noontime. So we'll try to fit this in the morning before Ms. Simmons leaves, and she's the one who could answer any questions you have about Monte Cristi.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, shouldn't take too long.
All right, good. So, are there board announcements?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, Kim.
Would it make sense to do it right now?
I'd like to just get into the other stuff and then come back. Are there board announcements?
I'd just like a shout out for our former Connor and his work on the compressed video that he did for us.
Yeah.
I labored over this, and I had all these little, tiny excerpts, 5-second excerpts. He compiled it, I thought, in a masterful way that really did capture the spread of testimony. So he's no longer here, but certainly his work remains.
Oh, maybe you had time to scan through that. It was quite a nice précis of the day, reducing 3 hours to 50 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
And thank you. Any other comments or announcements?
One comment. The president's budget has been put forth, and he's asking for massive cuts in Title I. And for anybody who's looked at the weighting study, which says we should spend 3 times as much for children living in poverty, that hurts in the worst kind of place. Of course, the legislative process in Washington takes some long time, and where it'll come out is unknown. But it poses a real threat.
Thank you. Students, do you have a report? Kyle? Sabina?
No, not much. Proficiency-based learning, just coming off of that meeting in Rutland, there definitely had been some teachers that approached me and kind of were like, hey, didn't know you were on the board, and kind of they spoke to their opinions on it to me. And so it was kind of interesting to see people coming out of the woodworks with proficiency-based learning at my school after the meeting.
Yeah, after that meeting, anybody who did not know you were on the board knew it then. You were a great presence at that discussion. So it was great to have you both, you two, Kyle,
student voice,
and all of you who worked through that. That was a long, hard evening. I could feel elbows at me around 8:30. Like, can we get out of here? So you all did a great job, and Kim will talk with us in item J, I believe, this afternoon about. And Peter, too, can join in and where we go next with all that. I would just mention briefly in the chair's report that school construction aid is coming back up. There's so many schools that are need to expand or renovate or reconfigure. So the whole question of state aid for school construction is returning. I think it was, 2007 or thereabouts that construction aid was wound down. But it is worth noting that the foundation aid formula provides significant assistance in the debt service, since that's rolled into the cost of educating children in each district. So in any case, the House Education and House institutions had a joint meeting yesterday afternoon on this topic. The Secretary and I have been asked to come testify to House institutions on construction aid. Construction aid is, the rules for construction aid are set forth in our Rule 6000 series. And there are a couple key parts of that. One is a sort of a construction guidance document, and another is a financial capacity analysis form. And we're being asked whether those forms could be updated. And surely they can. My first take on it is that they could be updated without going into rulemaking. As we've witnessed in the last year, rulemaking can be a time-consuming and process. And if it can be avoided, and we can make these improvements in the documents without opening up the Rule 6000 series, that would be perhaps convenient. I think we just have to understand better what the specifics are, and then I think we have to seek some legal opinion about that as well. Peter?
On that subject, because of the moratorium, the question comes up, at least I posed it to Alice Emmons, in terms of what is our rulemaking process, since there is no longer any state, as such, state aid for school construction. And she's more than willing to talk to me. She said, and it's complicated. And,
Sure.
How many years has it been frozen?
It's right around there.
2003 or 7?
Yeah, or 4. You know, it's in that time frame.
Yeah.
I went in '06, and it might have been already set. It was right around there or earlier.
A lot of deferred maintenances.
And that's the big issue, might I say, in terms of VSA had a study group, and there was some talk about do we have a licensing or do we have an inspection system to look at these schools to see if they really warrant a lot of money to upgrade them, if there are other options. I mean, because there's been deferred maintenance. I know in our local regional high school, and it was built in the late '60s, early '70s. It hasn't. Most of their primary systems have never been upgraded, and it's and then you're talking lots and lots of money. But then again, you would be if you built another building. So it's.
Well, and it's further complicated by the fact that the Rule 6000, says very, very clearly that construction aid is not available to correct deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
It's for authentic new needs, or as opposed to deferred maintenance. So it is complicated.
Mm-hmm.
But those rules don't apply to the assistance with debt service
That's
that
right.
operates through the foundation aid formula.
That's right.
So there's kind of two separate tracks there. One is the 30% construction aid.
Mm-hmm.
The other is debt service assistance through the foundation aid formula. So we'll be seeing a lot more of that over the next 6 months, certainly while the legislature's in session, and then beyond. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to be heard at this time? We thank you for coming in any case. Then let us start a little bit early on item E. And why don't we welcome to the table the folks from the agency, and Megan, who is the chair, Megan Roy, who's chair of the advisory group, would like to have you at the table as well. Do either of the three of you have a brief opening statement that you wish to make? I don't want you to get into arguments at this point. I want to just, and I don't mean arguments. I don't mean disagreements. I mean, I don't need you to be presenting your cases at this point. I think we can do that specifically as we get into areas where there might not be agreement. Do you have an opening comment that you wish to share with the board?
Sure, since you offer it. I'm Emily Simmons, I'm Agency of Education's General Counsel. With me from AOE is Judy Cutler from the legal team. I would say that the agency was really encouraged by our conversation earlier this month with the advisory group, and although the agency was not able to or allowed to present this board with our proposed changes to 1300 series, we for a second time presented those to the advisory group, and as you can see in the materials for today, came to agreement on every issue except for one.
And Megan, do you wish to make an opening comment?
I don't have much to add. I think we did come to some agreement. I think there's still, I'll talk about it in the course of our commentary, which you've already read as well, and I'm happy to answer questions. I think, I don't think I have anything more to add.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. So, board, you received my note about navigating through item E. And unless there are objections to the approach, objections from you folks, or you've always, with Judy, you didn't get a copy, but Emily and Megan did get copies. I'd like to approach this as first of all, let's be clear, there are two separate rules in play here, and they will proceed on parallel but separate tracks through the rest of the rulemaking process. There's the 1300 rule, which is brand new, created in response to 173. And then there's the 2360 rule, which is ancient and hoary and has been around for a long time. It stretches to 169 pages at the moment, more or less, and is being amended in concert with the amendments being implemented through Rule 13. Again, all for the purposes and purely for the purposes of implementing Act 173. Other people may have issues about the special education rules, but our work is only concerned with the special ed rules insofar as they implement 173. So that other stuff is kind of off the table at this time. The way I would suggest we proceed is to take document number E1300.2-2. That's the spreadsheet. Lay that out in front of you, please. And you can have nearby, if it's helpful to you, it's E1300.1, which is the sort of contextual document. It's the actual text of the new E1300 rule with the changes that we're working on shown. Most of them are shown in blue. There are some that don't happen to be shown up. They're there, but they're not marked out. In any case, I'm just to move things along, I'm just going to run through what's in the side-by-side and point out to you what appears to be so to me. And if you have questions about any one of them, please interrupt and correct. And that goes for you folks at the table as well as all of you board members, just by way of moving quickly through this. Because as Ms. Simmons just said, there appears to be agreement on all of the outstanding issues that are contained in this document, 1300, except for one area, okay, as I indicated to you. So starting on the first page, page 1 of 12, 1303, there's agreement. The agency's language would be used in the second column from the left. By the way, we're doing this because we're going to adopt this language as ours. So we need to get it real clear that the board has unanimity or at least consensus in support of each of these pieces of language so that for the record it's clear to everybody that this is what the board is endorsing and making its proposal for the rule. 1303, the next one down, definitions, there's agreement on that. 1303, definitions, parentheses, student, there's agreement on that. And that language is shown on the next page, page 2 of 12, in the column called AOE response, where the word inclusive has been added at the recommendation of stakeholders. Any questions so far? 13041. This is something that shows up in two places. Take a look at the, you'll find it either, let me just ask, is there agreement that it's 30 days, not 15 days?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so then look on page 3 of 12 at the right-hand side under advisory group commentary, and you'll see C1, before publishing the technical manual, so on and so forth, and it provides for 30 days, and that is the consensus agreement of the parties. Now skipping ahead to page 5, we're looking at 1307, documenting maintenance of effort, and the agreement among the parties, as I understand it, is that the language in AOE draft column is accepted by all the parties. 1307, documenting maintenance of effort again. They're also the same. C, non-student specific expenditures, that carries on to page 6. That entire section is by mutual consent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. 1307, documenting, this is now page 7 of 12, page 7 of 12. Documenting minutes of effort. The language that is agreed is on the lower right-hand side in the advisory group commentary, page 7 of 12, where it reads C1, before publishing the technical manual required by, and so on and so forth, that is agreed. Now page 8 of 12. Sorry?
I have a question relative to that.
Yep, please.
Only, I may be reading it wrong. Going back to page 4, in which it's discussing something similar, the agreement was 30 days on page 3, but the language, what's the language for on page 4 that references 15 days for the agency website?
This is about, go ahead, please.
And it's different than, I'm passing through it quickly, I apologize.
Kathy, your question is a good one because there is confusing chronology in this document. The AOE response column is prior to the meeting with the advisory group, so there is not an AOE response. You should look to the advisory group commentary on page 3,
okay,
which says as adopted at the 2-3 meeting.
Okay.
The advisory group asked for 30 days, and 30 days is reflected in the draft on
Okay.
page 4.
Yep.
No, not on page 4. On page 3 and on page 8.
Okay.
So if you'll
very
check
good.
that both of those say 15,
Okay.
then we should be square. Or
So we
30,
could have
should
had
be
an
square.
AOE confirmation of the
We could have
advisory group.
said
but we
agree.
didn't. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, 30 days it is.
Yep.
And, all right, then, thank you for that question. Yes.
Why was maintenance of effort such a big issue? And my understanding was being in compliance with the feds.
So we'll come to that later. That's not on this page. I'd like to take that up in due course, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So we've just signed off on page 7, the language lower right-hand corner. We're now, we're at page 8 where the remaining big question remains. Let's leave that for now and skip ahead to page 11. And the language that you are recommending that we use is, what's the consensus language on, with regard to 1310.2, collaborative program accounting? What is the consensus language?
I think that's a question for Megan since it goes to the advisory group.
We didn't have, it would be whatever the agency had, it's what the agency has here. We
All
didn't
right.
have commentary on the original.
Okay. The original language is in the AOE draft column. I'm looking at page 11. There's an AOE response that you're taking out the language, the reference to a handbook for financial accounting, and instead using technical guidance issued by the agency. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right,
And
so the,
may I add, if you see that in the column advisory group's suggestion that there
Yep.
is none, then the AOE response is in further examining our own draft and
Yep.
finding ways to make it
Great.
better, more correct.
and no issue with
We
that?
had no issue with that.
Okay, so, board, then the language that's being proposed for 1310.2, collaborative program accounting, is in the AOE response column on page 11, top half. On 1310.3, non-collaborative tuition, the language, as I understand it, that's agreed, begins at A, an LEA, this is in the AOE response column, an LEA may charge tuition under 16 VSA, so on, and it carries on to the next page with the last sentence crossed out, i.e., that is the however such bill for tuition is crossed out. Is that by consensus? Okay, thank you. So you can see, board, that there is consensus between the advisory group and the agency with regard to all language except for one item that we skipped over. Let's go back to that now. Look at page 8, please. documenting maintenance of effort. I think the question before us is, shall I'm not going to try to pose what the question is. Tell us what the question is before us.
It's whether you agree that the language presented on page 7 of the actual rules themselves, and that is highlighted with a comment from me, whether that language is necessary or not. The next thing out of my mouth would start to explain to you why I think it is not necessary, so you might want to hear from Megan.
Well, well, we can have the conversation however the board would like.
Go right ahead. Tell us why you advocate for this. The agency's position is that no such language is needed, and they can explain why. Your position is that it is needed, I believe, and you can tell us why.
Well, I think the conversation leading up to that is important for the board to be aware of. So the original reason for the advisory group to propose that language was related, as Emily points out, to memos that were issued in June related to previous clarification for previous rule about whether or not all of the costs associated with tuition to independent therapeutic schools is considered allowable, which is a term that doesn't exist in the new world or in these new rules, but did exist at that point. And it was really important to the advisory group that moving forward, tuition costs associated with special education placements are two things. One, able to be counted toward a district's MOE, maintenance of effort, and two, that they would be able to be counted toward the individual extraordinary costs of a student so that there's no cost disallowed from their threshold. So the agency came back and shared at this meeting that from their perspective, because the memos have been retracted and essentially the rule that the memo was clarifying doesn't exist in the new set of rules, that their position is that we therefore don't need this language, and that it's sufficient, and Emily, feel free to clarify this, that in their current language where it references that costs that are written into a student's IEP are considered, can be counted toward MOE and certainly toward the extraordinary cost threshold. So the advisory group debated that for a while, I would say, and actually in many ways wanted to be comfortable with that and wanted to sort of, and it was the position of several members that, I can see how that would be true, that if it was written into an IEP and the fact that rate setting will no longer separate out general and special education costs, that was a product of the June memo, and the fact that won't happen, and that in fact, different members would say, but I've seen the paper that documents general and special ed costs, and those have since been retracted. But the group got to the point where they weren't quite comfortable with, because we started discussing specific examples of costs that potentially during the rate setting process would be identified as not specialized instruction. And so and this is all in there, so sorry if this is just repeating what you've already read. But they discussed 3 options. One option is concur with the agency's recommendation to strike that language. One is to keep our language in there, knowing that it might be removed later, because it's the opinion of the advisory group that we should seek external legal opinion on that to make sure that the crux of our concern, which is making sure that all costs associated with an IEP team's placement are able to be counted under maintenance of effort. And the reason we think that's important is because it's the belief of the advisory group that if districts believe that some portion of an IEP placement is not going to be able to be counted, I'm going to use the term ineligible. That term doesn't exist anymore, and I realize that that's of concern, but If they believe that they're not going to be able to count it toward maintenance of effort, it's the concern of the advisory group that it'll affect an IEP team making that decision to place a child, which comes into conflict with federal law, because an IEP team should be placing a child where their FAPE can be provided. So the second option was to keep the language so that we could have some more opportunity to deliberate over it. We may later we as an advisory group could come to you during the public comment section and say, we've consulted with the federal education group. It is our desire to do that. And we are now comfortable with striking it. That may well be the outcome, but the group felt like that option, keeping it in there, allows it to be in there to start the process. The third option that I don't think I think became not a good option really quickly was to modify the language. We had a brief discussion at one point with the agency about using the term tuition instead of what we had, which was all costs associated. The agency sort of I think you said it's better, but it's not great. And so it just didn't seem to make sense to try to wordsmith our way out of it. So at the end, the consensus recommendation of the group is to keep it. And I think that context is important for this board because we've been operating off of the idea that this first draft is the place to get the input out. And so having it in there, coming into it, and understanding why the advisory group thinks it's important makes sense to us. So that's our recommendation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now, let's hear from the agency.
So there are two primary legal reasons why we have the position that we do, and then I have a couple of comments on sort of the lived experience of all of us who have gone through this that are not legal arguments, but they're relevant to you. So the first and simplest is that the language in C is covered by A. So C is just surplus. Our view on surplus language is it is open to unintended consequences or different readings in the future when we're no longer focused on this hot button issue that we have been having in the last 6 months. And the new hot button issue is something different and has totally different implications for future readers of this language who don't have the memories that we all have. The second is that the language that the AOE is proposing for Rule 1307 is after examining the federal regulations, working with the federal education group on their recommendations for these sections, and the conversations in the fall about hewing very tightly to the federal recommendations and not going off of that track. So in that spirit, we oppose this sort of Vermont twist on what would otherwise be language in line with the federal rules. The other comments are that the advisory group's discussion was really robust and helpful for me to hear, sitting in that chair right there because it was in the same room. And one that struck me was that one of the members said, well, if C were covered by A, I would feel so much better. I would be at ease. And it wasn't my turn to speak at that point, but I would have said, I stated on the record and in this document 5 minutes ago that C is covered by A, so I don't know why we are still so entangled in the issue. But, if you opt to leave it in, the agency will be, like Megan said, happy to hear from the federal education group about their views. If you take it out and then the advisory group comes forward with an outside legal opinion, we'll also consider that as we have to get to this point in the draft. That's been our process. I do think that a reference in the next to last line of this highlighted section to tuition rather than all costs associated would be an improvement, because think of the use of the word all. That really captures things that are not listed. That is the intent of using that language, and it is capturing items, or those items that would be captured that are not known today, that makes me nervous.
Thank you. Just a comment/question. In the document, dot one, and this is found on page 7 of the document, by the way, this paragraph is referred to as C. In the draft in front of us in the side-by-side, it's referred to as E. Am I right in thinking that it should be referred to as C?
Yes, I think that you would agree if you looked at the way, can we just look at page 8 of the document?
It's page 7.
Well, no, it would appear on page 8. So if you go and imagine with me that the section is ordered this way, 2 umbrella paragraphs and then a list beginning with A and B. Then it would be C,
Right.
non-student specific expenditures. Then it would be C1 and 2. And then an E. E doesn't really make as much sense. I think it's A, B, and C are the 3 listed affirmative ways
Right.
that an item can be counted. D is then a catch-all that points you to guidance if you need more help understanding what would fall under D or not fall under D.
I understand, but in the document you've given us, this phrase, this paragraph, an IEP team decision to place an eligible special, so on and so forth, is in document 2 is called item E. In document 1 on page 7, it's listed as item C. Am I
And they're referring to the same exact language.
precisely? So all I'm trying to get at is that we're really talking about what you intend what would have to be item C in the sequence of numbering. That's all. Just to be clear. Am I right in understanding that this language applies only to independent schools? And why is that?
It does not apply to independent schools. It applies to supervisory unions, otherwise known as LEAs in this context, when they have costs that occur at approved independent schools.
Well,
and it is not all approved independent schools. It is those schools, as described here, that have a certain population only and not the general education population.
Understood. An approved independent school that limits enrollment to students. Why is this rule important in that setting and not in other school settings?
Well, it has to do with when we expend, different from extraordinary costs, which if you were in an independent school that is not therapeutic in nature, but you're accessing special ed services, you're paying tuition and then you're paying extraordinary costs. This is really remedying, and this, the agency talked about this in here. This is remedying what was a clarification because therapeutic schools were being issued, essentially a split of their tuition costs. So $100,000 tuition, $50,000 of it is considered eligible, $50,000 is not. It was remedying that. And I want to go back a little bit to the IEP, it's covered in A, because what the advisory group is, this is the agency's perspective, is that it is additional language and it's unnecessary because it's covered in A, which states that costs associated or costs documented in a child's IEP are, I'm going to use the word eligible. I know that's not popular, but, and that is the place where we came close to agreement. But the concern is that when a district writes an IEP, first of all, they don't name a placement. They don't name a location. They describe a placement, and that's a legally advised thing. We would not say the Baird School. We would say a therapeutic small group with the following characteristics. And so the concern on the part of advisory group members is that in order to ensure that that tuition is allowable, eligible, whatever.
Eligible is fine. Eligible is in the
It's
rule.
allowable, that the agency doesn't like. That doesn't exist anymore. So eligible. That in the issue of, so let's say a school, therapeutic school takes kids. This is a real example that was discussed in an advisory group, so it sounds superfluous, but it's not. If a therapeutic school takes students on outings to ski, because that is part of their programming, it's part of what they believe is necessary to provide an education to those students, and the LEA agrees. The LEA agrees because they place them there. That those costs in a different in the June memo world, some of those costs wouldn't be considered allowable. So the point by the agency was, well, if it's written in the IEP, it will be considered eligible. And our perspective is we don't write ski outings into IEPs when we reference a placement. We write the general characteristics of a placement. There's no way we could predict all of the possible things. And so there was concern that now the attention would be turned to what's written in an IEP in order to do that. Many group members were reassured by the conversation around using the term tuition, because if it's the tuition that is eligible, and all those costs are baked into the tuition, which is addressed during rate setting, and we also acknowledge that this is going to end up being a conversation during rulemaking around rate setting, right? So the conversation doesn't go away simply by resolving this piece. We were close to being comfortable with that. I got the impression, I mean, I heard Emily here say they would be fine with tuition, but in the meeting it was, sure, we're comfortable tuition, but we still don't think it's necessary. So I think the advisory group would be perfectly comfortable if this C or E reflects the term tuition instead of all costs. They wouldn't have an issue with that.
What about the use of the word allowable?
The language that was tossed around the advisory group at the meeting on the 3rd was never reduced to writing, so I don't remember, but I think that the end of the sentence was written in a different way, because we also discussed that, as Megan has mentioned many times, allowable is not a useful word in the new rules. It doesn't have a meaning. And so, but without their idea, written down, it's hard to respond.
Well, the other piece is that the advisory group acknowledged that even from the outset, even before the side-by-side, that we weren't 100% sure where this language should go in the rule, and are quite flexible about where it goes. It's also why we talked about it may not be necessary if this is addressed in rate setting. And that is because, are we talking about, the advisory group wants to make sure that tuition costs can be counted toward MOE, and that they would be counted toward the calculation you do to see whether or not a student hits the extraordinary cost threshold. Those are the two things the advisory group wishes to do. Okay. And figuring out how to write that in the best way, I've shared this with the state board before, starts to be beyond the ability of the advisory group to do, because we don't have legal. We have many members who are legal counsel on the group who have generously volunteered their time to create language, but we're just not structured that way. So, we can debate whether or not how it's wordsmithed.
Board members, questions that you need to ask about this issue only, please. Kathy.
The language in A and B that is agreeable is similar or the same that's suggested by federal law, right?
So it was what the agency wrote after doing our own study of the state's federal obligations, and it, I believe, but I'll let Megan speak to it, has been reviewed by the Federal Education Group, but that's their contractor, so I'm not sure.
So is that language so unique that there would be confusion around that being counted as tuition cost and possibly extraordinary cost, so that it's necessary for C to be there? And is it such a change in practice that it's necessary to be there?
So the language being there, since would be surplus, would not have any impact on practice from my view. It would be belts and suspenders sort of language. Now, you asked about whether it changes the allowability of a cost to be extraordinary, and it does not. The extraordinary cost rule is in statute, and there is a rule separate from this rule. It is on page 8, at the bottom of page 8, 1308.2, which only in these rules speaks to the documentation that a district sends in to receive reimbursement under the extraordinary cost threshold. So Megan has said that's one of the advisory group's concerns, and I hear that, but placing this language here doesn't actually relate to costs under the extraordinary costs reimbursement. And the language in statute is clear enough that these same costs in that context are not in question, that they would count.
Thank you. Peter, you had a question?
I do. I'm a little confused or concerned about the difference between the IEP formation and the administration of this, how it's being done. And we talk about the LEA, and of course the SPED director has a significant role in this. What's the impact on what your, whether it's a I don't know what to call right now, nuanced language and stuff, in terms of how's that actually affecting how this is administered or delivered? What's at stake here? I really not just kind of.
What's at stake? So this section is about documenting an LEA's maintenance of effort. Maintenance of effort is a test that the federal government requires of the state as a condition of sending us IDEA federal special education money.
So so that has to be incorporated or worked out in the IEP. Reflected? Yes.
No. So documenting maintenance of effort is important only to assure to the federal government that the state met the requirement to spend the same or more money on special education students from state and local dollars as it did in the previous year. So that it means for an LEA that they look at what they spent and document what they spent and show it to the agency so we can show it to the federal government. And it is your spending, this is important, out of your state, so your census block grant, and your local spending, things that you put in your budget, not of money that you spend out of your IDEA B funds, for instance. They want to see that the effort on the part of the state to support students with disabilities does not go down in light of federal monies received. It's like a supplement, not supplant rule.
I can sort of speak to the impact from the perspective of an LEA.
Mm-hmm.
So if as an LEA, so there's a state responsibility to meet MOE and a local responsibility, both.
Mm-hmm.
And so as an LEA, and there are other members of the advisory group who are LEAs and could say this, so I really am speaking as an advisory group member. But as an LEA, I have to make sure that I spend next year the same amount that I spent locally behind special education. And the way you determine how much you spend is by documenting the costs behind students on IEPs. That's where this becomes important, because if they're so the $50,000 or the $100,000 tuition that I'm talking about is $100,000 toward my maintenance of effort, because it's it's required for an IEP student. If I am concerned that a portion of that, this is the concern of the advisory group. If I have an LEA, as an LEA, am worried that a portion of that $100,000 can't be counted toward my MOE, which puts me at risk of losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal grant dollars, then I may make, this is the worry, as an LEA, I wouldn't do this, but the risk is that an LEA may make a different decision about where that child should go to school because they're worried about the impact of maintenance of effort. That's the concern of the advisory group.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that knowing that the conversation was rich and did teeter on the edge of maybe we would be comfortable without it, but just landed on we're not, because it's a pretty significant ramification.
And special ed budgets are done without knowing what the actual costs are. You're always,
It's an educated guess.
So how does that play into this situation? And when you're
I mean, that's an interesting question. I would say that the way that MOE is done on what you actually spent, so it's sort of, it's done in hindsight. But when we build a budget, if the budget were to come out and when we budget, we assume that and again, we're not in this world yet, right? That's the other thing. We're still in this reimbursement world. So when we build budgets now, we build it in the context that we're used to, and we do pay attention to, is our budget at zero or slightly above?
I need to move on to ask Bill, take your question, please.
Yes, this gives me a headache.
Sorry.
I'm just thinking, you're going to have to collect all of the expenditures on all of the kids, right?
Yes.
regardless of which way you go, you've got to collect that data, which means you're going to have a spreadsheet and a chart of accounts that is just mind-boggling. And this will mean more bureaucratic work, and it's going to take, I guess, the special ed staffers to put this stuff together. And I'm thinking about one of the reasons that they passed the law was to simplify things and not have this kind of paperwork problem.
I would say that even during testimony around 173, there was a lot of reminding the legislature that MOE exists regardless of what we do with our state funding structure. So unfortunately, what we hope will change is what we currently have to document, because we're used to this allowable cost and what we get reimbursed with. That is the part that is supposed to be softened with 173. Maintenance of effort, unfortunately, we still have to figure out how to document that.
Board, I want to bring us back to the context of what we're trying to do here. We can have more questions, but I want to be sure you understand what's in front of us to do. We've run through all of the other outstanding issues and found that there is a consensus on them, and presumably that would be good enough for us to say, yeah, well, if they like it, we like it, so that's going to be our language. This is the one place where that does not exist, and so you can, we need to decide which way to go. I want to remind you that after we adopt a proposed rule, it goes into the APA process. Everybody understands that there is this legally specified Administrative Procedures Act 323, Chapter 25, that specifies exactly how rulemaking goes forward from here on. We'll be talking about that in item F. During that rulemaking process, that APA rulemaking process, this is kind of a pre-process that this board employs. Our goal is to get the rule about 95% right, maybe more if possible. But once you get into the APA process, there's provision for public comment. And the rule requires at least 2 public hearings. We plan to have 3. We'll talk about that later. So I want you to understand that this is not the last time that any constituents or stakeholders get to speak about this. But our goal is to get this about 95% right. So our goal is to get it as right as we know how now. It goes into that process. We have public comment. We make further changes if necessary, if the public comment inspires us to do so. And then finally, it goes to final rulemaking. Okay? That's about a 6 to 8 month period. So that's just by way of saying this is whatever decision, and I'm going to ask you to make a choice about this topic. And we're not going to, I don't think we need to vote if we can see that there's a consensus. You either need to, and I think the advisory group's analysis lays out 3 options. One is to essentially concur with the agency, which is to say this is unneeded and unnecessary. The other option is to concur with the advisory group that this is needed and prudent. I think it might be a term that could apply. And frankly, I'm not sure precisely what the third option would be. But so I guess I'm asking you, have you heard enough to know how you want to come down on this question? And just as by way of saying, it's not forever. It could be changed later. Yes.
Quick question. So what if this doesn't exist? Just kind of a what if scenario, so I can understand like where the stakes are.
Yep.
So if this doesn't exist, team decides places student at school with incredible ski program. Although there is no goals in an IEP that is related to the ski program, student participates in ski program, school pays for ski program regardless, not an IEP, this doesn't exist, then what?
The hard part, and I think why the advisory group ultimately said let's keep it in so we can talk about it, is that we don't really know the answer to that, because we've been living in a world where there is this split of costs.
Okay, so hold on. Emily, is there an answer for that?
is the ski program part of the tuition at your imaginary school that is baked in and that the district pays as part of tuition?
So if the tuition says, tuition bill doesn't really break out, you're not going to ask it to break everything out, so it's like.
Imaginary school, I've just made you the headmaster of an imaginary school, Jenna.
Been
So you have to go through the rate setting process at the
Mhm.
agency,
Right.
and folks at the agency who aren't here have to scrub your budget under Rule 2228 and
Mhm.
see what things count. So if the costs that you mentioned were included in that process, the answer to your question is very easy, yes.
Perfect.
If
So
it's not, if you're doing things that were not included in your tuition, I don't know the answer because it would be very complex and also depend on the contract between you and the LEA.
Right. So that becomes the LEA's decision. If it's not in the IEP, not in the tuition, and independent school says, student needs to participate in this, the IEP team says yes, but we're not putting it in the IEP still, LEA can decide if they're going to pay or not, student skis or not.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's also why one of the pieces of feedback here is, it's not feedback, it's just an acknowledgement that this conversation will come up during the 2200 work. Because rate setting is part of where this is an issue. Well,
And I would like to acknowledge to your question, Jenna, that the ski program might not survive and get approved as part of the rate. Right? That is a hill that the school has to climb to prove that special education funds and public funds should support that activity.
And if that is the right program for that student, then there should be goals in that IEP that match that service, right? So there's some accountability in this.
Yes.
That's what we want. We want the accountability.
There you go.
More questions or comments? Kim?
So, two questions, or maybe it's three, but, so if we were to change, because I think we can, in the last sentence, in such a case, tuition, instead of all costs associated with placement shall be considered eligible instead of allowable, and may count towards maintenance of effort, that improves the language, while the agency continues to consider it, I forget the word used, excessive or unnecessary. One, if we were to do that, does that improve the language? And two, if there is debate about whether it's necessary, even if it's related on to a memo sent over the summer, what is the risk in keeping it if it's only affirming a position that the agency would take?
Are you asking me, Kim?
I think so.
Smaller.
I'm thinking in terms of the language being better and reflecting intent, that I think is for both of you. And in terms of the agency's position is, my question is, what is the downside if that is reflecting the intent of how this would be treated and is holding on to some nervousness around the agency's position 6 months ago?
Yes, so one, I just wouldn't advise the state board to adopt language that's responding to an old dynamic. I was really bold in my side-by-side and said that it was settling an old score. I don't mean that in a mean way, I just really think that's what this is. But to your second question, if the sentence read, in such a case, tuition associated with that placement shall be considered eligible, my fears about unintended consequences decreased by about half, at least half.
so Kim, just, I first want to be really clear. It's unfortunate that there's language in here that says settle a score, because that's imparting emotion that quite frankly the advisory group is not settling scores, never has been looking to settle scores. They're looking to advise the state board on what we believe is right. So I actually think that that's pretty important. The advisory group would be perfectly comfortable with switching the language to tuition. That is kind of what we meant by option 3. We actually let option 3 go mostly because the agency at the time sort of said, I don't really like that, like it's better. So if, to your point, if you're asking about switching out that language, the advisory group would be comfortable with it.
And I guess I would just say to this, settling this for, with all due respect, the agency issued the memo, so
Yeah, and I said resettling.
Really the
resettling.
At least in my ancillary exposure to it.
And to that point, if I can, you didn't spend a lot of time on this, but there was language later in the rules in 1310 that also was inconsistent with the agency's withdrawal of those memos. And I think you should take it as a show of absolute good faith that we, on our own, without input from the advisory group, saw that language and said, oh no, this has to go also.
Thank you. Bill.
I've gone through a lot of paper. I'm just asking, how will this change services for children?
It should not.
I guess I'd say, what's the point?
Well, the point is,
I understand.
yeah, they have a legal obligation to demonstrate maintenance of effort. And the question is, it's about that. It's not about the quality of what we're doing.
It's not about better education
Right.
for kids.
It's about complying with law.
I understand.
Okay, board, is there a consensus emerging among you?
I'm a little confused in the discussion. So Kim, it seems like Kim had a compromise, some compromise language. Is that acceptable to the agency and the advisory committee?
It is to the advisory group.
Let's do it.
And Kim, would you? All right, Kim, would you?
Yes. That's what I'm trying. That's
We
what
need
I'm trying to get at.
initiate rulemaking,
I don't really have a
you know?
horse in this race. I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah.
You know, is there? You know.
I'm with you. Kim, would you articulate it as a motion?
I would like to make a motion that the language as stated in 1307C on page 7
Yep.
of 1300 read in the last sentence, in such a case, tuition, striking all costs, associated with that placement shall be considered eligible, striking allowable, and may count towards maintenance of effort. And that change be made for purposes of these rules.
Okay. So the question in front of you is, shall the board determine that the language that Kim has proposed be what the board would like to incorporate in its final draft? We're leaving aside all the other ones for the moment, and then we'll roll this language into the big motion for the whole deal. So just on this issue, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the board, correct me if don't have this the way you want it, Kim, that the board endorses the language proposed in C with two modifications, that the word all costs is replaced with tuition, and that the word allowable is replaced with the word eligible. And so you're essentially saying there should be language. The agency is saying there's no need for it. You're saying there should be language more or less as the advisory group recommends, modified in these ways. Are you ready for a vote on that question? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pardon? Did I hear anything?
That was Oliver.
Oh, I'm sorry, Oliver, thank you.
Just to be clear, that was an aye.
Yes, sir. It appears the ayes have it. So I think we've settled that question for now. The remaining question now is on your list of motions. So at item E,
Can I ask a procedural
Yeah.
question? So it feels a little elephant in the room-ish, but the weighting study, the advisory group had put aside as not able, or not really in a position to consider these rules in that context as new as the study results were, and without considering it in the full context of education funding, if I'm capturing that correctly, Megan, like I heard sitting in those seats back there.
Well, what we came to the conclusion is that that we were spending, because of our efforts on rules, that we were not doing, actually, I would say, due diligence yet to unpacking the impact of the weighting study.
And they were January when
Correct.
people were made aware of them.
Yep.
So I say elephant in the room because I don't know rulemaking process well enough to know if there were something to happen with respect to imposing or action related to the new weights, how does that affect maintenance of effort? Rule 1300, what if something happens during the process? Does it stop? What do we do?
The weighting study is a little bit like the specter of climate change. We know it's going to change the world, but no one has figured out how. The legislature has not taken it up or taken any action. When the legislature,
Taking it up right now.
but there's, all right, let's put it this way. Until the legislature adopts legislation, we can't begin to speculate about what that looks like, nor what its impact on rules would be. Once the legislation exists and we understand what the impacts on rules are, then all applicable rules will need to be amended to reflect that.
No, not necessarily, Mr. Chair. If I could point you to page 8 of the rules that you've just voted on. There is a rule about administration of the census block grant that only refers to the statute, which is 16 VSA 2961. And so if 2961 is amended, you're fine because your rules merely reference it, they don't restate it. If they go and make the change in a different section or move 2961, we'll have to change that reference.
Sure. Okay. So all I'm saying is yes, it's out there, kind of like climate change, but we need to make a decision on this now.
Totally understand.
Okay.
I wasn't
All right.
looking
So is there further discussion on the motion? So the general motion then is indicated to you in item E, the first paragraph. Would someone, and you should say, I think, on the agreed language, and we understand that by agreed language what we mean is your decision just now plus the concurrent language that they've agreed to that you ran through already. So is there a motion?
I move that the State Board of Ed adopt the agreed language as amended of Rule 1300 as the State Board of Ed's proposed rule series 1300 for APA rulemaking.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Oliver, do you have a vote? Okay, thank you. And those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. We've just gotten through a good piece of business. Not easy, and we thank you in front of us for the work you've been doing together for the last year and sharing with us. We're grateful to you for that. We'll now move on to the second part of this adventure, which is the 2360 rules. And much as there's two ways to do this, the simplest way I suggest is take document 2360.3, page 1, 7 pages. It's a side-by-side. And you can, the virtue of this is simply that it is, it's a presentation of the agency's proposed language for amending Rule 2360. And you can verify for yourself in the right-hand column that the advisory group either has no issue or has no proposed changes. I think that's the language that's used. So that's another way to see all this is a document prepared by the agency referred to as 2360.2. This is a summary of revisions. This looks a lot like what we saw in January, except it has finally some useful page numbers and some links. And this is a compilation of all the changes that the agency has proposed to 2360 since May, I guess. Is that fair to say, Judy, when you were carrying the water here? And the most recent ones since the May draft, May-June discussions, are highlighted in yellow, and they are the ones to which the agency, the advisory group has assessed and concurred in.
But everything in the yellow copy is not in the side-by-side.
Is that correct? Is the side-by-side and the and this, are they all the same?
So I think I would say the yellow should be in the side-by-side because the yellow is what was changed
Yeah,
since
yeah.
June.
Yeah,
And
so-
then it's inclusive of all changes.
Right. This includes all changes since May, but the yellow are the recent ones, and they are in the side-by-side.
No, that's not right.
And just to clarify, with you speaking on behalf of the advisory group, Megan, does the advisory group have any remaining issues with the what's here but not here?
No, so no, the one piece of context that I do think is important for the board to hear, although I would reiterate, we don't have recommended changes to the technical corrections that are made in either document. The advisory group does not. But the advisory group does think it's important for the state board to know that because of the challenging process around the 1300 series, we really have not engaged in the 2360 series since that original presentation and then the subsequent changes to that draft. There are members of the advisory group who believe that additional parts of 2360 series need to be opened. I understand that the board will hear them from their individual standpoint, which is fine. But just know that the advisory group will also have continued conversation about a couple of those pieces and may come back to you during the public comment section if they decide. So I kind of want to be open to the idea that we're comfortable with the technical changes. Jury is still out a little bit on whether or not we think there needs to be more changes. But at this point, for your purposes today, we don't have recommended changes.
All right, thank you for that. And I've alluded to that to you, board, when I sent you the navigation memo. The folks from VLA have concerns about MTSS. The folks from Visa have concerns about some language applying to independent schools. The latter came in very recently, and the advisory board has not had an opportunity to examine it. The former has been, we had a January draft, and there's now a February draft. And there's not even consensus about where it should go, whether it's certainly not in 1300, but maybe 2360, but maybe not. And it also raises questions, is this encountenanced by Act 173? Those are unresolved questions, sufficiently unresolved that it's my recommendation that we not attempt to take those matters up at this time. But we need to understand that the law project, the Visa folks, and the advisory group itself may well want to bring some of these questions to us in the public comment period, and we invite that. But for purposes of the 95% or getting on with it, what's in front of us as documented by the agency in this particular document is kind of essentially an undisputed proposal. I think that's fair
Correct.
to say.
Yep, very fair.
So that would, do you have questions about this document then? This language? Or put it another way, what you see in 2360.3 and .2. And 2360.1, I think, is the whole big book online. Yes, Kathy?
Regarding 2364.4 for page 5.
Yep.
Can, I guess, start with AOE. Felt the need to change some language, and I think what the advisory board is saying is they're wondering whether or not it's consistent with Title 16, which is pretty substantial.
Yes. So we've not changed language.
Okay.
We've moved a rule that the advisory group is probably correct, deserves another look, but that is language that has been in place since at least 2013. We've had to change the numbering of the rule to reflect the other changes with regard to the funding rules. So if the rule is wrong, it's been wrong for many years, and this might be an opportunity to change it, but it did not rise to the level of inconsistency that we flagged it as the agency as needing revision at this time. It most likely, I bet I can accurately guess that the advisory group will take a hard look at this, and we'll do that with them. This rule, if it is inconsistent with Title 16, will be brought up during public comment for those necessary revisions. But as we've proposed it to you, we've not changed any of the language. We've renumbered it.
And that's why we didn't offer any suggestions, and I'm gonna ask Marilyn if she minds being put on the spot. I don't know if you want, or do you have any thoughts about that particular thing? Because I just want to make sure that.
Marilyn, you're welcome to come to the table. Conversation will be limited to that one rule.
Before Marilyn comes up, could I just kind of
Yes,
explain
please.
the mechanics of what happened? So this rule, the residential placement rules, is currently in the 2366 section, which is the funding section of the special education rules currently. And so as part of the rulemaking process, our team went through the funding section of the rules, and we had to decide whether a rule stayed, whether a rule was struck, or whether a rule was revised and sort of carried over to the new 1300 rules. So this particular rule, because of the content of the rule, really is more around placements of students as opposed to funding. So we felt the most logical place, while it might not be a perfect fit, was in the placement section of the special education rules as opposed to the funding rules. So really we just kind of had to make a call on which body of rules to keep it in, and in that case, where to put it, as opposed to changing any language in the rule.
Judy, thank you for that explanation, but it raises the question, are we doing something not required by Act 173? In other words, remember the admonition from the General Assembly is rules necessary to implement Act 173 and not anything else.
Well, right, so sorry,
Yeah.
Heather.
I would just add, this really is a technical correction. This is actually a routine
Sort of a housekeeping thing.
housekeeping that's done even with our statute, with law, which actually supersedes rules in some sense. And so it's not uncommon. We did this with dual enrollment legislation, where we said, actually, all of these pieces that are federated around really need to be under flexible pathways. So I just wanted to give that as an example of what we try to do. It's really just to clean up housekeeping, as you said, John. It's really just meant to be logically, if you are someone who has not been part of this process whatsoever years from now, does this make sense?
Okay, well, I thank you for that. We'll just have to think how purist we want to be about the statutory obligation to implement 173. And some housekeeping ought to be perhaps a reasonable opportunity, so long as it's purely housekeeping. Are there further questions about that residential placement language? Kathy, are you okay?
Can I just clarify, not for change for now, but with that clarification and your concern, John, does that mean if somebody were to come back with a change in the open period, that we wouldn't consider it because you might consider that to be outside of the strict guardrails?
Absolutely.
So there's no point in them looking at it then, I guess is my question.
No point in them.
So if we move this, and this particular one is a technical correction just to put it in a right place, and these are the rules that are being put forth for consideration, is that an area where we would not consider changing the language?
Question. I think it's a tough question, because if, for example, the advisory group concludes that the language is not consistent with Title 16, that becomes now a separate matter, because we're concerned with 173. We're not trying to do housekeeping on Title 16. That's not the purpose of this undertaking. The agency can undertake rules to bring itself into housekeeping conformity with Title 16 anytime.
Can we ask him?
Yeah.
I'm just seeing Emily shake her head.
So remember, we've discussed many times that once the rules are open, they're open. and they are all subject to public comment. And the board has an obligation under the Administrative Rules Act to respond meaningfully to public comment. It doesn't mean that you change your stance, but you have to show that you considered it and had a reason to adopt your final rule.
Sure.
I think we should probably do some housekeeping, but maintain a high threshold.
Yeah, the question that was raised was not simply that it's a matter of housekeeping, but that it's not in compliance with Title 16. I think, so my recommendation would be to incorporate the language as recommended by the agency, but invite others to, in the public comment period, come back and say, well, we've done some further analysis on this, and here's our thought. And we'll go from there. Marilyn, you're at the table to say something. What is it?
Well, I can address the underlying concern that the rule as written, whether it's a technical correction of moving it from one place to another, conflicts with Title 16. And I think it also conflicts with federal law in that it gives the agency power to usurp the role of the IEP team when it comes to residential placements, which I think is a violation of federal law. So I can address that, or if you would prefer to deal with it in public comment because you're only dealing with technical corrections today, that's your choice.
Yeah. My response would be, we'd love to hear your dossier on this in public comment, and the board will be perfectly free to act as it sees fit at that time, because as Emily just said, it's our obligation to hear comments and to respond to them as we see fit. Kathy?
My concern is that if it's not an issue directly related to the Act 173, which is the process that we're doing all of this for, and there is a concern as critical as what possibly that you mentioned, that why take it up and why open ourselves to any other. I understand that when the rules are open, they're open, but that's not the reason behind our mission. And why take it on at this level when we're approving only issues related to Act 173. And there's housekeeping rules that are housekeeping bills that are done all of the time, correct? I mean, almost certainly.
That's separate than rulemaking.
Right.
Right. Right, that's true. But are you saying that's the only issue that was found in all of that review, is that this one item?
I've not said that, no.
So why put the one item in here? I can't, if you were doing that complete process of whether you keep it, you remove it, or you change it, unless this was the only one, which would be difficult to believe, why include it on this review for the state board?
So, board, you're hearing two choices. One is to remove this because, number one, there's a question as to whether or not it is in compliance, but that's an unanswered question with Title 16. And second, is this a place to be doing housekeeping? I think I hear Kathy saying this shouldn't be in here. Are there others who feel that way? Do we have a consensus one way or the other?
I think I think that the question of whether to include it is I want to hear that later during public comment, but I have come to the conclusion that the rulemaking process is very laborious at best. So I'd hate to open it up with, I think I'd be inclined to put in some housekeeping items if, in the effort to be efficient and not do it later, I guess is my thought.
So, okay.
As long as it doesn't become a real, as long as it doesn't become pages and pages of technical changes.
Understood.
So just to clarify, this rule currently exists, and it has to go somewhere.
Right.
So the question is 1,300 or keep it in the SPED rules, but put it somewhere else. Okay, I just want to make sure.
There are three options. Keep it in SPED rules where they are now.
Because it has to move,
Well,
essentially, right? It doesn't exist. There is no more funding section of 23.
Right. We eliminated the funding section when we kind of separated those two ideas. So it would be on its own in 2366, which.
Oh, I didn't
wh-
understand that.
Right, so.
So it left it a
So
standing
it's a
alone.
kind of orphaned, and it was really the only one that we encountered that didn't really, that could have gone either way, I think. To us, it made more sense to keep it in the SPED rules, as it is kind of a procedural rule about a placement of a student.
Thanks for that clarification.
So, okay.
Kim?
And we did just already vote out 1,300, so.
Yes, we did.
We probably don't want to.
True.
we don't.
But also, I don't know that I heard an agency response to the, I heard that it is a housekeeping to move it because it was orphaned. I heard concern that it is in conflict with Title 16, and I did also kind of hear that you guys didn't consider that, you just moved it. So there may be resolution in public comment that is consensus that could be considered by the advisory group, the agency. It seems to me like we go with it and let it be worked out.
I think it'd be great if the agency and the advisory group would grapple with this next meeting, rather than wait until taking public comment, and then we have to wait till you guys sort it out, and we don't have that kind of time. So, so then the proposal I'm hearing is to leave, Kathy, you may be an exemption on this, is to leave the language in the proposed collection of changes to 2360 as proposed by the agency, with the clear understanding that we may hear more about this. You folks may work on it some more, I hope, and that we may hear from you, or maybe even you all together at public comment for any final
Is
changes.
the argument by leaving it in, it would become a discussion point later on?
Yes, it can be it could be
Taking it out
removed and
might-
added in later on too, so
Yeah,
it can go
yeah.
either way.
I agree with, if it's, it really was the only one, which was my first question. I can't believe it was the only one, but it really is the only one left when the split and decision was made and it was orphaned.
It's
And
the
for
only.
me,
I'm
that
sorry.
makes a big difference.
Yeah,
That-
it was the only one that we weren't able to fit into the 1300 series either by striking it. So there are some rules in 2366 that were struck altogether
Yep.
because they weren't consistent with the new funding
Yep.
system. And it really was the only one that didn't really clearly fit in the 1300 body and was, somehow carried over.
That for me makes a uniqueness that doesn't mean we're opening the door, so. Okay.
Good. So, then what we have is.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Marilyn, thank you.
Sure.
So what you have in front of you, Board, is a series of changes as proposed in these two documents, about which there are no exceptions that require revisions of what's proposed by the agency. So in that case, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Now we're getting very efficient.
I move the State Board of Education adopt the agreed language of Rule 1300 as
Right.
a State Board of
2360. Second paragraph.
Oh. To Rule 2360 as the State Board of Education's proposed amendments to Rule Series 2300 for APA.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second? Second. It is seconded. You've heard the motion. Is there further discussion then? We would be adopting as our proposed rules the entirety of the agency's recommended changes as presented and as signed off on by the advisory group. Is there further discussion? Are you ready to vote? Those in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. That was good work. We got done in 75 minutes, what we planned to do in 60, but that's okay. We'll take a quick break, and let's try to get back here in 10 minutes, no longer, and then we'll take up procedural business about kicking off the APA rulemaking process.
Oh, I see.
Oh, gosh.
And, yeah, no,
In
I
no
had,
good way.
I probably had.
Oliver, do we have you on board back there?
Swanton.
Good, thanks, Oliver.
There's no rope between
Okay,
us there.
let's get back to it. We're on item F. And just to be clear, this is essentially procedural. As I indicated earlier, item F is about the board formally entering into, or the term of art, I think, is initiating rulemaking. You would think we've been up to our eyeballs in rulemaking for the last year, and we have been, but it's a preamble process. At least the former chair and I both really concur that there's a lot to be said for getting the rule highly developed before you go into the rulemaking process, because the rulemaking process is pretty constrained by the calendar, and you don't want to try to be figuring a lot of complex things out while you're in the APA rulemaking process. So this board's custom, as I believe, is to provide an extended amount of time, and in particular to make sure that stakeholders have an opportunity to have input on rulemaking early on in the process. Is that one of my favorite expressions is the power of the first draft. You know, sort of no matter how bad the first draft is, about 80% of it's going to survive. So you better get it right the first time. And I think with the good hard work of all of you in the back of this room and at the table here, we've really got it more than 80% right. So now I'm going to invite the agency folks to walk us through, in brief form, what this APA rulemaking process looks like, and then we will then take a vote to formally initiate the rulemaking process. Please, Emily.
Sure. So in front of you, you have two documents. Will the chair help me identify them with the right numbers, E or F-1 and 2, perhaps? Yeah,
that's right. F1 is something you've seen many times before. It's the timeline. F2 is a 2 or 3 year old agency summary of the rulemaking process. You've all committed that to memory, I'm sure. And F3 and 4 are the kind of essentially the applications to begin the rulemaking process. And as I said earlier, it's one application for 1300 and a separate application for 2360. So I think, Emily, you're basically talking from F2.
I'm going to start from F3, actually, which is the same content as the cover page from F4. So Judy has put together for you actually a really nice summary. So the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, mainly has the purpose of requiring public agencies to have robust public input and lots of notice before they put out rules, either for the first time or in a revised version. So what follows the pages after the summary in F3 and F4 is the paperwork that is required for pre-filing. That is one of the first steps in the APA process. So jumping forward, we will go through the content in here with you or take any questions that you have. But after you've agreed to sort of your justification for needing the rules and outlining the impacts on the public, specifically economic and environmental impacts, then these forms will go to ICAR, which is the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules, who are some lawyers from across state government who are tasked to really go over the details, make sure that the board has followed all of the formalities, both in complying with the APA in general and in documenting the revisions or being clear with the new rules that's being proposed, so that members of the public are very clear what changes to the law are being proposed and the impacts on constituencies. So the rules are also pre-filed with the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State's office and their role in rulemaking generally is all of that public notice provisions. So they have a website where all proposed rules are posted and where information about public hearings are posted. And then they also have a role later in documenting the final rule, which is adopted in case anybody ever has any questions about a version, which does come up from time to time. So that's all on the cover page of F3 as well as the cover page of F4. Any questions about what's going to happen to initiate or go forward in the rulemaking process?
And from the timeline, you can get some idea as to how this plays out over time. That's F1. Basically, by November at the latest, these rules would be through the APA process. Actually, it's going to be sooner than that. Probably by mid-September, there'd be the final big step, which is a presentation to LCAR. Maybe it's in August. And so in September, October, the rules go into effect 15 days, I think, after they've been posted by the Secretary of State.
Or, very important or for you, or in another date indicated by the rules. Here, when you're dealing with a delayed implementation of the underlying law, that's very important. Your rules, I do not recommend that they go into effect 15 days after filing, because that would be actually ahead of Act 173 itself. So we are proposing effective dates for 1300 and 2360 of July 1, 2021, which is the same day as the census block grant.
And is that the date that's specified in statute?
Yes.
These dates were amended in the big bill?
Yes.
Right, okay. So, so we're kind of ahead of schedule. It's a good thing because we'll find in item G that we've got another set of rules to start working on. Lucky us. Okay? Comments or questions on what you've heard so far? Yeah.
So on page 2, under indicate any impact that the rule will have on public education, public schools, local school districts, taxpayers, et cetera. I mean, there's a lot in here that one would be concerned about, but because it's not being implemented right away, I imagine this will sort out over time, contain the costs, 3-year averages, and at the bottom, compared to the current funding system, SUSDs were relatively low special education costs and a relatively high and low long-term ADM count will likely receive more funding. Conversely, SUs with relatively high special education costs.
Peter, what page are you reading from?
Well, it's page 2.
There's multiple page 2s because that's the, so you're given, as a state agency making rules, the forms from the Secretary of State's office, and they are numbered in, so Peter's on the second page 2.
The second page 2.
Yeah.
Economic impact analysis. Is that what
Yes,
you're looking at?
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, this is the loaded.
Yeah.
And I imagine this will work. I mean, it's not being implemented right away, but this is a really. This is it.
So maybe I could quickly get us to where Peter is because he's a little ahead of us. So please turn with me to the first page 1, which is the cover page for the rule filing itself. Nothing interesting on this page that I would draw your attention to. The chair will sign the rules hopefully at the end of today's meeting so that they can be, this paperwork can be filed tomorrow. So on page 2 that follows is contact information at the agency. Judy and I have volunteered ourselves to receive the questions from members of the public. If the chair would rather be on there, we would invite that, but can't imagine why you would volunteer for that. We also have established, is this where it is, Judy, the public comment? Oh,
No.
at the top of this page, see web URL under my contact information. That is a page that currently exists on the agency's website for state board rulemaking. It will be cleaned out of former rulemaking so that only these 2 rules will appear there, and it'll be all the information that anyone curious about these rules.
We're going to get rid of all that stuff.
I don't think 2200 is there now, if that's what you're worried about. But it'll be where folks will be sent to begin looking at what is this rulemaking all about. There also will be an email address there on that page, which will be sbepubliccomment@vermont.gov, where several members of the agency, and we also plan to put the chair on that inbox, can receive and read all the public comment and respond from that inbox to any questions. So then I'll take you to page 3 that follows, which is where the sort of substance of justifying the rules starts, we're asked to explain how these are within your authority, which is easy to do because you were directed to do so in Act 173. Then there is a concise summary. Moving on to page 4, which is where I wrote in blue pen. That's how you can tell you're on the right page. AOE note. This is where we actually really need input from the board. You are required to state in your filing with ICAR when you intend to hold public hearings on the rules. And after some discussion with the chair, we've included options for dates here. You should at least choose one date for a meeting in Randolph. You don't need to have 2 meetings in Randolph. Those were 2 that worked with the calendar. The St. Albans meeting corresponds to a regularly scheduled meeting of the board in St. Albans.
Speak up a little bit for me
So-
and for the.
So, Mr. Chair, can we have a discussion now about when you would like to have public comments, or would you like to put that off? Because it's the one decision that's absolutely necessary before you can file.
Let's do that now.
Okay.
And by the way, the same public comments will apply to both.
You are
1300
allowed
and
to have them for
2366.
both, and you'd probably want to have them
for
for
sure.
both.
So, board, it's proposed, let's see, our April meeting is probably around, what's the date, Maureen, of our April meeting? I should know this. Anybody know? 16. 15th. Oh, that's it. That makes sense. So the following Wednesday in April, on the 22nd, it's proposed that we conduct a public hearing at 4 p.m. in Brattleboro. And the idea is, for starting at 4, is to be available to people, educators and others. And we probably would go till 8 o'clock at night.
And we had discussed that you might consider, because the board did in regards to PBL, actually moving the date of your regularly scheduled meeting, giving notice of that, and this board would already be located at the meeting in Brattleboro.
Oh, okay.
to hold
So
that.
instead of
And you don't have to decide that today, but it's what I thought you might want to do.
Well, let's talk about that. But remember, we had a very, very brief board agenda on the 21st of January. It was a 1-hour conversation, and then we went into the work of the hearing, of the inquiry. Now, what you're proposing here, if we started at noon or 1, we'd have 3 hours of board work time, and then we'd switch over to the hearing and go probably till 7 or 8, 9, what the hell. So we would try to
So
get
2
it done in
hours.
one meeting.
So, yeah, we just scanned what other public agencies are doing. You all love public comment, and we're not gonna cramp your style. Other public agencies have about 2-hour public meetings, and
Yeah.
they can go longer if there's
Yeah.
a large deal of interest.
Well, we are people of the people, and we want to be out there. So, yes, comments?
In that idea, if it were 2 hours, let's say, maybe we start that at 5 and go to 7, and if it works its way into 8, that gives us more time at the front end for the work. I'm imagining this relatively low impact education legislative session is turning into a much higher impact on education legislative session than I think anticipated. So I would imagine we may have board work in response to whatever's going on in the legislature.
Oh, yeah.
So John, and I guess Emily, do you have to post a closing time for the public comments?
Not in this paperwork, no.
And can you implement rules for public comment? Like as far as how long?
Reasonable rules of the chair,
Yeah,
yes.
okay,
Like you
so-
did remember you did the timing for Act 46.
Oh,
that
I'm
kind of thing.
brutally reminiscent of that rule I had. You missed that one. So, I mean, you could say 4 o'clock and then the Brattleboro one, I'd be willing to stay until midnight since it's in Southern Vermont.
Yeah, not so much. Steve and I
We'll
say
just
no.
do what you want, sir.
It's a Southern Vermont joke, sorry. But at the same time, I mean, I wouldn't want to say that we're going to take 4 hours of comments and then just sit there for 4 hours if there's no one But I guess if you said you're gonna go till 8 o'clock, that would give people the expectation, well, if they showed up at 7, we'd still be there.
I guess that's why I was
Versus-
suggesting
yeah.
we err on the side of extending the time if we needed to versus
Yeah.
having people come expecting we're there. And why potentially, if we were thinking 2 hours, we'd start at a time that might be easier for people to get there
Yeah.
at 5 than,
Oh,
although
true.
I don't know if that's the case, if it is easier to go earlier for educators, if that's the
I think the 4
population that
o'clock would be,
joining us.
yeah, 4 o'clock would be easier for local educators, I think, and then you got the public that would come
Harder for
in
people.
around dinner time.
And can I point out that listed here is a southern, central, and northern location, so that we would hope we wouldn't be requiring anyone to drive down from Chittenden County to Brattleboro specifically.
We wouldn't? Oh, you mean public?
Right.
Yes. Yes. The idea is to go
Tim
where
will
the
have
people
to.
are.
Right, tends to be in
So,
Don't worry, you'll be back before 3.
how about
Yeah.
maybe a meeting that starts at 1, has board business 1 to 4 or 5, depending on, and then goes until kind of close the door at 7 and hope that we can be done by 7:30 or 8. So long haul for some of you to get back up to the North Country, and it'll be vice versa.
Is it a strictly sign up procedure, or are we designating some people to speak in advance, or is it strictly just?
No, it's public hearing.
Just public.
Just like we did with Act 46.
No, we didn't. Didn't we have the people speak in advance that were pre-selected?
Well, there were some success stories that were presented
Oh.
about why I love Act 40, why I love Act 46, but then it was opened up to the public. I would think that it's basically the way we did the public to be heard sessions on the 21st of January. There's a sign-up sheet, and we go in order.
And the point of this is to listen to testimony, right?
That's all.
I will say too, we've talked about geographic disbursement, I guess, I'd say, and since I've been on the board, southeast Vermont is the one area that I haven't been to, actually as a member of the board, so it's nice that we're doing Brattleboro.
Yeah, well, we haven't been down to Bennington either in a long, long time.
Yeah.
Yes, Kim.
So that is spring break in, I checked because it's EWSD.
Depends on where you
but
are.
it is,
Yeah.
it is spring
By your
break
tech
in
center.
Brattleboro.
You're speaking now of the 22nd or the 17th?
The 22nd is spring break in Brattleboro.
If I'm correct, the 15th was originally one of our dates. Because I have that in, like,
Yeah.
going through and putting
Yeah,
it.
that's
So
the-
I don't know if we want to stick with that date and change. I don't know what the location was for the 15th of April, but.
So the 15th, your regularly scheduled meeting is before the window for public comment is permitted to be opened based on the timing of filing.
So when is the first? Is that the 22nd?
It's the
is
22nd.
first? Oh, okay.
So we would skip the board meeting on the 15th and conduct it on the 22nd.
During Brattleboro spring break, though.
I don't think we should do
Yeah,
it
they're
in
not gonna-
Brattleboro then.
Yeah.
But what if we flipped Randolph and Brattleboro?
When's Randolph's?
Want me to look?
Yeah.
Instant gratification.
Why do we have that system? Another time.
It's all around tech centers.
Oh, I thought it was the ski
Yeah, it's
industry.
ski industry.
It's, yeah.
I think it's
Well, yeah,
I
Dan-
remember the
No,
tech
centers
went
calendar.
ski
Dan
industries.
said that.
I
They
was
wanted
there.
us to look at calendar.
I said that.
Statute
That's
says
what
the
Dan
tech
French
center.
said. He said
Yeah.
that there was some calendar. Remember, Dan said there was some calendar committee he sat on,
I mean, it's just
and
why
the
you
only
say
people
wrong.
that showed up to the meeting were 2 guys from the ski industry
I was there.
that wanted to split
Okay.
calendar.
Maybe we can solve this offline.
Because the slopes
Let's,
would be full twice, not just
yeah.
once.
And we can
Exactly.
solve both the location and the date question offline,
That's also school
depending
holiday in
upon
Randolph.
school vacay calendars and all that.
Yeah, I think that
the-
week is.
What about St. Albans?
I think an arbitrary decision will be required.
So let's just get consensus on the plan for each of these meetings. And the notion is that we would have a meeting in mid to late April, a second one at another location in early May, and a third one in late May. And we want to coordinate that with vacation schedules. So Maureen, maybe if you wouldn't mind, you could work with Emily. And we have to get those dates pinned down pretty soon, don't we?
You have to have it in your filing before you can file it, and the dates are based on filing tomorrow. We're doing this as quickly as we can turn it around
At my
for
request,
you.
thank you.
Why don't we just,
So
I'm trying to find it. for
So
some
I
reason
checked around the AOE because there's a bunch of former educators who work
What?
there
Do you know when the
with the
break is?
concern
Find out about the
spring
breaks
break.
month of.
And the folks at the agency who used to work in schools told me, well, it's nice if you can go on vacation and be out of town, out of Vermont for spring break, but most folks are not. That's not in their budget, and most folks are around. You know, they're going to their extracurricular practices and their hockey games and things like that during spring break.
what if we, just a suggestion, what if we just go to whatever the next issue is, and then during a break, we just Google all the I mean, I think it is, I think it is important that we're gonna have a hearing that's gonna impact local educators, that we have it on a time period in
Totally
that
agreed.
specific part of the state that's not on spring
All right.
break.
All right, we need, but for,
But get it done before lunch, so we
Okay.
can
All right,
fill in the
let's do that.
blanks here and do it.
what else, okay, what
it,
else do
right?
we need to
That's
know?
it.
Okay, so the next page, page 5, we are required to list keywords. We would be open to your suggestions of other things that you think people will search when they want to find this rulemaking series. I think we got them all though. Then moving on, you can skip the adopting page. There's no input there, to the economic impact analysis, which is numbered page 1. If you're following along, the blue heading says economic impact analysis. So in question 3, these are the affected parties. Question 4 is impact on schools, which is where Peter had comments. Question 5 is alternatives. We have said that there are no alternatives to this rulemaking because it's being undertaken at the direction of the General Assembly. Number 6 is impact on small businesses, where we specifically allude to impacts on independent schools, although we conclude that it cannot entirely be known because impacts on independent schools will key off of responses by SUs to these rules, which the rules do not necessarily control. And then we have inserted a page detailing the dollar impact that is estimated on each SU. This is the agency's financial analysis as the census block grant stands now. If changes are made by the General Assembly, these numbers would shift. So this is the amount that they would receive as the base amount per pupil for each year. Okay.
Okay.
Then administrative procedures dash public input is the next page 1. This is where we have attempted to summarize the work that you have already done and the stakeholder groups that you have already consulted. That's it for this packet.
Can I ask one more question about the calendar? Is the back end of it past our June meeting?
No, the last of it is in May.
The last of it's in May, so June is too late, so we need to get another one in there, because we can do the, anyway, okay.
So, Emily, everything that's here, according to whomever put this together, was that you? Yeah, the two of you. This fairly represents what we did in the rule itself.
Yes.
I mean, there's no reason to believe that there's any misrepresentation in your words here that describes what the rules are proposing to promulgate.
And if I could just draw your attention to that page 2 where Peter had a comment. So it's under economic impact analysis, page 2. What we've done here is essentially stress that it is the act itself which has great financial impact on supervisory unions. These rules implement those impacts. So we haven't gone so far as to say these rules have no effect because it was all the act. But we have pointed out that there are the point of the act was to have economic impact on supervisory unions. We have detailed the dynamics of that change here in the second paragraph, and sort of, we haven't stated that there are winners and losers, but this paragraph describes how you'd be impacted positively or negatively based on the trend in your ADM and your past spending. So if there are any changes that you would like to see that you think would be more clear and put people on notice, we'll definitely make those, but we've already made the effort on your behalf to do that. And the chair also had a chance to make comments, which we incorporated in this as well.
So, leaving aside the question of dates of hearings, do you feel you know enough to take a formal action, which would be to approve these agreed documents necessary to initiate rulemaking, and move that the board promptly take all steps necessary to initiate formal rulemaking? The board, the actual executive function of that is carried out on our behalf by the agency. Do you feel you are prepared to say that with regard to the two rules? Then I would entertain a motion to that effect. Yes?
I hate to insert myself, I'm sorry. The documents are not identical for 2360 because the financial impact is significantly less. And also, if your motion for either of them could indicate maybe that you're delegating to the chair the exact dates to be proposed for public hearing, the chair will be required to sign both documents before they're filed, and I think that ties it up with a bow.
Yeah, just to, when do you need to have those dates? Today, so we can get the paperwork in?
Yes.
So I think we can work that out right here. Absent a resolution on the dates, are you ready to adopt these motions? Dates for the public hearings.
Right, but that motion does need to state, based upon giving you the authority to sign it after discussion of the dates. Right, we should make some notice, some comment in our motion that we're not agreeing to those dates necessarily.
Great, why don't you make that motion if you like.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we approve
Do you have the page?
Whoops, sorry.
Do we need to do them separately, 2360 and 1300?
Do them separately, please.
Please.
I move that the State Board of Education approve the agreed documents necessary to initiate rulemaking, with the exception, with the decision to be made by the chair on the specific dates of the public hearings, and that the board promptly take all steps necessary to initiate formal OPA rulemaking with regard to the State Board of Education's proposed rules, Series 1300.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Oliver. Is there further discussion? All right, then, are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. And now, would you do the same with regard to 2360, please?
I move that the State Board of Education approve the agreed documents necessary to initiate rulemaking, with the exception that the board will, the chair will sign the documents that will indicate the proper dates for the public hearing, and that the board promptly take all steps necessary to initiate formal IPA rulemaking with regard to the State Board of Education's proposed amendments of Rules Series 2360.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. O'Keefe seconds. Thank you, Oliver. Is there further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. You've adopted the motion. So now let's just double back and see if we can sort out the dates. Has anybody got any further information about school calendars and all that? Kyle, do you know? Okay. Sabina and Kyle, do you know?
Three of them, I think we decided that all three of them have the exact same spring break, so that 22nd, they're all on break, all those three schools.
Aha.
Huh.
We can't start before, what's the earliest date we can start?
The 22nd.
Ours
It
is
is
the
the earliest.
13th.
Your
Pardon?
spring break is the 13th?
Yeah.
So is mine, but that doesn't matter, so we have
Yeah.
to move from the 22nd
No, I know,
forward.
just-
Right.
29th?
Yes.
Sabina, thank you for that.
So
So,
if we don't do the 22nd at all.
you can't do
The
that
week
because it's
of.
break everywhere. So we'd get into
Well-
May. Is that correct?
So then
Not everywhere, just on those 3 locations.
Right.
So we could change location?
If we move to
If we keep the 22nd.
Northeast Kingdom.
If we keep the 22nd, we can change the location, or we can keep the location and change the date, I think is the.
But didn't you say that all three
The-
locations?
The
three
three locations you're
locations.
talking
Oh.
about, we can't
but
change among those
not the
3.
Northeast Kingdom or down here in
So on the
Chester, I guess.
22nd, where could we meet?
St.
Yeah.
John's St. John's
So I have a list of areas that are on vacation the week prior, so the 13th and 17th. So they would be available on the 22nd. I don't know if
Could
it's
you-
a yes, but I can. So Caledonia Central, Lamoille North and Lamoille South, Orleans Southwest, Wyndham Northeast, Slate Valley, Mill River, Battenkill Valley, Southwest Vermont, Hartford, Windsor Central,
How about Southwest Vermont?
Kingdom East.
Southwest Vermont,
Well, Maureen said Wyndham Northeast, which is Bellows Falls.
they have a common calendar, and if, I heard Mill River mentioned there, and they're part of that group. So that takes in a whole quadrant of the state.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So, the 22nd in southeastern Vermont. As far south as we can get. Is that okay? So no board meeting on the 15th.
Where are we going?
Somewhere far away for you. What about the meetings in Randolph? Either on the 30th of April or the 5th of May.
May I request
Please.
that it's later because I'm away when the 22nd through like May 1st.
Okay.
So I don't want to miss 2 meetings would be
Yeah,
my
yeah,
thing.
thank you. Okay.
So,
So, the 6th, does the 6th of May work for you?
Yep.
Does the 6th of May work for others? In mid-state? Do we think Randolph is not on vacay at that time?
That's over the hump
Oh,
of
it's all over.
vacations, I think.
Okay, okay. And then the board, a regular board meeting, so the meeting on the 6th, the meeting on the 6th of May would not be a regular board meeting, it would be a shortened meeting. You'd be there from 4 o'clock-ish till 7-ish, or something like that.
Whatever, yeah, it would be an evening public
Right,
comment only.
right. Hearing only.
And that's in Randolph?
Yeah, mid-state. And then on the 20th of May would be a regular board meeting, and that would be in St. Albans, where I think we were planning to be anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is that all right with everybody? Do you have,
We've moved the meeting, April 22nd. That's been moved to May 6th, or do we still have that?
No,
meeting?
April 15th has been moved to the 22nd.
Oh, okay, perfect.
so
And
it's
that-
April, yeah, so we're looking at April 22nd in Southwest.
So we don't know the location yet.
That's correct. We're looking at 6th May in Randolph, and 20 May, full board meeting in St. Albans.
And would that be similar to the Rutland meeting as in it starts at like noon?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
goes
yeah, something like that.
In the St. Albans or the?
St. Albans and the southeast Vermont would both be like the Rutland meeting. Start early afternoon, end up at 7 or 8 o'clock.
I'm going to take my direction for Southeast Vermont, starting with Bellows Falls. That's a Union High School. We'll look there. Does that sound okay?
Is that's within the districts? so
Yes,
far?
it's Wyndham Northeast.
Okay, then use that. Yep. And you've got locations for the Randolph
We're
meeting?
gonna try to have these at the high school because it's free.
Yeah, yeah, all right. And then St. Albans, we know where we are. That's all set. Okay. That's, yeah. I think you could plan on that. We might be able to start a little later. Because we don't, the hearing itself is only going to be two or 3 hours, whereas we had a 6-hour hearing, if you recall, in Rutland. Okay. Okay, good. Let's keep piling along. We'll go to item G, and then I think we're going to have time. We're ahead of schedule now. I think we'll have time before lunch to take up Monte Cristi and the question that Oliver wants to raise. Okay? So let's switch over then to item G, which is kind of a whole new topic, which is draft revisions to Rule 2200. It's called Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire. So Rule 2200 is the rule that governs, more properly, Rule 2220 is the rule that governs independent schools. And Act 173 sets forth a lot of, I would say, virtually prescriptive language about how special education must be conducted by and with and contracted with independent schools. There was a summer study, not a summer study, a legislative study committee that was put together back in, I would say, was it late 2018? 2017, late 2017. And it filed its report in early 2018. And that sets forth a series of, well, actually not recommendations. That committee had a lot of sort of agreements on principle, but not specific recommendations. Then 173 comes along and spells out specifically, in a fair amount of specificity, how special ed needs to work at independent schools. Our job is to translate that into rules, or our job is to watch others translate that into rules and arbitrate on differences if we must. So a question that has come up is the statute. The statute specifies that by 1 November 2020, this year, right now, by 1 November of this year, we must initiate rulemaking. That's that term of art again that we just did. That is to say, we've gone through whatever preparatory process we feel we must go through in order to on the 1st of November and not later, adopt a proposed rule and kick it into the APA rulemaking process, just like we just did now. Keep in mind that Judy and Emily and Megan and Marilyn and all of you back there started working on the 1300 and 2360 rules about a year ago. So it's taken about a year to get to this point. So you could think that maybe we should have started work on the 2200 rules about 3 months ago, because by 1 November we need to be at a point of consensus, much like we got to here today on those rules. Because it's our goal always to go into the rulemaking process with a highly developed rule, because as you will see, these hearings don't tend to tell you what to do. They tend to tell you what people don't like. And then it's a lot of work to go from what people don't like to what the rule ought to say. Well, we've done all that work. You folks have done all that work here. We want to do all that work in advance on the 2200 rules too. So the statute is not clear about when the rules have to go into effect. Do any of you back there have any advice for us about when the 2200 rules should go into effect or must go into effect? Because I believe the statute is silent on that point. Any of you want to come up to the table and advise us or tell us what you think? We're happy to hear from anybody about this.
We'll say it in unison.
Sure.
July 1, 2022.
That's when you think they should go into effect?
Yes.
Is that, and where do you get that date from?
That's the effective date of the statute being changed from the current 166 to the then 166.
Oh.
You're right that it doesn't say when your rules should go into effect, but it's an easy inference to make that they should be the same. It's the same logic as we just talked about with the funding rules.
Just to be clear, there are two 166As in statute. One applies until the 1st of July 2022, and then that's A. Well, that's A. But then there's a new A that kicks in with a different set of changes to statute on 1 July 2022.
There are also several sections in the special education funding chapter.
Right. So it makes a lot of changes. And what's being suggested here is that we coordinate the effective date with that. So we could start the rulemaking, or we could initiate on the 1st of November and then stipulate in the rule that they shall go into it. And, oh, by the way, backing up, typically rulemaking is 6 to 8 months max. And then typically, unless you specify otherwise, the rule goes into effect 15 days after the conclusion of rulemaking. So that would put this rule going into effect, unless you stipulate otherwise, sometime in late 2021. But what's being suggested here is to stipulate that it goes into effect on 1 July 2022. Is that your thought?
It is. The only thing I would add to that is, and this is not an advisory group discussion, it's a VCSEA issue that has been raised. One of the things to acknowledge is that if the rule series, so the census-based grant goes into effect 2021,
That's right.
and there will be a year where some questions that might be related to special ed funding for independent schools will be unresolved, but yet the funding structure will have changed. And some members for districts who interact often with independent schools have expressed a little bit of alarm at that. That said, the advisory group conversations have been more around we want to give ample time to the discussions that are going to ensue regarding 2200 series.
Yeah.
So I just said two totally separate things, but I wanted to acknowledge the VCSEA piece of that, because that is a little bit of a hiccup that has implications for some districts.
Right.
And is created by the General Assembly.
Correct, exactly.
Not you.
Say it again, please.
The hiccup is created by the General
Yes, of course.
Assembly.
Madam Secretary, do you have any thoughts about how the agency, will that disconnect, for 12 months anyway, place a lot of strain and ambiguity upon the agency? I mean,
we haven't really talked about that particular issue. I do think we have some remedies at our disposal if that's the will of the group to request that dates be shored up in statute.
Much like last year, a little earlier than this, the advisory group began speaking about the advisability of delaying the first year of implementation of the block grant. They are also going to have, as I understand it, those conversations, not to any end, but evaluating whether the current dates for the block grant are still appropriate. I don't know if you guys have a feeling right now, but that's...
Haven't even really discussed whether or not we would be discussing, but I'm sure members will bring it up.
So there's no move to go to the legislature and ask for...
Not at this point. The only thing we actually specified to the General Assembly was a general, you moved one date when you made the change and didn't really touch anything else. But we didn't make any recommendations. I don't mean to muddy the water with that.
No, that's all right. I mean, you're raising a period of complexity, yes.
Well, I would also add, I think the board can make its own recommendations. This board can make recommendations to the General
We
Assembly
certainly
as
can.
well. So, betwixt the three of us, perhaps we can
What do we
figure it
think
out.
that recommendation might be? Do you want to delay the block grant by a year, or do you want to accelerate the independent school rules?
We haven't taken a position on either one of those, and Heather and I are not going to do that today with the secretary not here.
Well, so what are your inclinations? I mean,
So let me say, I guess the vacuum in the room right now is the agency can do this. I mean, we are, and have been since May, moving forward on implementation of the block grant for July 1, 2021, and the independent school changes for July 1, 2022. You know, moving forward with all intention of the dates staying the same.
well, we know that, but
That's your answer then.
But that leaves this 1 year of ambiguity in the field.
Do we know what that impact is of that ambiguous
So,
funding?
in the districts who have choice, so
Yep.
tuition often, in our current construct, the costs that they pay for that are billed to them by the independent schools, which is how that's the current way of doing that. And in a reimbursement model, the reimbursement ebbs and flows with that.
Right. Yep.
In a census-based model, it does not.
Right.
And so and I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the discussions around the 2200 series will be and whether or not there will be changes to the potential ebb and flow. But what I know will happen is if the census grant goes into place in FY21 and whatever happens with independent schools is a year later, we will have a year where some LEAs will still have to pay the bill, whatever the bill is, they will have to pay it because that's how the current law is, and they will only receive whatever their census grant is. There is the potential, and VCSEA is aware of several districts who would be happy to come and address the board or write a letter because they have actual dollar amounts behind what that potential risk would be. I do not, but that would be the implication of the gap in implementation, for lack of a better word. I also don't know what, and the advisory group has not talked about, we don't know what the right remedy is. You know, that's a big discussion about do we delay the grant again. That I wouldn't take that lightly. And we want to do justice to the process of discussing the 2200 series. So moving it up is not without ramifications. So I feel badly that I'm acknowledging an issue without a solution.
It's okay.
But
Why don't we contemplate accelerating the implementation of 2200 to 1 July to be coincident with the block grant?
with the block grant.
That would mean, if you allow for it to be a 6 to 8 month process, that would mean initiate no later than the 1st of November, which we're required by statute to do. And by the way, we're already required by statute to do that. Why could we not then make it coincident with the implementation of the block grant?
It would be tight. So imagine with me that this is the November 2020 State Board meeting and you just initiated rulemaking on 2200.
Right.
You would be looking at roughly, is it 60 days? Sorry to put you on the spot. You pre-file with the Secretary of State and you can have a public hearing 60 days after? 30 days after. So in December, during the holiday period, you would be permitted to begin your required public hearings. You might choose to not do that and instead wait until people are back at work from the holidays. A public hearing in maybe 2 in January, 1 in February. Your consideration of the public comments would take place in March, and you'd be looking to get on the April or May LCAR agenda, just to sketch out the big pieces. That proves to me that it is possible. There is not a lot of room for a 1 month delay.
Understood.
And I also want to make sure that, so that and maybe the board understands this, but I want to make sure that you're hearing me from the right hat. The advisory group, so speaking as the chair of the advisory group, wants to prioritize having time to do this well. They recognize that we have not, the agency, I think the intention is still to convene some stakeholders outside of the group to start these conversations. And the advisory group is recognizing that work is important. And so tight timelines make that a challenge. So I want to be clear that that's the advisory group. Then that's what you saw in some of the documentation. I am simply acknowledging as the VCSEA representative that this gap is a very real issue for some districts, and I felt like I would be remiss not to mention that. I just want to be clear that, because those are two different things, or they have a different solution to them, I guess.
Unless statute changes, and we could request that, we have to initiate the rulemaking on the 1st of November. We have to have completed the whole pre-rulemaking process that we've just completed. We have to complete all of that by the 1st of November anyway. And that seems to me where the tight sneakers are.
Yep.
It looks like if you initiate before November, you probably can just make the 1 July 2021 deadline for implementation. Just barely. As Emily says, there's no room for things to go wrong. But backing up from that, can the stakeholders, the advisory group, and of course the agency, marshal the resources to bring a draft together and sort out differences and kind of replicate what you've done here? I see somebody standing up in the background. Let's hear from you.
I wonder if I could join the
Please.
group at the table.
Yeah. Yes.
My own general counsel.
Hi.
So, in other capacities, I have seen other groups, which the distinction might be rulemaking, where something has been required on a particular deadline, and they have simply written to the General Assembly and said, can we have an extension on this?
For legislative reports.
Or work that a work group is responsible for doing. Is this a completely different scenario because it's rulemaking? Is it
Well,
more-
I think it's probably a non-starter for this board. I mean, since the fall, they've been discussing the concern of meeting the deadline, and I don't see this as a board that would say, oh, well, we didn't make it, we'll write a letter to the General Assembly. I think that there is time enough now to ask not for permission, or I guess it is permission. Please give us permission in the statute to start later than you originally said. They're not to that bad point yet, thankfully.
Yes. No.
So, if we ask for pushing that out to March
Of 2021.
2021, it puts us on a similar schedule that we are on for this one.
Mm-hmm.
If we make November, we make November.
Right.
If we don't, we have a window that keeps us in line with implementation for 2022 and budgets planning
But it guarantees
for
that we won't have implementation until 2022. Because you don't start it up in the middle of the year, right?
Understood.
Well, the real issue here is that you actually don't have authority in current law to change the independent school rules effective any sooner than July 1, 2022. That's and Mill is dying to speak to this, but right now the legislature has said give at least until 2022
Yeah, you're right.
for the independent school community, for starters, to respond to our direction to change.
Right.
So I need to understand that better. So you're saying the date of the 2021 isn't really...
Without a legislative change, you as the
Oh.
board cannot go faster.
This is where the legislature sort of didn't coordinate their deadlines.
Then the need to push up any date, even if we were to finish it and started it in November, right? It still is...
Without legislative change, it
Without
doesn't go into
legislative change, it's irrelevant, right?
That's true, but then that leaves us with the 1 year
Oh, I understand.
disconnect. Mill, let's hear from you.
Yes, so I'm Mill Moore, Executive Director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association and a member of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. I'd like to back up for just a moment and address what Chairman Carroll said about what are the issues involved in 2200. It's more than just special ed. It is also State Board of Education oversight of all approved independent schools, and it is rate setting for special ed in independent schools other than
Are those
special
questions
ed
raised in
services.
173?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they're all there. We have heard nothing from the agency about their intentions of what they want to do in recommending rules. So I know nothing about the agency's directions that would like to go. I just have my own opinions, my association's opinions. I think an extension is important, essential, because there are some serious issues to be dealt with. And the issues are narrower than the 1300 series. 1300 was everybody doing special education in the state of Vermont, whereas 2200 is only the independent schools community. So there's this two-stage process that Megan referred to of maybe a subgroup of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group will convene the key stakeholders involved with independent schools and the agency, and then that subgroup will then come to the larger advisory group with a set of ideas or discussion points to trigger the larger discussion.
Well, that's sort of an internal matter for the AG. That I don't.
But in any event, we need more time than just between now and 1 November.
And why is that?
Because it's complicated, and because the agency has not even spoken on the matter yet. So suppose the agency came forward with a draft today. It would really be at least 2 months before any substantive discussions within the advisory group could even begin to occur. And then after that, we're rolling forward. The summer is always difficult to get business done. So we get up to the start of summer, things slow dramatically, and then we can pick up the pace again in August or rather in September. But being done by November 1 is going to be, I think, a disservice to the schools that are involved here.
The statute seems, just from a casual, non-lawyerly reading, seems pretty prescriptive about
it is indeed in
what to
some
do.
areas, but there are other areas, especially rate setting, that it is not prescriptive at all. And we have some very elaborate, or not elaborate, but far-reaching proposals to make for changing that.
So it feels to me like there are two options. One is to sort of push back the beginning of the initiation of rulemaking from 1 November of this year to, so you could even push it back to July 1 of 2021. And that would guarantee you still that you'll have rules coming out the other end by July 1 of 2022. To do that, you'd have to seek legislative redress on the startup date for rules. You'd have to go to the legislature and say, we don't want to start on 1 November because whatever reasons, we want to start some later time. And we'll still make the deadline.
Has anyone said that?
No.
You have.
But that's the implication of what Mill is saying.
Yeah.
Mill is saying, we can't get this done and ready to go by 1 November. But the consequence of that is to guarantee that there's 1 year of disconnect between funding and practice.
Yeah.
The other way to go is to say, come on, guys, let's pick it up. Let's get it going by 1 November, and let's go to the General Assembly and ask them that we'd like to have the rules go into effect on 1 July 2021 so as to coordinate with the funding. Those are the choices, I think. In either case, you got to go to the legislature, but the question is, the obvious advantage, apart from the work that it takes to get ready for the rulemaking, is that the latter approach eliminates that 1 year disconnect, and that seems to be an important achievement.
Is there any learning curve that was achieved through the rulemaking process on the 1300 and 2600 so that that conversation for the independent school is not as new and onerous and, you know, on anybody's part, AOE, your committee, us, the board, so that we're, you know, a little bit further ahead than when we started, you guys started on the
I mean, the first part of that, we even just had a, you know, 2-minute conversation today about the fact that it would be great to think differently operationally about how the advisory group and the agency engages in these pre-conversations. And I think we could make movement on that for sure. I also think Mill pointed out the, you know, there are additional thorny issues in 2200 series, and there were plenty of thorny issues in 1300 series. And I don't know. I am optimistic, though, that we can change how we operate so that the advisory group at least can have some structure of engagement and being able to kind of real-time react to things so we can hash things out before we're kind of shuttling proposals back and forth together. I feel good about that potential.
And while it is true that the first draft of the rules that you just approved to initiate were presented in February of last year, the advisory group's discussions throughout the spring were on other issues. I mean, the bulk of their meeting, they were very concerned with whether the General Assembly would delay implementation. That took up a ton of time, which is different the next time around. And we really started getting down to the nitty-gritty more like in May or June. I don't remember if you had a June meeting. Definitely May.
July.
Yeah.
Because, and also, Mill, is that your name? The impact on the independent schools, so the organizations you represent, isn't that financial gap a pretty critical issue so that you'd want to do the front end work so you don't have to possibly deal with that funding issue for the independent schools?
I don't know enough to even answer that question.
I think that issue is actually more on the part of LEAs, because what will happen in that year is nothing will change for how they bill. They will still have that same structure. It's the LEAs that are concerned.
May I ask, Emily, how soon before you could have a first draft? Because that's really the triggering thing.
Right. So in an ideal world, we would have had a soft first draft to roll out to a smaller group than the advisory group, but skipping that step, March. When is your March meeting? Is probably the 6th.
Well, we probably won't meet in March because it's a break for a lot of folks. We would if we knew that we had a draft to review, but that's basically.
So April at the latest, a first draft in front of the AG.
At the latest.
And you and all your folks.
So no one has said it, so it's a little out of my role. It is a big shift on the independent school community to say that their roll up to this big change is 1 year shorter when the actual legislation was passed in 2018. So there's sort of, I'm aware of a reliance factor. There was a reliance on the legislation in 2018 and 2019, and now up until this point that they would have that full 5 years, or I'm not doing math, and it's being shortened possibly by 1. That's not nothing.
I'm sorry, I'm
So
not sure
I'm
what
putting
this
myself in the
reliance upon a
shoes-
5-year rollout is.
Yeah. So
What's that?
putting myself in the shoes of someone who is the headmaster of an independent school, I've been relying on July 1, 2022 for a long time now, since the legislation passed in the spring of 2018.
Okay. And would that make a practical difference for schools, Mill?
Changing that 2022 deadline,
Yeah, to moving it up a year.
moving it out further?
No. Back to
Yes,
2021.
I think that would be troublesome.
And what would be the consequence?
Well, what we're talking about here is starting special ed services in about 3 dozen independent schools that have never provided special education services. They may not all be called upon to do special ed. It
They have
all
to be
depends
ready.
on what students wish to move over to an independent school and which IEP teams then approve that move.
Right.
So we really can't forecast exactly how many, or even approximately how many students are going to be moving over, but all the schools will have to be ready in some respect. And they've all been looking at that 2022 deadline for the last 2 years, thinking that that's where their planning needs to be.
Well, that's an important point. Comments, questions?
I can't get my head around the difference that the LEA will need to do. So I understand that. So there's that 1 year gap. How big of a lift is that for the LEA and for the whole process?
It's a financial impact. It's a financial impact, and I actually wish Randy Coulis were here, because she is a director, soon to be superintendent, who can speak to this based on her district. But and I don't have numbers, I don't have modeling to show you, but the example is that if, and I'm going to use stupid numbers, but if the bill that I receive from my various independent schools for the cost of special ed services is $100,000. It's not. It's way more than that. But if it was, then in my current model, if that goes up or down, it gets reimbursed.
Right, I understand.
Proportionately. But in FY21, I now receive a finite grant. I might be one of the districts who is now receiving less money. I might be one who's receiving more. I don't know. But that's why people model it out. But what I do know is that that's capped, except for extraordinary costs for individual kids, which is a little bit of a different thing. But this number is now capped, which means if that $100,000 bill comes into me and it's now a $150,000 bill, this is not going up. So for those districts, whatever that difference is, that is a financial impact. It's a purely financial one, and it is 1 year. I don't know if there's remedy for that.
That would pertain only to their contracts with independent schools.
Exactly.
No, I said a moment ago that the agency has said nothing so far about 2,200. That actually was not true. They have said one thing, and that is they have said that the reimbursement model is where they think they want to continue with independent schools. They don't think a census-based grant model works outside of the public system.
What's the laws think?
I think what you've said is that the independent schools can't be the recipient of a census grant.
That's
that does
correct,
not necessarily mean
Do we
that.
know how many students are in independent schools with IEPs or under the SPED category? How many students are we talking about here?
Well, we're talking about 11 schools that are all the largest independents that have all gained special ed approvals. I don't have the number in my head of how many exactly that is.
That's 11 schools.
It's a few hundred.
Okay. And not every supervisory union would have necessarily this arrangement either. Is that true? True. But there are some supervisory unions that do not send students to independent schools.
Yes.
Any LEA who has school choice, who does not operate a school, essentially. It's all identified special ed students in those schools.
So
does not impact students who are sent to alternative schools.
Correct, because that's an IEP placement.
Okay.
That's the other thing we just kind of hashed out. Yep.
So board, if then I guess it's two choices. We either move to accelerate the implementation date to 2021 and stay with the present, start your rulemaking in November of this year, which has the downside of catching schools a year early before they've had a plan, a track, and many of them have to staff up for this, build on-campus capabilities that they may not have. There's that option. So we, in that case, somebody has to go to the General Assembly and ask for implementation on the 21st, in 2021. The other option is we leave the implementation of those rules until 2022, suffer this 1 year disconnect, although it's finite in scope, and consider whether or not we want to sort of accelerate the pre-rule process so that it's ready by 1 November, so that we'll have rules ready a whole year before they're needed. Or should we postpone implementation of initiation of rules, this whole pre-hearing business? That too would require legislative action. I think you have three choices, those three choices. Where do you come down?
When they have a staff up, how is that different from, with the census-based? Is that, they have to, the way.
It's just that these schools are going to be required to be providing special services that many of them are not now doing. That's one of the profound impacts of 173 on independent schools. And many of them don't have those capabilities on board now, and what Mill is saying is they know they're going to have to, and they're starting to build the capabilities to do so by 1 July 2022.
And just, this is just real 101 stuff. So where are those kids getting their special ed now?
Largely public school and a small minority.
But if they don't have a public school.
Well, they might come off of an IEP to attend the independent school.
They
If it's
might
choice.
go off an IEP?
If it's parents' choice to move to take their child out of a public school and place them in independent school, they would self-select off.
Or under the law, 2022, an ALEA could send a child to that school in a way now that they cannot do now because the school doesn't have the capabilities, but now was required to have them. So it's a big lift for the independent schools to make this shift. There's no doubt about that. But anyway, I want you to.
And sorry, this is Oliver.
Please.
I guess one related. We're assuming we're talking about independent schools in Vermont, but it starts getting a little sticky where there's an independent school outside of Vermont, and I don't know to what extent we can extend our reach beyond our borders, because of the current 2200 rules indicate approval in another jurisdiction under their rules is sufficient. So I'm just wondering, and I guess it's an Emily question.
Oh, that was the end of the Emily
All
question.
right, we'll see if we can get an answer to your question.
Yes, your current rules state, and this is really about where Vermont tuition dollars can go. Under your current rules, a school district may deem an out-of-state independent school as approved for Vermont tuition dollars if that school is approved under the laws of that state or by an accrediting agency, NEASC being the most current popular one. The wrinkle in approval in Vermont that the Act 173 requirements add is that if a school intends to receive public dollars, it must also demonstrate the ability and willingness to comply with the requirement to provide special education. The intends to receive public money is where we would struggle thinking about out-of-state independent schools and independent schools in Vermont that do not frequently enroll publicly funded students but might possibly do so.
All right. Kathy?
I'm just a comment where I'm coming down, is that I think it's unfair to, as a result of our timelines and legislative gap, right, in language on those years, to put that pressure back onto the independent schools. So my opinion is whatever we need to do in order to accommodate the independent schools so that they get the same time that our other school systems did for this Act 173 implication is where I'm landing. Whatever that means, on whatever the dates need to be shifted, on whomever we need to approach for that shift.
I'd agree with Kathy, too, that moving the date in from 2022 to 21 on the school side, organizationally, the school, it's not going to help the schools. It's also, I don't see any benefit to students if the process is hurried and they're just brought into a system that's not well designed, well thought out, well organized, and well financed. So I think that moving it in, I wouldn't be in favor of.
Yes.
Pragmatically, I also imagine, and politically, getting the legislature to accelerate the timeline for independent schools would be about as popular as Act 46 implementation in parts of the state. So just for that thought, and I'm not battle worn from what you all went through, so.
And the board survival possibly.
I put that out there, yeah, and then, I guess, it becomes possibly a question of if we inquire about pushing out the implementation of the census block grant for all to align. And I appreciate we are in the process of rulemaking. We are also not sure what will happen with some of the other components of this, and in all honesty, I'm not sure that the professional development that was intended to enable best practice utilization of a census block has happened statewide in a way that will mitigate potential effect on students. So
Well,
that's
that's
my 2 cents.
Yeah, one of the premises of courts, I think, is that when you look at a law, you have to assume the legislature knew what it was doing. So that's a sort of operating premise. And we have to assume the legislature knew that it was implementing the census-based funding in 1 year and rolling out the capability in the independent schools a year later. So just as I think it would be not a winning prospect to try to convince the legislature to move the deadline forward for the independent schools, I rather doubt that people would be enthusiastic about moving the rollout on census-based funding back a year. Those are two probably pretty well locked-in things. What the legislature might not have great passion about is whether or not we start rulemaking in November or next July. They might say, well, if you can tell us you'll have it ready, then, and if you can tell us there's a compelling reason to delay, then I guess that's what I'm trying to know more is, can we not get this done? Can you not be ready to come to us with a well-developed proposal by 1 November, or is that really pushing it very hard?
I think the lack of data as far as what is the impact between that gap of census-based funding and implementation of, it's just hard for me to understand if that gap is a big issue. Like, how many students are we talking about here? What's the dollar amounts? It is tough to figure out for the LEAs. Is this a big
And
issue?
I would just encourage you to talk to, and they have shared their concerns with, both houses. I don't know about recently. I would just, because I think you're right, I think you'd want to hear from them. They could give you real numbers and real impact for them.
Which is going to vary, right, across the state.
It is,
Yeah.
absolutely.
When you look at St. Johnsbury or Kingdom East, and they don't operate high schools, that's every single special ed cost after 8th grade is up for grabs there.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to hear from Randy, just because she has a lot of knowledge on this, and there's probably a big number there.
There is.
I would think.
Yeah.
Bill.
That's another district.
Heather, when was the SBAC test administered, and have they got the results yet?
Bill,
This
is
ties
that,
in.
is that germane?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm prepared to talk about that. Is this when you want to talk about that?
How is it germane, Bill?
It's germane in the sense of there are a lot of initiatives out there that the agency is in charge of implementing. And the load is very heavy, and the field is basically saying, oh my goodness, can't we get something right here and on time? And I would much rather develop something that's workable, that we do some field trials, that we get it working right before we go
Field
for-
trials of what?
Well, in general, everything, because
Yes,
look,
but
we
we're
got
not talking
special ed
about.
system that's not working, achievement tests that are not getting out there, and the list goes on.
This is, I don't think we're seeing that this is a problem of the agency's capacity to respond. This discussion here. Oliver, you had some comment?
No, I don't see how this is germane to a particular topic.
Yeah, I mean, if you're concerned about agency's capacity, I'm not hearing that as an obstacle here to getting the rule developed. I am hearing that it's very, very complicated and all of that.
Sounds like the implementation issues are on the independent school side.
Yeah, the capacity issue is on the independent school side, and if you take away a year, that exacerbates that challenge.
So financial burden is maybe on the LEA side, a little bit of implementation there, and then largely all the implementation or most of it on the independent school side. Does that seem like a fair summary?
And the
And then-
legislature is aware of the gap, right? And
Yes, I wonder how much they're aware of the actual implications of the gap, but
well, they'll become
don't know.
quickly aware, right?
Yes.
Very quickly aware.
Yes.
And leave that hole for them to fix. Who knows what solution they might find in whatever that funding piece is. But
Yeah.
I think for our purview, the impact of the process on the independent schools and not giving them the time that they need is
Right.
huge.
So I think we're pretty clear that we're not prepared to advocate that the implementation date for rollout of this should be changed. That stands untouched. Now, my question to you is, do we need to move back the 1 November startup date for initiating rulemaking? Keeping in mind that we now have from 1 July 2022 to 1 November 2020 is 16 months or something like that. We don't need 16 months to do rulemaking. So it would seem sensible to push the beginning of rulemaking back into early 2021, knowing that that leaves plenty of time for 2022 implementation. Yes.
Is that, what was our required date this time around?
There was no required date.
Yes, there was. You were originally, when 173 was passed, you were to complete rulemaking by November 30th, 2020. And we saw that you were not going to make that, and so in the big bill last year, the date was changed to an initiation date of August of 2020.
That's right, pardon me,
Yeah,
yes.
2 changes.
So we're ahead of schedule, which is a good place to be. So, does that answer your question?
It does. I was just
Yeah.
trying to figure out,
Yeah.
we've got March floating
Yeah.
out there, you
Yeah.
mentioned
Yeah.
July.
Yeah.
I'm sensitive mostly to the timing that, a couple of things, that we get public comment in a time that's accessible for those who are affected
Yeah.
by it.
Yeah.
And then secondarily, that school boards and districts are able to plan for their budgets and the impact on their budgets related to the outcome of these rules. So, as would be the same case with the rules we're just
Well,
going through
that's a
right now.
great point, and the timeline that we are working on with regard to 132360, we sort of pushed it up a little bit in the last couple of months so as to ensure that when we had the public comment period, it was during school season. And so here are we now in February initiating rulemaking, and it's going to satisfy that objective. So if we initiated rulemaking with regard to 2200 along about now next year, we would satisfy that goal of public comment in that time. So that would give us 12 months to go from where we are now to you coming to us a year from now with a highly developed consensus proposal for 2200. Would that be a useful thing to do? Would that make a difference to y'all? Because it's either going to be November 1 or sometime 6 months after that.
More time is better.
You folks, Emily and
Yes, I
Megan?
think that ideally you all would, just as the chair said, initiate rulemaking in February or March of next year. And why not give yourself a little room and be early, that you
Yeah.
initiated in February and you're required to do it in March, for instance. And then move through rulemaking with all due haste like you will do for this, because there's also a significant benefit to districts, as Kim is saying, to see that the rules are done. I can rely on those being
Yeah.
the rules, and I
Yeah.
don't have to initiate the change tomorrow. I have 6 months or so to respond and plan.
I think the extra time on this, I can already kind of sense that there's going to be a lot of give and take, and to try to come up with compromises versus a group of winners and losers. I think the extra time is going to be really helpful to try to come up with some solutions between the independent schools, the LEAs, and the agency. I just don't see that happening in the current timeline.
Okay.
Is that, would you agree?
So is there a consensus emerging here that it would be this board's, that we're going to stay with the implementation date of 1 July 2022, not going to mess with that, not going to ask the legislature to mess with that, going to live with the disconnect, whatever it looks like. As Kathy says, maybe the legislature's going to have to make some financial adjustments for those LEAs that are caught in this bind. And we, on our side, would, if we had to, we could initiate rulemaking 1 November. It would be your work, not ours. But the agency and the board might jointly, and the advisory group, and Visa, might collectively go to the legislature and ask for a pushback on initiating rulemaking to 1 March 2021. Is that all right by everybody? It's sort of, it's not perfect, but it's sort of the least bad of all solutions, perhaps?
We could also get some data at the state level.
About this disconnect
About
problem.
this disconnect.
That would be useful.
I think it's important to hear directly from stakeholders, but we can also pull that.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to alert the legislature to this impending complexity.
I appreciate that, Heather, and I would think it would be great if we were able to have it even now as the legislature is going through this, if there would be something so startling that they might consider pushing back to synchronize those dates. Even the process that we're in, like, not our rules are our rules, but if there are things that were to be revealed about that disconnect, I wonder if that would benefit from data.
Let me just start with actually checking with the secretary and making sure we have the capacity
You
to
have
do this.
data.
I can't promise a deadline at this
No,
point.
thank you. I wasn't trying to nail you to the
But we'll
seat.
get
I was
that,
just
because I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
It would be very helpful.
Get it as soon as we can.
I want to just say, though, to the stakeholders and the agency, so we can go and ask the legislature to push this date back, and they can say no.
Right.
And we won't have an answer to that question with certainty, perhaps until May. I want to just ask you, please don't say, oh, well, we've got until March. Maybe you have only until November. So I'm just urging full steam ahead. And then if we get another 3 months, well, you can back off a little bit, or it leaves you more time to talk. But please don't let this conversation say, oh, well, we got nothing to worry about, because you might. So the consensus is we will seek legislative approval to begin, initiate rulemaking as of 1 March.
And you're going to communicate that
to
the chairs?
I think the Secretary and I will do so jointly and invite them to take testimony from the stakeholders. I think that's probably how we'd like to do it. Since the rulemaking is the board's responsibility, at least for now. So, yeah, I think we do that. Okay? All right, I think that, does anybody else have further final comment on that? We haven't, I don't think we have, do we have a motion on this?
No.
No, we don't need a motion. We just know what we want to do. All right, good, thank you. Now, board, we've got a little time before lunch. Thank you all for that. Emily, do you have what you need to go away and come back? You were going to go and prepare. You were going to go away and prepare documents to bring back for my signature.
Yes, you
Good.
voted on
Yeah.
those dates.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Wait, Mater Christi.
Yeah, we want to take up the Mater Christi matter, Bill? Oh, okay, Emily, we'd like you to stay for the Mater Christi discussion. Thank you very much, Megan.
And I would say potentially Oliver's point as well.
Yes, good point. So let's get going. Bill, what's your question on Mater Christi?
Bill may be interested in this one too. I was looking over this situation, and the Chittenden case on religious tuition basically said, no, you can't give public money to religious schools.
For dual enrollment. You speaking about dual enrollment or just generally?
Just generally.
Okay.
Except that it's not that simple. It appears that some schools do and some schools don't. And that raises legal issues and constitutional issues. And I'm just worried about potential vulnerability to lawsuits and things of that sort. But Emily, do you want to explain?
Yes, so Bill and I were able to touch base about his question before the meeting. So I think what the relevant things to tell you are that Mater Christi is considered a primarily parochial secondary school. So the religious instruction there, as I know it, this is not relevant to your approval, is associated with the Catholic Church and the Catholic Diocese in Burlington. It is true that in Vermont, our rule on, call it Establishment Clause matters. Whether state funding can go to support religious institutions is governed by the case that Bill cited, the Chittenden case, which is about 20 years old. And it stated that absent appropriate safeguards to ensure that public tuition funds only non-religious instruction, then a school district may not pay tuition to a primarily religious school. Very loose statement of the case there. The important key is that it put the obligation on individual school districts to evaluate a school where they have a request for tuition and judge whether, first, the school is offering primarily religious instruction, and second, whether any requested safeguards could enable, nonetheless, some tuition dollars to go and support students there. We know so this is not an agency role, it's a role that a school district paying tuition undertakes. We know at the agency that you can't say that these traditionally religious schools never receive public tuition dollars because we have the tuition data at the agency. And you can see through the years occasional payments to schools like this one, more frequently to Rice than to any other. So it's not something that we can ever speak categorically about. It's just a tricky issue of tuition payment as the cases come up. That none of that is relevant to whether a school seeking approval is entitled to approval as a approved independent school. And so those issues were not examined in looking at whether Mater Christi meets the requirements to be an approved independent school.
Because
the two are divorced from one
the
another.
burden of ascertaining that the safeguards are in place falls to the sending district.
Correct.
Does that satisfy your question?
Well, it answers the question. It doesn't tell me whether this is legal or not, or whether we should do something to look further.
What do you propose?
I would propose that we ask the agency to ascertain the status of religious schools and tuition and report back to us.
We're voting on approving
or
right.
funding.
We're voting only to approve the recommendation of the secretary of the agency, and that recommendation is to renew the approval of the school as an independent, yeah.
Largely, I would say.
And I think if I understood Emily correctly, the question that Bill is raising is the proper one before the sending school district and not before us in the context of this renewal. Do I have that correct, Emily?
Yes.
Yeah, if it was on funding, if the vote was on funding, I would vote no. But it's just on licensing the school.
Mm-hmm.
The school's licensed.
Approving.
Approving the school as an independent school.
Right.
It's not necessarily saying that funding will go there. The school district may say, we're not gonna send money there because we don't think it's.
It's based upon the NEAS too. It has nothing,
It's simply not within our purview to make that call. That is the school district's call, so I think we leave it at that.
Okay, are you satisfied on that, or?
Well, and if somebody didn't like the school district's decision, there's a course for that.
So I think we should get I would entertain a motion to accept the secretary's recommendation with regard, we can have more discussion, and you can make your case, but the matter that needs to be dealt with is, shall we or shall we not accept the secretary's recommendation? Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Mathis that we accept the Secretary's recommended action, and you can see it on your green sheets, that the State Board of Education grants renewal of independent school approval to Monte Christi School, Burlington, Vermont, so on and so forth, with all the usual language. Is there further discussion? Yes.
I get, probably to Bill's point, is there liability, not to us necessarily, it's more a curiosity, if that decision on whether or not public funds are being sent to a religious school is applied, I don't want to say indiscriminately, but kind of differently from school district to school district? Is there a statewide liability in that?
That's a really hard question to ask. Can I say that no one would ever bring action against the state for the current status quo? No. I can tell you that the state is following the direction of the Chittenden case to, we certainly work with school districts who have questions about how to decide a request or not, but the case left it to the school districts, not to the agency, to make the ultimate call, so we're following that direction. It's also difficult because Chittenden is a Supreme Court case that's not been codified. We don't have anywhere in Vermont statute that tells you how to do this. The legislature has left it to that court decision to govern action.
Interesting.
Except for Article 3 of the Constitution.
Except for that.
We don't have a problem here.
Well, the courts were perhaps aware of that.
Well, of course they were.
So, I mean, you want to second guess the court's ruling, that's a different matter.
No, you're taking me down a different path. I've just basically informed you that this thing is out there, and so be it.
So just, this is in regard to Chittenden case with regard to Rice?
No, it was in the Rutland area. I can't remember the name of the school.
It was Barstow School, and I was superintendent of schools at the time.
St. Joseph's or whatever it is?
I think it
Yes.
was.
So
Here nor there, though, this is not the subject of what we're doing here. This is strictly based upon the approval of a school for, to operate as an independent
Right.
school within the state of Vermont under the NEAS,
And can I just-
period.
We also license Rice in other schools.
Rice is
St.
an
Joseph's.
approved independent school.
Approve.
Sorry, approve, sorry. Yes, yes, approve.
is there further discussion?
I was just gonna say that.
Are you ready for the question? Those in favor of the motion to accept the Secretary's recommendation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? The ayes have it. You have accepted the Secretary's recommendation. Bill, thank you for bringing that up. Oliver, tell us about what you want to discuss.
Yeah, thanks. So those board members who were with us in 2018 may recall that in the context of the Act 46 discussions, the board considered and took action to reassign the Arlington and Stangate school districts to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union and effectively dissolve the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union. I'm a little nervous, and I don't know if Heather has any updated information, but I do keep tabs with what's going on with school districts in this part of the state, and my sense is that there hasn't been a whole lot of action, and I was reading minutes and reviewed a recording of a recent school board meeting in Arlington, which indicated that they would be seeking some sort of, they might be seeking some sort of an extension. It wasn't entirely clear, but it seemed like that may be the case. And what I wanted to highlight for this board is that this is a process that's been underway since 2010. I actually prepared a document outlining the timeline, and it's a discussion that's been underway since 2010. There have been multiple extensions, and it continues to sort of get lost in the shuffle with various transitions of agency staff, secretaries, commissioners, and members of the state board. And what I wanted to bring to the board's attention is a concern that the school districts may not be moving as aggressively as they perhaps should be towards the date that we gave them to complete that process. You may recall that the secretary originally recommended that they complete that process by July 1st of 2020. That would be this year. The supervisory unions asked for an extension, which we gave them. So we gave them to July 1st of 2021, which is a little ways off, but if you step back and you think about the steps necessary to be taken, if that process is not underway, I would have some concerns, and I think we, as a board, may want to consider inquiring as to the status of that merger and seek some sort of status report from the affected boards. So I don't know, Heather or Emily, if you guys perhaps have more up-to-date information.
I'm going to look at Emily.
Yeah. So Oliver, I was aware through Jonathan Russo Savage of the same question that you are, whether they were intending to come back to the state board and ask for another extension, but they've not sent anything to us. So I don't have any more information than you just stated. That all sounded right to me.
But I have a question, Mrs. Heather. So has the board ever done that, like gone back to actually check on progress?
It's a good question.
Yeah, and the answer is, so, and I apologize, I didn't get the timeline out further, but I found a sort of a two-page summary document, which Maureen may or may not be able to get printed out over lunchtime. But when this discussion started in 2010, there were studies done, and there was at least two requests for extensions, and the board at that time, I think it was in 2012 or 2013, had asked for a status update. So you'll see from the timeline there's a pattern.
Well,
Chairman, wouldn't it make sense that at the meeting that we have in Southeast Vermont, that we invite the two superintendents to give us an update?
yeah, that could be done. I guess my question is, to what extent do we or the agency have any obligation to sort of bird dog people's progress in complying with the rules or statute? It makes me a little uneasy to go in and say, are you people being good people and working at this? I mean, that feels, what's the ground for that?
I would agree with you, John, but there's literally a decade of history here, and I'm just concerned that we're going to be here next year, and there's going to be some sort of a story about why they're not able to meet the deadline that has already been extended at least 2 or 3 times.
Yep. Okay. Kim.
And I may have this wrong, but I thought that there was a requirement that the status of implementation of Act 46 be reported on regularly by the agency.
This is actually outside Act 46, though. We did it as part of the same process. Well, as part of the same timeline, but it was never. It wasn't authorized in Act 46. It was under our general scope that we could reorganize supervisory unions at any point. And then there was a whole discussion of whether Batt and Kill Valley would go north or south. We ended up sending them south. As well as Oliver, just being in the area, I haven't heard any update on it or any progress or any like real big discussions that are going on. So I would be a little. I think it would be good for the board to touch base and make sure that there are discussions happening and that there is a move towards what we had set in for 2022 or 2021, excuse me.
I guess my reason for asking more broadly is that sounds more targeted, and it sounds as though the concern is fairly targeted based on history, Oliver, so I appreciate that. But it doesn't strike me as a bad idea to know the status, appreciating that this was technically outside of Act 46. It was in the same theme. of unification, and to what extent do we or anybody have a report on the status of those, even if it were in a chart form, like this one's suing, this one, you know, this one's fully implemented, budget approved, board elected. Yeah, I just don't know myself.
Yeah, one really specific concern I have is that back in 2018, when we issued that order, included within that was a directive that the 2 school districts appoint members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union for the purposes of assisting with the transition planning. And from my review of the various meeting minutes and just a listing of board members at the SVSU, there's no evidence to suggest that that has happened. So that's a bit of a red flag.
That's a non-compliance issue then.
I think that you gave them more time on that. Oliver, did you see any green sheets on that issue in subsequent board meetings, maybe early last year? I can look for it.
Nothing that came up to mind, but you may have more up-to-date information.
My memory is not totally clear, but I think that the state board extended the timeline on the appointment of transition members to the SU.
Well, I think that thank you very much for recalling that possibility. Oliver, what if we staff this out a little bit more? You and Emily sort of flesh out the facts a little bit more for us on this, and we put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
That's where I was headed. And
Yeah.
again, I wouldn't raise this as an issue had it not been for the,
Right.
very extensive
Yeah.
history here.
Yeah, I do think it would help if we find that there is a non-compliance in process, and so if you and Emily discover that there was a deadline, and if you can verify that it clearly has not been met, an intermediate deadline, we're certainly entitled to ask about that. And I could visualize something like what John O'Keefe has suggested. We invite the 2 superintendents involved to come talk to us. But I think we need a hook to hang that on. Okay. Is that okay with everybody? Bill?
One question, I don't know whether we should do it or whether the secretary should. I think that takes some legal research.
Who has the authority?
We can certainly, once we have a report from the agency with Oliver's help that there was an obligation that has not been met, first that there's an obligation, and second, to the extent that we can ascertain it has not been met, then we're perfectly entitled as a board to say, this was a condition of your extension. You appear to not be complying with that condition. We'd like to talk about it.
Yeah. And I just recall from the meeting that we had in 2018, the secretary's initial recommendation was for the transition to be complete by July of this year. And the argument was made that they needed more time to affect that transition, which was reasonable. And I was actually the one who proposed an amendment to give them that extra year. And where I'm a little concerned is I'm not seeing any evidence that additional year that we gave them has actually been put to any good use.
Okay. Kim, last.
Just thinking about it in context of the rules again that we just set in motion and the implementation date of that being next year, it would be pretty important, I would imagine, that they know where they're getting their block grant funding from. And be organized in a way such that that's utilized for the benefit of all students within that SU. So I think that's a great question, Oliver, and I think to that end, as we approach implementation on Act 173 and census-based funding, I don't think, maybe not certainly for the next meeting, but at some point, I think it's reasonable to know the status of these unifications and capacity to absorb where they stand and
Our
change.
ability to give you good information and allow you to actually discuss the status of those unifications is impacted by the litigation, right? We're seeing where we will get a decision hopefully this summer, but we're still in that holding pattern.
But a chart, like even just this one's in litigation. Oh, maybe, obviously, we should know that, but I don't necessarily.
But does
that's
that,
your domain, that's for sure.
I think so.
does a stay of action apply in this case?
No, they're not a party to the litigation.
So let's leave it, that we'll stay focused on this case. And Oliver, if you'll be in touch with Emily, the two of you can advance this thing so that at the next meeting we have some factual information, more factual information than we have already.
I have a couple questions
Yeah.
along that line. Then. So part of that information that you give us will, because I wasn't involved in the Act 46, whether or not there was a position taken formally through the Act 46 process on what this school.
No, it was
should be doing.
outside, it was outside Act 46.
I know it was outside of it, but I realize it was outside of it, but nothing was said. Were you completely silent in the Act 46 process to say to them, you know, you're doing your thing already, but you need to finish up what you're doing?
Oliver, can you answer that question?
Yeah, well, the school districts involved were not, the decision, well, the school districts themselves were not affected by the merger process, but the larger issue of supervisory unions and the desire to get a smaller number of supervisory unions was raised within the secretary's draft plan.
Right.
And that's how this came about. And it came about specifically in this region because it had been an ongoing discussion for, 8 years at that point.
So then that in itself would mean that this is a unique situation. So if this board has not has not called out other areas of the state that were supposed to be responding to Act 46, it wouldn't be an issue
Right.
because it's completely outside the
That is right.
process. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's why we don't have to.
That is correct. And again, when you see the timeline, you'll have a better sense for why I'm raising this.
Okay, good. Oliver, thanks for that. Board, we are fabulously 5 minutes ahead of schedule after a ton of good work. So unless anybody has objections, we will break now. A couple minutes early. So let me just very briefly introduce this topic. You will recall that, what was it, the August meeting, I think? Johnny, is that right? Was it the August meeting? When, under the law, an appeal of a licensing ruling, I'm not going to get this exactly right, but our attorney can straighten me out. An appeal of a teacher licensing ruling comes to this board. There was a hearing. The individual appealed, I'm sorry, it was an appeal of a ruling of the agency, was brought to an appeal board. They ruled on the matter, and then the appellant appealed the decision of the hearing panel, and that brought it to this board under the law. And
The secretary actually revoke a license and then it goes to the hearing board, or he makes a recommendation?
I don't recall the facts. We'll ask our attorney. And so that came to this committee, this board, and the board appointed a committee of 2 members to on its behalf, quote, review the decision of the appeal panel. And so that review committee of 2, Mr. O'Keefe, myself, has completed its work. And our work has been done with the guidance and assistance of an attorney named George Belcher, who is sitting right there. Why don't you come to the table, please, George? And Mr. Belcher is an attorney. He used to be a circuit court judge. Probate judge. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is George Belcher.
Thank you, sir. Would you brief, please, the board on the background and then what it is that we need to accomplish today?
Sure. Happy to. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, George Belcher. lawyer, and I've been hired to advise the board concerning this appeal. When this was taken up in August, the chair at the time pointed out that she could recall only one other appeal. So this is an unusual event for the board to handle, and we've been doing the best we can to make sure that the board operates within the law. So the person involved here, his name is Mario Macias. He was a guidance counselor. The hearing panel below, there's a disciplinary process for teachers. It requires that people who do that sort of work, in this case administrative, school administrators, hear a claim that he committed unprofessional conduct, essentially. So there were 3 members of that hearing panel. They took 3 days of extensive evidence, exhibits, a lot of information came to the hearing panel, and then they decided that of 7 claims of unprofessional conduct, 3 of them were justified by clear and convincing evidence. And they decided that his license should be revoked, which is the most severe penalty that can be imposed on a teacher or a administrator. Mr. Macias, through his lawyer, appealed the decision, as was stated, and that appeal comes to this board. And rather than all the members of this board hearing a legal appeal, basically acting as the Supreme Court would do in our legal system, the board appointed a review committee to take this up. So what did the review committee do? They looked at the decision that had been rendered by the hearing panel. They received the arguments or the briefs that had been filed by Mr. Macias, his lawyer, and the agency. And then there was a scheduled argument so that the parties could come in and argue about what the law was and what mistake, if any, was made. And that took place. And then the review committee, your 2 members, wrote a decision. And their report, their decision, is coming to you now. And that is the status of the appeal. So this board is going to have to look at the decision below. You can look at the briefs that were filed. You can look at the report that is being given to you today. And then at the next meeting, you can decide the appeal. I'm taking some time to describe this process because I want to emphasize that today you're not really taking this up other than to receive the report. I mean, often if you got the thing, you'd say, well, what is this? And I don't understand that. And that's not what's going to happen today. Today, you're going to receive the report and get some of the background documents. And I also need to explain that when a parent board appoints a subcommittee or a subgroup to consider something and then they report it up, the parent group needs to have access to all the information that the subcommittee had. And in this case, the briefs are going to come to you. The briefs make references to the testimony that was rendered to the hearing panel. And so if you read the brief and you said, oh, they're referring to page 23 of the transcript, if you didn't have that transcript, you wouldn't be able to answer that question that might be in your mind. And likewise, the same thing for the exhibits. If they refer to a particular exhibit and you want to know what the exhibit says, you need to be able to have that. And so that's a long-winded way of saying that all the information that the subcommittee, the review subcommittee had access to, you need to have access to. And we're going to give you all that information. And it's the so-called record on appeal, the pleadings, that is the complaint that was filed and his answer. It's the transcript of the 3 days of hearing, and it's all the exhibits. And all those things are going to come to you by email. As a matter of fact, they have to come to you in separate emails because it's so voluminous that we can't bunch it all into one email. And that may be a little overwhelming. I don't believe it's necessary for any member of the board to read the 3 days worth of transcripts, look at each and every exhibit, read all the pleadings. That is not why we're making this available to you. We're making it available to you so that if you have a question and you want an answer, you want to refer to the initial document that was presented to the hearing panel, you'll have that available. And that material, I believe, is going to come to you tomorrow, as well as the briefs that the parties filed. That will come to you electronically tomorrow. Today, you're going to receive the decision that was rendered below by the hearing panel in hard copy, and you're going to receive the report that is being filed with you today by the review committee. It would be my suggestion to you that unless you have questions and need to delve into the record, you need to read the hearing panel's decision as to why they decided to revoke this person's license and what they determined that he did wrong. You need to read the briefs as to, particularly Mr. Macias is claiming that he shouldn't have his license revoked, that it was unfair to him, and he's got all sorts of arguments about that.
Are you referring to the brief for our appeal or the original brief?
I'm referring to the brief that came to the subcommittee.
Okay.
Your committee. And so you will have that brief, and I suggest that you read it, because that's his argument that he's making as to, he says something went wrong, and his brief would tell you why. And the agency has filed a responsive brief and said nothing went wrong. This is a perfect decision. I shouldn't use that term. It was a good decision. And then the report by your two committee members who evaluated the briefs and the decision below.
And the question that the board will answer at the March meeting when we take this up, you will have had an opportunity to look at all of the documentation. I think, is it correct to say that the question will be, shall the board accept the report of the review committee? Or will the board say that and issue an order?
I think it does both.
Okay.
It accepts the conclusions of law and the findings of the review committee and their suggestion, and then the board, if it decides, would decide to affirm the decision that was made below, or to reject it and to send it back or do something else. So one of the potential problems that we want to avoid, and I'm very respectful. I mean, this is the Vermont State Board of Education. You folks deal with very many heavy matters, and you're entrusted a lot of responsibility in your jobs. In this matter, because you have access to the record that was created below, the record includes some very confidential student information. It includes some very confidential student performance records. The record includes a student who was frankly alleged to be fairly fragile and made a complaint. And so the students' identities and their information that may be contained in the record needs to be maintained confidential. What happened by the hearing panel is when they were about to hear something that was confidential, the press was in the room, and they would go into executive session so that they could take that information confidentially and it would not be disclosed to the public. So, but that information will now be coming to you, and it's, I'll say, critical. It's essential that you maintain the confidence that of the material that is coming to you. And because it's coming to you electronically, we ask and I'll say demand that you not forward the material to someone else, that you not print the material. It's there for you to look at, and you can look at it and evaluate it, but you should not print it, and you should not disclose that information. You shouldn't talk about it with your friends and neighbors. It should be maintained confidential as you would maintain any student information that might come to you. And that's a...
And sorry to interrupt, when you say should, I mean, this is, we cannot. I mean, this is a,
yes.
a purpose issue.
Exactly.
Federal law prohibits us from discussing or disclosing any student information.
Yes, thank you.
This is a member who's with us from Hawaii.
In the email by which this material will come to you, it will say that if you can't honor that requirement, you shouldn't open the attachment. You should not. You can decide you don't want that burden, and you can recuse yourself and say, I don't want to do it. But if you go forward in your role as a board member and accept the information, you need to honor and agree to the confidentiality of the material. So what's going to happen from here? I'm going to pass out the hearing panel decision and the review committee decision. You'll be receiving electronically the information that I've talked about probably tomorrow. And then at the next board meeting on March 18th, then the board, after having read the material, you'll be able to discuss it among yourselves. One of the things that may happen, and I don't know whether it will, is the parties might show up, and they will have received a copy of the proposed decision by the review committee, and by law, they have the ability to come in and argue, say the review panel did something crazy as well, and we disagree with this, we disagree with that. They have the right to do that. They may do that. They might not. I don't know what's going to happen, but that would happen at the next meeting. And
they can file a written brief as well.
They can file a written, yes, a written brief. After they're given that opportunity, the board can elect to go into deliberative session so that you can talk amongst yourselves off the record, and then once you reach consensus and all your questions are answered in deliberative session, then you'd go back on the record and vote what you want to do with the appeal.
Just to add a couple clarifications. So whereas everything that you will receive, and it'll come from me tomorrow, George has prepared all the documents and a covering memorandum at my request. I will be forwarding that to you tomorrow morning, and it'll be 4 separate emails. Is that right?
Yes.
I think it's 4. One with a long cover letter reviewing these admonitions about confidentiality. And I just can't stress to you enough the imperative that that this board honor its legal and ethical obligations about treating this material confidentially. And if, as George says, if that's some kind of problem for you, then do us all a favor and just don't open the documents. Because I can just tell you it would be a terrible event were this board to be the source of any of this information. Not that there's anything about it that's so dastardly that it would be on the national news, but nonetheless, this gets to be a question of our own personal ethics. The documents that are in front of you here are public documents. That's why they're printed, that's why they're available. And if somebody from the press walks in and wants to have them, they're entitled to them. And they will be posted on the website because they are the record of duly elected officials in a legal process. That is to say, the hearing panel issued a public report, and the review panel, which is John O'Keefe and I, is actually this whole board. Also, our report is public. But nowhere in their report and nowhere in our report is any reference made to the confidential information. So, consistent with Vermont's open meeting law, which we take very seriously, we are making this available to you here and now in writing. Thank you, George. You might wonder why wasn't this in the pack before, the reading pack? And the answer to that question is one simply of timing. About 10 days ago, our attorney, as required by law, transmitted to the appellant and to the state, whose actions were appealed, copies of the decision of the review panel. And we wanted to be sure that they had this decision in hand before these became a public document, just simply out of courtesy and fairness to them. And so we wanted to leave enough time to be sure that the documents were in hand of the appellant and of the state before they became public. They are now public documents upon their distribution here, and Maureen has copies if anybody in the public wishes to have one. But that's in stark contrast to everything that will be sent to you by email, all of which is not public documents. Please.
So, I'm not gonna have a say in the vote at the end, but I'm just wondering, like, so what is then the outcome? Like, what are we hoping will happen with the vote? Like, what are we voting on?
Well, when we vote next month,
Yeah.
as George says, we will, if the appellant or the state wish to make a argument to us, we will hear that. And then with George, we will go into deliberative session. And I want to just clarify what that is. That is not executive session. Executive session is a provision under Vermont statute whereby public boards can go into a private meeting for certain specific purposes. In this case, this board is acting in what's called a quasi-judicial capacity, which is a term stipulated by statute. And boards in quasi-judicial functions can go into what's called deliberative session. Most people might call it an executive session because it looks the same. The board alone and its advisors are in a room privately and can confer together, but can take no action in private. Just like an executive session, you have to come out of deliberative session, then you make your motions. I guess it would be the hope on the part of your review committee and the attorney that the board will endorse the findings of the review committee. But the board is free not to. The board is free, having looked at the evidence, to come up with its own conclusions. Whatever those conclusions are then will will come out of deliberative session and we'll make them public.
Did the local district have a 1752 meeting? 1752, are you familiar?
I'm not familiar with what it is.
Well, it's grounds and procedures for suspension and dismissal of teachers. And I would think that their first thing would be to file for a 1752 hearing, which can be either in private or open to the public. And looks like you went straight to 1707.
Well, there's two. This wasn't about the termination of an employee, it's the revoking of the person's license. So there are two different processes.
And the process went to 1702, the hearing panel.
Okay.
And that is to say, the secretary ordered the revocation of the license. And the appeal channel for the appellant is 1702.
In a licensing matter.
1702, appoint the hearing panel, and then our proceeding, that is to say the appeal of the work of the hearing panel, which is what Mr. Macias has appealed, comes to us under 1707. And you can find all of this in statute if you wish. And there we are, by the way, is 1707 included in the packet?
It's in the decision by the review committee.
Okay, that's right. We incorporated the, right. So in the review committee's decision, you will see the criteria under which we can make a finding. And it's not a de novo hearing. We're merely looking at the record. And it's very important to read what the criteria are, because we're only ruling as to whether or not the hearing, the procedure, the court below acted properly. We're not judging the merits. We're judging the process that happened in the hearing below.
And if that is the case, then why do we need all of the backup information and not just the protocol of the process and, timeline and all of that?
It's a good question.
It is a good question. Because this is an appeal, you're looking at the decision below as well as the record below. And if you didn't have that information, you would essentially be deferring whole cloth to the review committee, and that is not permitted.
Right.
It is this board's review that is the appeal, and your decision has got to be based in part on the record as well as the brief.
So if they, as an example, let's say some evidence had been presented by the accused, and it didn't make its way into the discussion by the appealing board, the committee.
Yes.
Then that would be an example, right?
Actually, that is one of the criteria under 1707.
Okay.
That is, if they forgot to do something that they should have done. I don't, all these questions, the last three questions are important. I'm a little uncomfortable in further talking about the process and the ins and outs of this until the parties have had an opportunity to come in and file their briefs. Because this decision is just being filed today. It's not being considered until the next meeting. And we really should not start considering it until the parties have had an opportunity to file their whatever briefs they might.
And they will have had that opportunity by the time we meet next.
Correct. That's when they would do that.
Right. Yes, Peter.
Does the defendant have rights to take this into the court system if they're not satisfied with what?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
They would go to Superior Court in Washington County.
Is that on the record or de novo?
It's on the record. It's not de novo.
It's not on our record, but on the hearing panel's record, or both?
I would say both.
Yeah. So, everybody real clear? The documents you have are public. The documents you will receive tomorrow are not.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Belcher,
Nice
thank
to
you
see
so much.
folks.
We will see you on the 18th.
Yes, sir.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, I was on a, it was much different, but I was assigned to.
Right, right.
Just a single person to do this and report back to the board.
Yeah. And, you know, have we,
Are you planning to vote on the matter?
at the next meeting, yes.
No, yourself, just because you're on the panel?
Oh, I don't generally vote as chair.
Yeah.
I vote to break a tie.
Or make one.
But you should, you don't.
Or make one, yes. Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
It's one of those things what was it the fellow said, if I'd known I was gonna live this long, I'd have taken better care of myself. Well, it's sort of like that. If I'd known that the whole board was gonna have to be up to their eyeballs in this thing, I think I would have said, why have a subcommittee? Let's just all be the committee, and, because we gotta do it anyway.
Get through it, yep.
John and I spent a good half a day in the conducting the so-called review of the proceedings.
In the beautiful Rutland Public Library.
Yeah,
Very
it was a
beautiful.
lovely setting, actually.
Yeah,
So,
very nice.
so you all dodged that bullet, but frankly, you didn't dodge very much, because you essentially have to arrive here qualified to make a decision, qualified to say yay or nay to our report. That's provided by Vermont statute. So it's been an interesting experience.
John?
Yes.
I need to excuse myself.
So, oh, yes, okay.
It's spring break down south, and I have my whole family at the house.
All right,
waiting for my
okay,
arrival. I
all right.
apologize. I'm sorry.
All right, John, thank you.
I am cooking.
Yeah.
Tagine chicken, if you want to stop by.
Yeah, yeah, we'll be all there just to pay you back.
All right, I'll put a little extra on. I'll have to go out- I'll
That's
get
right.
more olives. All right.
Thanks for being here, Johnny.
Bye-bye.
So, all right, board, well done on where, right on track. Madam Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I just invited myself to start getting ready, so. Let's see.
In the way of the projector, I don't know if there's a way to move it to the other side of the projector.
I can't hear.
The microphone is.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah.
There. Is that the way it usually looks? It's, okay. Just want to make sure.
This way, does it all end up in? It's
We
right
have it in our
now, but-
packet, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I am presenting a presentation that is Secretary French's, that I'm quite familiar with, but I wanted to acknowledge that he actually wrote the presentation and has actually given it to the General Assembly and to other folks before this. And it is the agency's latest perspectives on Act 173, which is, of course, what the board talked about for the bulk of the meeting today, and then thinking about literacy reform as a unique way to move forward with the conceptual organization that Secretary French has laid out. So, as you will recall, hopefully, Act 173 was passed before Secretary French was named the secretary. So we had a fair amount of transition happening at the agency during the time when Act 173 was passed, and starting some work in that space to start to begin to address the implementation needs and the law itself in terms of the agency's roles. When Secretary French came into his role, he wanted to almost immediately, he saw this particular bill as a very sea change type of bill act at that point in terms of our education system in Vermont. And so he wanted to pretty quickly come up with a very coherent approach, rather than perhaps immediately start looking at professional learning opportunities for the field. He really wanted to take a step back and figure out, like, what is it that we're trying to do here. And so he kind of threw some ideas out, and our teams at the agency agreed. He really settled on looking at the education quality standards that were passed by this board and looking at some levers that wouldn't require additional statutory changes, wouldn't require anything other than we focus on them, and actually they're already in existing rule, in other words, and so focusing on them was something that we could pretty immediately do as an agency. So the 4 levers that he has talked a significant amount about are educational support teams, local assessment plans, curriculum coordination, and needs-based professional development. So these are all sections of the education quality standards that, from the agency's perspective, are natural linkages with what is required in Act 173. Does that make sense?
Can we ask questions as we go along?
Sure.
Can you put some more meat on educational support teams? What is that coming from the agency, or where is
no,
it?
So no, there is actually a rule about in the education quality standards. There is language in that rule series about education support teams and what the requirements are at the district level for ensuring that they're functioning well. Are you talking about explaining what educational support teams are a bit more?
I'm thinking about the past when the department used to send out people, particularly in regards to literacy and math, to help struggling districts.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of wondering whether that's still in play, or is that
I'm gonna get.
Oh, you're gonna get
I'm gonna
there.
get to that. Yep.
All right.
So underlying this framework for, again, making sure that we have coherence and more equity, we would argue, within the field. And I would say the piece I'm about to start talking about next actually began under the previous 2 secretaries, because for a brief stint I was the acting secretary. But my predecessor before that, the focus, what I'm trying to get at, is the focusing on school districts as kind of the local mechanism for instantiating change at the local level, is a big piece of what we're still grappling with. So the model is that the AOE provides leadership, support, oversight for our districts, our SUs and our school districts, who then, because they do by statute, have the responsibility for ensuring that their schools are functioning and doing well in the context of what the legal statutes are. So I'll give you some examples of that. And before I do that, I will say part of this frame is because, from the agency's perspective, when we look at a statewide sort of canvas, you will have, in some districts, you will have tremendous variability, not even so much from district to district, but within districts. So you will have tremendous variability in what an education support team looks like from school to school within the same district. You will have tremendous variability in terms of what types of reading supports are happening within a particular district within different schools. And so the idea is, if we actually, as a state, shore up our districts and really, as Secretary French would say, really hold our leadership at the district level accountable, then that actually will move us forward as a state in terms of ensuring equity.
Well, just one question. Hold accountable. Accountable to what?
To the education quality standards, to following the law, to all of the you know, the reason that we're here.
Is there a specific cluster of standards that are so clearly articulated that you could look at an educational support team and say it's meeting this, this, and this, but not that and that?
I think that the idea is that we'll get there, but because underlying all of this is actually also a real push towards data and making sure that we have information to actually look at, do we have something to actually examine to see if what we've done is successful. I think that these rules are quite clear about what should be happening, and these are the board's rules. They really talk about, for instance, that every LEA needs to have a comprehensive local assessment. So that's something that's part of that could be SBAC achievement test scores, but it's supposed to be a lot more comprehensive, and it's supposed to actually feed very seamlessly into federal dollars and what continuous improvement plans look like. That's not happening equitably or equivalently across all districts. And so our argument is we need to start there to actually make sure that everyone is doing what they're already supposed to have been doing since 2003, when the education quality standards were put into play.
Maybe you'll answer this, but so if it's supposed to have been happening for the last 17 years,
I think I had the date wrong. I think it's 2010.
You could, a decade anyway, a long time.
Yes.
And presumably the agency has known that and been doing something to support and oversee and to hold accountable. So what are we going to do really differently now that's going to go from the way it's been for the last 10 years to something much better?
I think the real difference is the clear link in terms of the AOE taking responsibility for informing districts. What has happened in the past is that districts were, loosely involved potentially. So the AOE was doing direct professional development with teachers, was doing direct professional development with curriculum coordinators, perhaps.
Why did we stop doing that?
Well, I think we might argue that it hasn't been effective. I mean, here we are. So this is a new approach which actually says, we're a local control state. Well, let's actually honor that, and let's actually ensure that at that local level, the work is happening that needs to be happening.
Kim, do you want to?
I think piggybacking on that, John, maybe it's a where's the teeth, like what will happen differently when the arrows are going in that direction, so pass the information through the SD or SU. Where is the feedback loop that tells us where we are in progress with that in each of these districts? The data alone, if not tied to where we are with the efforts for professional development, is not going to make the causal link to whether or not that's helpful.
Yeah, I think I'm going to walk us through an example, which is using Act 173 as a specific example, but this model could be used for a variety of different topics. It could be used for title dollars. It could be used for flexible pathways legislation. So I think, as I said, one of the pieces that needs to actually be part of this is to, we're focusing on like what are the levers we can use, and we've started submitting some guidance papers, and each of those will actually have specifics around. So we've put out for all 4 of these levers, I think, or we have them in the queue. We've definitely done 2. Here's what the agency's interpretation conceptually is of these rules. Here's what needs to be happening. And so the next step would be, and we're working on this, what is the agency's evaluation plan around that? So hear you, and we're in agreement that that's really important. We just haven't gotten there yet.
I just didn't know what the authority was to, I think it's important information to capture, and is it the state boards to say it needs to be captured and presented to us, at date certain? Does the law not allow for that? is there a place where you are, you know, able to demand accountability to implementation? The local control issue challenges that, I think, at every point, but I just didn't know, or if any of you all know, where's the authority to ask that there be accountability?
Well,
because I think there should be. I don't want to be unclear about my feelings about
From
it.
the hardest line perspective, I mean, we have an obligation because we actually, by law, manage the federal dollars that the state gets. And so we absolutely have the authority to say, if this isn't happening, then your dollars are at risk and the state's dollars are at risk. I think it's right that, and my understanding is there are conversations happening right now about where is the board's authority, where is the agency's authority happening. So I think historically, the agency has implemented what the rules are, has implemented what the state board's rules are. And, you know, I'm not sure that there's an exact answer for that's not what we're doing anymore. Certainly things changed when the Department of Education became the agency of education. So all I'm trying to do here is to lay out sort of what our framework is for thinking about how we can most efficiently work with the field. Happy to take questions, but I want to make sure I'm able to get through it as well.
Quick comment. I was on a board when EQS was first instituted, and then Neckleby came along, and we all of a sudden changed our sort of to trying to teach to the testing that Neckleby required and whatnot too, and it's like we have two masters or maybe three, but you know, this has been a tough road to just remain consistent in terms of what the overall method of teaching has been over the years, decades. And the good thing about this current administration, they're kind of leaving us alone on this front. Hopefully we can. But it's been a struggle. I don't know if, Bill, you have any thoughts on that, but it's been hard to stay consistent and focused on one you know, method or one. Yeah. Sorry, comment.
Thank you.
So the Secretary recognized that what I just talked about was rather lofty, kind of like principles, ideals. And so he has been most interested in talking about improving literacy outcomes as a concrete example in the context of Act 173 as well, for sort of bringing these points home. So he started this line of inquiry and thinking based largely on the DMG report as an initial step. So I hope that the board members have seen that report. It was a report commissioned now a couple of years ago by the General Assembly. It was sort of the practical in tandem component of what led to Act 173. So the fiscal piece was done by a UVM commissioned study, and this was the practice piece. So in the DMG report, core reading instruction and the teaching of reading and challenges in terms of our outcomes with ELA linked to reading are directly specified multiple times. And so that's where the focus comes from our agency on let's take a look at how we can apply this framework to literacy. So part of this also comes from, in addition to what was detailed in the DMG report, taking a look at what's been happening with both our SBAC scores and then our NAEP scores. And so for we somewhat recently switched to SBAC scores with some of the changes as Peter was saying around federal accountability. You can see that in 2016, 17, and 18, we've been rather flat, if not slightly downward. And this is just as one example, grade 3. It pretty much looks the same for with a few differences here and there for all of our grades. So the scaled score is actually, you know, the average of what students actually performed on ELA, and you can see that it's been pretty flat, if not, as I said, going down. And in terms of proficiency, only about, at best, 50% or slightly more than 50%, approximately 50% of our students are scoring as proficient on the SBAC. And so I think the secretary, when he looks at this, is like, why aren't we making a big deal of this? Why aren't we paying attention to this? Coupled with the fact that when we look at a completely different achievement test, which is the NAEP, which is a national achievement test, you could argue there's something unique about the SBAC, for instance. That's why our scores and other state scores look like that. Perhaps that's true. But the trend is also there in the NAEP, which is either flat or slightly down curve. This is for grade 4 reading.
You have a slide that shows the poor children, the socioeconomic status.
I don't, but the gaps are quite large in both of these.
What happens is, you're talking about this drop in the last 3 years. When you look at the poverty kids, the bottom falls out of the distribution.
Yes, but every state is encountering that.
Yes.
And most states to a greater degree than we are.
I wouldn't argue too much with you.
Yeah. So you'd have to say, how come we're looking more like the national average when we used to not be? And anyway, that's another question entirely.
And this approach would certainly be focused around addressing any equity gaps that certainly underlie these broader trends.
Yeah, I'm sure it would.
Go back one slide. It says that the average scale score, is it assuming that 5,000 is the highest you can get?
I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Because I just assume if we're getting 50%, I don't
Probably.
know. I was just wondering, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to go back
what
and look.
The score looks
I can
like,
get that for you.
Heather, just
the what?
You can talk about this later, but
No, for the very first average scale score, like what?
Yeah.
So that on
She wants the
average.
range. It's probably 0 to 5,000, but I can get that for you and check.
The question that screams off the page is, where's 2019?
I know. So
but we can
let
talk
me-
about that.
Okay.
You get through
or
this.
I can do now. So
Also, you keep saying this approach will, I'm confused on the approach, but.
So the approach is actually using those 4 levers and actually providing supports so that we're ensuring that all districts are focused on those 4 levers.
Yeah, I would, one way to characterize this is going wholesale as opposed to retail. If you go to the districts, you're going to some number of them, 68.
Yes.
If you go to the schools, you're going to 280.
Right.
And it's the difference between
taking a
wholesale and retail. And they're going to try to sell their story or enforce their story at the wholesale level. And the premise is that if they enforce it on the districts, the districts will in turn, enforce is a word you all don't like to use, will in turn facilitate with their schools. Is that not
That's a
the
reasonable,
model?
yeah.
Historically, it hadn't worked very
Well, yeah, well, that's another conversation.
The wholesale retail, I get that. What I'm wondering is, are you saying that, well, in the context of that flow from AOE into the district and then to the school, holding the district SU accountable, that, and within every subject of concern, every area of concern, that you will use these same 4 levers in order to affect change?
Well, I think that would be a capacity issue. I think we're starting to kind of see how this goes with literacy as an important outcome. I don't think we've gotten to the point of figuring out sort of how we would pick and choose different priorities coming up
But whatever
next.
those priorities are, within that flow, process flow, you're going to use these levers in order to make that change.
Well, that's what we're proposing to start with, yes.
Okay.
And again, the reason is because it's a real problem for all of us if those levers aren't functioning well. They're supposed to be. We know they're not, like equivalently across the state. So, I like the wholesale approach, but there's not a whole lot new here. We're just trying to actually
make it happen.
So I would say, though, the focus on the agency pulling back a bit and saying our role is to provide leadership support and oversight largely to districts is new, because it's really, I would say, formally stating that, something that we've been kind of moving towards. So And I think we're not alone in terms of other state agencies. Other state agencies have adopted this approach much earlier than we had. So another way to think about it is, historically, the Department of Education / now the Agency of Education was considered to be sort of a super board, not the State Board of Education, but like a super local board, let's just say. That's not really the function of the Agency of Education. So for instance, if we are a local control state, it isn't the function of the agency to ensure that your teacher in your district actually is using the best practices for reading. That's something that's the district's responsibility to ensure. So I'm trying to give some examples of that to just kind of bring it home. Yes.
Can you imagine then the agency's capacity to harness best practices and share? Because I think where PLCs and school districts are allowing for teachers to collaborate and across buildings even collaborate within districts, the whole seems to be, as we saw with the PBL testimony, the wide range of implementation and the opportunities for those who've learned through their best practices to either help lead others or to have that harness somewhere so that those models are not reinventing the wheel everywhere and costing time and student outcomes probably. So.
And you can think of that analogy of reinventing the wheel in a number of different ways. So you can think about it from a statewide perspective, yes, and we absolutely will continue to share best practice, to host. It's not like we're not going to do any professional learning activities. That's not what I'm saying, but they'll have a flavor of how can we help districts actually make sure that what they're doing is really working. In terms of reinventing the wheel, one example that I've heard Secretary French talk about is, so in a lot of places, each school has its own EST to actually figure out, among other things, students get referred there when they're struggling. So he would say, and would have, would enjoy a conversation about this, well, what if the district has an EST and you actually pull some of that work up to the district level so that it allows at that school level more focus on instruction, more focus on some of the stuff that we know a lot of our educators in their PLCs would like to do. And for instance, we know that already special ed directors are supposed to be at the district level. Curriculum coordinators are at the district level. So again, I think we're stating what's kind of already on the books and just really trying to make it happen. But it's new and it's different, and so I don't want to undersell the fact that it takes some working through and it takes some explanation. And I will, after this presentation, I'd be happy to talk about where 2019 SBAC scores are. I'm very happy to talk about that. So back to thinking about reading and the teaching of reading and literacy, more broadly speaking. One of the issues that is emerging nationally is there is a renewed interest, if you could call it renewed. It seems to kind of go up and down historically on literacy, and some recent national studies. This one was commissioned by Education Week, which is one of the most central media outlets for education in the nation, commissioned a research study and showed that, so these are the most popular instructional material products that are used for teaching reading, teaching literacy. And this particular study, and I can get the actual link for you if folks are interested, is showing that these actually don't have a lot of evidence underlying them as working. So when you actually look at what the literature on teaching reading shows, these are not necessarily A, following those practices, and B, they're not actually linked with showing an increase in reading in any kind of a substantive way. So
all of them collectively, or I mean, there's some that are showing better evidence than others, or are these all just losers?
I'd have to go back and look exactly at that, but I know, for instance, that the Fontes and Pinnell does not have a strong outcomes associated with it, but it is very common in our state. So this is showing up in a literacy bill that's happening in the General Assembly right now, where there have been some different approaches talked about. You know, should we, you know, sort of pendulum swing back? Should we mandate structured literacy, which is kind of a literal pendulum swing from where we currently are? There's testimony, I think, on that happening right now as we speak, or was today. So we'll see where that sort of lands. What we do know is that there are 5 different components that are required for good literacy instruction. And I don't know all 5 of them because I'm not a literacy teacher. But it isn't just phonics, and it isn't just sort of whole language like absorbing, and I know I'm butchering that analogy. It's really, I know, Jenna, sorry. It's really a combination of approaches that get you to making sure that all students have competencies or proficiencies in those 5 different components of teaching.
You're right in that the background on each of these programs is not very good. In fact, they suck. It's pretty bad stuff, and we have not focused in any kind of coherent way into the teaching literacy, or teaching math for that matter. We're fragmented.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we can break down the suck too, right? Like, does the curriculum, does the outcome suck because of the delivery? I mean, there's a human person in the middle of all these programs too, right? And that person's not particularly trained in depth to the program. So I think it's hard to tease out.
Well, actually, you can tease out some of the stuff. What we haven't talked, and maybe we will later, is the effect of socioeconomics.
Well, that too.
It's the most important predictor variables. Mm-hmm. And when we look at the nature of the state, we're segregating.
Mindful of time, let's let Heather continue.
So one of the concrete pieces that we have invested in this year, or we will be investing in, we've talked about it publicly already, is in the interest of how can we, if we move towards a more wholesale model, I really like this, how do we, you know, what are some of the outcomes we can actually look at? So I think, Kim, you'll like this approach. So we have landed upon Lexiles and quantile measures as one approach. So these are not solely focusing on those proficiency scores or scale scores, Sabina. These would actually be coming along with those scores on each student's report and as part of what's on the state report card. So why we're interested in these is because they provide a common measure that can actually be used across different achievement tests. And that's really important because we have the SBAC now. You know, yes, the feds have loosened up some of their requirements, but from where we're sitting, there's no way they're going to not have some kind of an achievement test that's linked with performance in terms of holding schools accountable. That's not something that we're hearing is going away. So, but regardless of what test that is, a Lexile can actually show you a student's growth from within the year, from freshman year to senior year, from first year to third year, and it's really not framed around is the student meeting grade level performance. It's really focused around what is that student's, where are they reading, and then where are they growing to. So does that make sense? It's not about okay, so you are meeting the 3rd grade benchmark. It's really about here's your level. Is what we're doing linked with you actually becoming a better reader at the end of the year?
But it makes me a bit uneasy. Are you suggesting that we don't have a frame of a kind of objective frame of reference that applies to all children?
No, we will still have those.
Do both.
This is just in addition. Yep, okay. This is in addition to, I'm sorry if I misspoke or that was unclear. This is in addition to the SBAC proficiency and scale scores. And I think the real issue is there are pros and cons to each tool that you want to use. So we're thinking of this as just another tool that could be used to actually see whether at the school level, at the district level, at the individual student level, success is occurring. One of the things that's really exciting too about Lexiles is that they actually have mapped these onto, as students get ready to graduate, they've mapped them onto a series of college and career readiness tasks and skills. So students who, for instance, are planning highly technical careers, there's actually information that says, surprisingly, even, you're going to go through the CTE program, but you're still going to, you're going to have to be reading at this pretty high level because the technical manuals in that field are really, really highly, the reading ability is really high, which we think will actually engender some really nice conversations between school counselors and students about their next steps after high school and making sure that they're prepared and ready.
Just baffled, if you would. Lexile and Quantile, are those trade names or are they?
Yes, they're.
So we're buying a product.
Yes, they're a product.
We're counting on.
Yes.
And that's the common measure.
Technically, they have sophisticated regression models that have figured out how to actually, they're based on text complexity. They're based on. I have to go back because that's one of the challenges is that there's pros and cons. So one of the challenges is reading proficiency is not only about text complexity, but it's a good proxy. It's better, this is, again, it's another tool to use in addition to the more static, one more thing, Jenna, the more static metrics that we have in our what are summative achievement tests. The other thing about this, Dan would say, it's a benchmark assessment. So you can actually look at the teachers will actually have this information like in real time, whereas the SBAC, even if we're on schedule with getting the SBAC out, comes the next year after that student's already gone.
After the horse is out of the barn.
Yeah.
So we're basically at the state, you're buying a product.
Yes.
The whole state of Vermont's going to get it and be expected to benchmark their students using the same product. And now benchmark assessment scores, are they going to be turned into the state as well?
No, this is actually, there's no mandate for this. I mean, we're just offering it, and we're offering training too, so that educators will
So schools that already have their star reader, star math, they love it, swear by it, they don't have to use this.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
So this is kind of like you're doing this, but it's optional for schools to benchmark using this product.
Yes. So this was an economical way to actually provide a benchmarking system at this point for all districts to have access to.
Right.
I can't forecast into the future, some years from now, what this looks like. But no, this does not mean that you have to buy into Lexiles and you have to, not use your own benchmarking system. It really is voluntary. So it will be there. It will be offered to educational leaders at LEAs, and if they choose to use it, that's great. And if they choose not to, that's fine at this point too.
It's a way of scaling different curriculum products so that you can talk sort of the same language. I really don't know.
Well, yes, except again, it really is just, it doesn't capture everything that's in that's in reading materials. It captures, it's largely based on text complexity and a few other components. So I'm hard pressed to say that would be sort of a veridical comparison that you could use, but it would help you. For instance, if you're a teacher and you've been using a textbook that maybe you're getting sort of like results with, not that most teachers don't even use textbooks anymore, but let's just say a material, you're using like an article or something, and you take a look at some of this Lexile stuff and you're like, well, actually it's like 5 levels above like where most of my students are reading, then you've got some work to do. So it could help in that work, I think, like just sort of calibrating as you're going along.
Okay.
But whether it could help make broader curricular decisions in terms of materials at the LEA level is a good question. And, you know, we're not in the business right now of declaring what those would be. So, so the last piece I want to talk about is that we have actually offered some policy language to the education committees in our General Assembly. Not sure what's going to happen with those, if they're being taken up, to what extent. So I already told you that we are getting ready to deploy the Lexile and Quantile measures for our spring SBAC results. We're not going to require any statutory language for that, as I talked about. We will be providing state-level professional development, no statutory language required for that, both on Lexiles and Quantiles, and then linked also with 173 and those levers that we were talking about. Here is a suggested amendment to the duties of supervisory union boards, which really gets at some key pieces of this policy. So yes, implementing a benchmark is required, but the actual benchmark itself is not specified.
But it needs to be reported as Lexile.
Yes, and the vast majority of them are now that I'm aware of. We could, you know, we'd certainly be interested in others that folks are using that aren't, and hearing about that. And again, these are recommendations at this point that have been presented to the education committees. I'd have to go back and look at the latest version. I don't know to what extent these are moving forward, but you know, our hope is that they will.
Maybe you don't know, but a Lexile score from another like Finest Pinnell, you're not producing a Lexile score, right?
You could use it in conjunction with that, but it's not set up. Well, Fountas and Pinnell doesn't, I don't think it has the outcomes that would be linked like with a Lexile score.
So this is pretty big for that, your first, yeah. Dash there is pretty big. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of schools that are Finest Pinnell based assessments for
So this
pre-K 3. So they're asking schools to really.
This is a very significant change, is it not?
Yes.
I mean, if you're saying essentially that all districts would be required to report Lexile scores, all schools in all districts would be required to report Lexile scores. I think that's what this proposed amendment requires.
Right, but it's not specifying what that benchmark would be, and it's largely linked with the fact that that list of reading products that we know are not effective.
What's the timeline?
Not specified. I think, again, this was an initial just to kind of start the conversation.
And does the legislature necessarily have to get involved in this?
They would with something like that. If we were going to require as a state that, you know, right now what's required are SBAC scores. But if we were going to require that, you know, maybe we would decide as a state, like, yeah, we have to do SBAC scores, we always will, but we're much more interested in benchmarking. Like, that would require a change.
Looks like there's conversion charts.
Man, 16 VS.
There are conversion charts, yes.
Well, I'm not sure that's a local responsibility.
Which, Bill?
The superintendent?
Which one?
I'm in 16 VSA 261A, and then also, what part of 261A?
Well, this is specified as the responsibility of the board, of the local school board.
Well,
Supervisory union.
Yeah.
SU.
And then on the next slide, the final slide, the secretary has suggested actually requiring this work to be linked with the annual evaluation of each superintendent. So again, this is holding the boards more accountable for what's happening at the local level in terms of literacy outcomes.
Well, the superintendent too.
Yes, and the superintendent, yeah. So that's what I had to share with you. As I said, these last 2 slides with policy elements, certainly Secretary French has spoken about these and has taken questions from the General Assembly on them. I don't know what movement there has been on that. As I said, I think even today they're taking testimony on some of this stuff.
So it would seem that there's been a flattening, if not a decline, in proficiency, reading proficiency. Certainly you've shown us grade 3.
Yep.
Perhaps this is true at other aspect levels.
It is.
Again, look where that is happening. It's happening in the very bottom of the distribution, which is pulling down the whole distribution.
Right. So I guess my question is, what, how fast are you going to turn things around? I mean, it's been on this slow, either flat or declining pattern objectively and compared to other states.
Well, I think that first we're looking for some support around these 4 levers as making sense to actually focus on. You know, I don't know if we've actually gotten to the point of figuring out what a timeline for improvement would be. I think what's been most salient is actually just identifying that we have a problem, and I think that's been kind of astounding for some of us, which is that we've just been not paying attention to
Well, when you say you want support on these levers, from whom and why? Why not just, if you...
Well, because I think that, and I don't mean any formal, you know, I guess what I'm saying by support is, you know, if folks think this is a good idea, you know, endorse this with us. You know, that's all I'm saying, because certainly it's an easier prospect to get the type of change we're talking about if it's not solely sort of like a cudgel approach coming from on high that you will do this. So that's really what I'm talking about.
So from whom are you soliciting this support or endorsement?
Well, at this point, I think we're sharing it. It would be great if we got support, you know, yes, this is a great idea, move forward. I'm not talking about formal support, but from, you know, we're sharing it. We will be sharing it with the Superintendent's Association, with the Principals Association. Yeah, I don't think we're looking for a formal endorsement from the board. That's not what I'm saying. But, you know, we're at the point now we're taking feedback on it. Certainly if folks think, you know, this is a terrible idea, you know, we'd want to hear that.
Yeah, Kathy.
What's confusing to me, again, is the levers, because the report that is beyond page 1 does not tell me how these specific 4 levers are going to necessarily have an impact on all of this. I don't get the connection.
Well, the 4 levers are actually this body's work of how we actually get largely, like broadly good academic outcomes. I
understand that, but where's this connection? To me, this is a conversation about the 4 levers that we feel, Big Bratt, you know,
Yeah.
state feels, will have an impact. But I don't understand how using these as levers necessarily shows me in this presentation why that's the case.
So I would argue that issues around teaching to the test aside, which are a concern perennially, any assessment that's worth its salt is going to actually show improvement up or down. And so if these 4 levers are actually seen as so critical that they're part of our education quality standards in terms of ensuring that our local systems are doing what they should, then you should absolutely, as an ultimate outcome, see an improvement in students' academic outcomes, in this case as measured by SBACs or NAEP scores. There might be some leading indicators in the middle that you'd want to look at. These would be the ultimate, you know, final outcomes that you could think of. So, for instance, we would in terms of leading indicators, take a look at Lexile scores as well. Are they improving once we actually put more focused attention on these and ensure that local systems have the supports they need to make sure these 4 levers are functioning?
Can you name a place or places that have used these 4 levers and they've sustained them over time and they've improved their school or their district as a result?
We certainly have some information on some best practices in our state on each of these. I don't know if they've been necessarily linked to the outcomes that are in this presentation, but that would be part of what we're doing, I think, as Kim asked about, like sharing best practices. We could take a look at that.
Yeah.
It would be interesting if the agency provided some kind of like test protocols for each driver, right? Like, if this is in place in your school, this was what this would, just kind of the if-then for each of the drivers. Because I agree, and I think these are 4 great levers. Like, if all 4 are in place, they're functioning, you're gonna have, hopefully, you're gonna have progress and have positive outcomes. I would, no doubt, think there's a recipe for success in here. It would be interesting, though, to get people in that same mindset or same mental map of what the implementation of these 4 drivers look like in their school. Because you can't reach in and pull out one and say, oh, that's it, that's a problem. Kids can't read here because we don't have good ESTs.
Right.
Like,
and that was really the intent, which is to focus on, I mean, these are already in play. So to focus on, are these being implemented? And at the same time, as I said, we are developing an evaluation plan for these.
Or
and
how are they being implemented, and like how
and I guess
robust
that
is
would be
each
the
system,
evaluation
right?
plan.
Like,
would be looking at both the fidelity of implementation of these and then also what outcomes are linked with these in particular. Because if we implement with fidelity all 4 of these and we're still not seeing any kind of movement, then we would all have answers of each other, right? Which would be like, well, you know, maybe these aren't the right levers. Maybe we need to be thinking about the, you know, other aspects of EQS that we need to focus on.
That's one of the reasons we need to look back and see if we can find success stories.
Well, we have success stories. I mean, you have districts. I mean, if you map the performance of districts by any measure you want, it's a curve that looks like this, right?
Well, and if you're just using our achievement test scores, our SBACs, as an example, we have very high need districts that nonetheless mean high need in terms of demographics.
Right.
That their students do really well.
Yeah.
So
well,
yes, that must be part of what this is. You know, next step would be like, what do their ESTs look like?
I'll have what
their
she's having.
comprehensive local assessment
That's
plans?
right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
curriculum
the way to go with this is what are the practices in Vermont that are producing good results regardless of the demographics of the community,
Right.
and go to all the other school districts and say, do it this way. I mean, I guess I just don't see that we need to invent this whole cloth. Go where it's working and propagate that throughout the state, and that'll bring the average performance of the state up significantly. Always go where things aren't working. And I guess the other piece of this is you're talking about accountability of the districts. I think you need very clear measures of what accountability looks like. How will we know it when we see it? And conversely, we need the same from the agency. You guys are talking about gaining support for this thing. In the end, you have to take ownership of it and say, this is what we, as the state's leading exponents of how education should be done, believe should be done, and we're going to do it. And we'll be measured and held accountable by the following measures.
Well, and with
what will
respect,
those
Chair,
be?
I think that this is that. This is us saying, like, here is what we believe we should focus on. So again, when perhaps using the word support was a misnomer.
Well, that's okay.
We're
At
not
some point,
looking
you need
for
to pull the trigger.
permission. I think what we are looking for is feedback like this. And so if something, is kind of like, whoa, that doesn't make sense, that would be really useful for
Well, but at some point, you pull the trigger and say, this is what we're going to do.
Which gets back to the missing SBAC scores.
Yes.
Yes, but I guess what I'm getting at is, I feel there needs to be a declaration of, here's what successful look like. How else are we going to hold you accountable?
Sure.
Not us, but how does the General Assembly hold you accountable? We don't. And this is all very nice, but it seems to me that there needs to be a very clear statement of what are the intended outcomes, and if we don't achieve those outcomes, we fail.
Well, some of those are actually already in our federal state plan. So we do have some of that. I don't want to give the impression that we have no state benchmarks that we need to be meeting.
Okay.
We do have an obligation.
Two more comments, and then we need to move on. Maybe three.
Yeah.
Maybe four.
So I'm understanding that these 4 levers exist in EQS. It is a renewed focus on these as areas to impact capacity to deliver on the first test being literacy, but if the model works, it's transferable because these levers build capacity in a system. And so if I'm capturing that from the presentation in general, I think since these are not the only 4 things in EQS, in terms of your presentation of the material to others who I think need to understand the why are these 4 the focus, what is the research evidence-based impetus for these 4 being those that are chosen by the agency. And I would take some responsibility on our part that if they're in the EQS, whoever was here at the time or whoever wasn't here at the time, their state board rules that we propose to want to maintain as ours because it's setting the what for students and quality in the state. I'm very appreciative of the notion that the agency is taking responsibility for the accountability of local districts to be paying attention and doing this because we say in all these legislation there's no teeth in it, nobody's penalized for it generally, and so if you've got capacity you embrace it because you view it as best practice and you do it, and if you don't have capacity it's another thing that needs to get done that may not get done. And so I'm appreciative of this lens. I think explaining the why is going to be important, offering some of examples of what it looks like on a theme of something where it's happening and what it looks like. I think you could end up with proficiency-based graduation requirements are in our rules without an example of what that looks like, and if those other 4 or 5 benchmarking or whatever Fontes and Pinellas, those are not proven to be linked to something, but this Lexile quantile thing is, I think offering that as an example of how this can be done maybe brings us few steps further into the process than everybody trying to reinvent transcripts. So I think the last thing we want to do is create another PBGR with grade 3 literacy. So to the extent that what we ask gives something to offer, like it sounds you guys are doing, and you're going to provide support to it in the field, that feels steps ahead to me. The idea of asking for policy that boards look at this and do so in the context of superintendent evaluation, I have no problem with that, and I sit on a board. But I do also think included in your loop of people, you would include the SBA, I think. It sounds like best practice type stuff that has a little structure to it that frankly I think our decentralized system could benefit from.
Can I just add or just respond to that? Is that okay? Just a little bit. So I think that's exactly it, which is when the EQS came into play, were authorized, became effective, I guess. And I think, Bill, you mentioned this before, there's just been so many initiatives going on in the education space. The education quality standards was happening at the same time as flexible pathways was happening and all this other stuff. And so the department, the agency, I would say, was not able to actually really focus on the EQS in a way that said, okay, part of this is education support teams. Part of this is local assessment plans. Part of this is like having really high quality needs-based professional development. everyone understand what that is? We didn't really do that. We just kind of like, the rules were thrown out there and everyone was just left to their own devices at the local level to really focus on that. We did do some work on MTSS and some other things that I would say touched on these EQS principles, but we really didn't take, we didn't have the capacity at that time, or, there was just so much else going on. So I think that is exactly it. Like, we're trying to really sort of refocus on, okay, these are already on the books. Let's make sure we're all on the same page.
I've got to interrupt. We're really running back on time now. I want to just give the Deputy Secretary 5 minutes to explain where are the missing aspect numbers, please.
Yes. So I wanted to do a little bit of, because I don't know if anyone has ever explained this. Do you mind if I use the board?
Go right ahead.
I don't know.
I said Pictionary.
Thanks, sorry. Sorry, Eleanor.
That'll teach you.
Okay, so the big issue going on right now, that doesn't work, with our 2019 SBAC scores has to do with something called DCL4, which is a data collection that happens to be the biggest data collection, and it's done in the spring. So it has everything in the kitchen sink in this. It has enrollment numbers, but it also has, that's where everything that has to do with students' demographics, like their gender, their race and ethnicity, their whatever, all that stuff is in there. It also, there's just everything in the kitchen sink is in there. It's due in July. Okay. So last year in 2018, we had virtually no one actually having that in place in 2018.
Why?
So, because that was when the SLDS was new. It was the first implementation of this new system.
So you didn't run them in parallel? You switched from one to the other?
No, that's not. So the SLDS is more like how the data gets to the agency. So there was nothing to run in parallel. Like, it was a whole new system for how the data would get to the agency.
You could have gotten it to the agency the old way, too.
It didn't make sense to do that for a variety of reasons. But mostly it was because there was a lot of difficulty at the local level with a variety of different vendors and how they would actually interface with the SLDS system and having to figure that out. So this year, so this was, I'm talking about last year, and there's a reason why I'm talking about that way. So this year, most of our districts actually got their data in.
For 2019.
On
for
or
2019.
around, yes, except one. The biggest district in our state. So they did not get their data in until December. Okay, what happens after we get that data is it goes into an initial period of checks to make sure at a very high level the data are running through the SLDS system, everything is kind of like working and not coming to some critical flaw. If it is, if there's a critical flaw, it shoots back to the district, back to the LEA, and says, this needs to be fixed, okay? Critical. And then there's a final data check that says, okay, we actually found some really weird stuff. We found that so this is more about nuts and bolts. Did it actually run through the SLDS system? The final data check is, okay, we saw District 2 that you actually had no graduating seniors last year. Is that true? Is that what your data are? Because that seems suspect to us. And these are real. These are real examples from last year. Or all of your freshmen were coded as Hispanic, and you're an SU down south. Again, that doesn't seem right to us. Is that okay? And so that also then gets sent back for them to actually correct. Okay. So why we're late with 2019 is this came in so late because of capacity issues here that it does hold up some of these initial checks because it has to run, the whole system has to run through some of this. So why that's related to SBACs, and I understand the confusion, which is, but the SBACs were in the spring, why can't you just give us the overall scores as a state? Well, we need this DCL4 to actually get the numbers for third graders, the numbers for the grade numbers for students. We also need to make sure that the students who took the SBAC are connected with their right district, because sometimes students switch within districts. So for instance, none of this is captured in a meaningful way when they're taking the SBAC. It's just a big glob of whomever is taking it. We need DCL4 to actually true up the SBAC scores before we even get to looking at subgroup stuff for the whole data set I'm talking about, and make sure that it's accurate, that the right students are matched with the right enrollments where they are at their district, that also is that their test scores are matched there.
But haven't you already given the districts their
Yes.
own 2019 scores?
They have their 2019 scores,
Well,
yes,
so-
but what they have is actually a broad sweep. It's not the official that will come out. So those numbers will actually be.
Broad sweep?
So it says my child, my town, the state.
Yeah, it is including all of the kids that I was just talking about, which are actually in error. They're not actually going to be apportioned to your district because they were supposed to be somewhere else, for instance. All that has to get trued up.
So I mean, several constituents have sent me their school board report showing 2019 data for the SBAC.
Yes.
By grade level.
Yes. It's not the
You're telling me that
official-
information is not reliable?
No, it's not. It's not official data, and I've asked our
Well,
team
what's
about
the difference
that.
between official data and being
Official
reliable?
data is what we hold the schools accountable for. That is not data that the schools are held accountable for. That is to give them a broad sweep of, hey, looking at this same kind of uncleaned data from time to time, just focused on a broad sweep of who took your SBACs.
Right.
Without going through the process of actually truing up who students are with the data that they have. You know, my understanding is that local LEAs can use that just in a broad sense to look at like, oh, like our scores are way higher than they were, way lower than they were last year. It's not the official SBAC data.
But if you can give that to individual schools, I mean, we don't care what school these kids went to. We just care that they were in a Vermont school, and we'd like to know how they
There
did.
are some kids who took the SBAC who really shouldn't have taken the SBAC. They're supposed to take an alternative assessment, for instance.
Why though? Why would that be?
Because of the local, what happened at the local level, that, you know. And again, like, we have to be really careful about this, because this has to do, these data have to do with assigning comprehensive supports to schools, which is talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we have to be very careful about this. We would be in good stead if our largest district had actually been able to have the infrastructure to get us the data when everyone else did. We're really behind because we waited months for the largest district. We could not go ahead with doing any state level reports without the largest district's data in the data set.
I think that's a design problem.
Could
When
be,
I
but
was
it's where we
director
are.
of the New Jersey assessment, we tested 440,000 kids per year, and we got them back in 4 weeks, and we had all the kitchen sink stuff. I don't get it.
Yeah. You guys you make the Iowa primary look like a walk in the park. You could have produced a report for the state without Burlington, and just for comparison purposes, you could have taken Burlington out of the prior year results as well, and you could have given people a picture as to how we're doing.
I think the decision is that that's not an official report,
Yeah, well,
and
but-
so we wouldn't do that because it would inevitably be used as though that was the agency saying these are what the scores are, when that's not what we would have been saying. It was not, the data were not able to be trued and checked sufficiently.
So are parents gonna be reissued other scores?
No, their individual kids will be fine.
No, but on the individual kid one, it has your district and it has your state.
Not to my knowledge, but that's a good question that I can bring back.
So you could have produced preliminary reports but they wouldn't have been perfect. Understood. It just feels to me like putting this off 5 months and still no sign as to when it'll be ready is a classic case of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. The state would have benefited from a report statewide for all categories with an asterisk that says this is preliminary, it's not final, subject to revision. Most of us can understand that. But if there were a significant trend, I think people would like to know that.
Which may be very different once you have the
It
local
might be.
district back in the report.
Right,
You know, we made the decision that it did not make sense to release a preliminary report when we knew there was a very good chance that those results would not be representative of what the final product would be.
Statewide results?
Yes.
May I interject that this kind of is in the past is what's happened in the past, and that if we continue to sit here and talk back and forth about, you know, oh well you could have done this, well it's not like we can change much. I don't know. I feel like it's been the same conversation now for the past however many minutes of could have gotten preliminaries, but they wouldn't have been official. We could have gotten preliminaries, but they could.
You're right.
You know.
You're right.
To that point, whatever Southborough SBD did not have, do they have it now? Was it a capacity issue, a human resource issue? Was it a systems issue? Was it what was it, and is it fixed?
I wouldn't say it's fixed, but we have the data now, and we are actually doing final checks. So we will be, in the next 3 weeks, moving to upload the data onto our state report card, and then also releasing the state report of SBACs. You know, the other thing is we don't have, we're happy to release the SBAC report as we have, but there's not a particular statute that requires that. And in fact, the state report card is really what our required reporting is for this information, which also has the state information on it. So I think, you know, a couple of years ago, we were trying to actually get folks to be thinking not so much about this static report that comes out in the fall, but actually going to the report card itself, which is online, and that's where all that state information is. And it doesn't have the 2019 achievement test scores right now because we're still doing those final checks, but we will be in the next few weeks.
How does it vote for the Lexile quantile measures? You know, I mean.
Well, I think, the other thing I didn't get to say is that we made substantial progress in terms of the first, from 2018 to 2019. Again, there was really just one district that happens to be our largest, which we were uncomfortable actually releasing a state report without our largest district, which is upwards of at least 5% of our students. So that's actually going to change what the results look like. We are hopeful. We continue to provide supports for the LEAs. We are hopeful that next year this is a lot more seamless and it just is happening much more quickly and seamless. That's what happened with the majority of our districts this year. So that would actually, so the Lexiles would actually kind of spit out when the SBAC information is put up on the report card. It would be there.
Okay. Thank you. We need to move on. Thank you very much, Heather. You can go sit in the cooler seat over here.
Or leave.
And so now we want to take up the PBL. Just a little debrief from our session last meeting on the 21st and talk about Kim's good work in pulling this report together. The outcome of the discussion, I would hope, which discussion we hope to aim to end in about 25 minutes. The outcome, I think, has to be, so what's next? What I want this board to be thinking about is, so what do you want to do with all this?
I mean, wasn't our initial, going into it wanting to put together a report we could provide to the General Assembly and be like, hey, this is what we found, you know?
Bingo.
Okay.
That is correct. That is correct. And a further piece of that was we wanted it to be sort of what we found as opposed to what we think.
Yeah. So it was simply just a statement of here's not this is what we think you guys should do.
Right. And so Kim's report does that. And we did, at the request of the Senate Committee on Education, we went ahead and presented Kim's draft report. I regard it as draft until this body endorses it. We explained Senator Bruce had his own schedule for this, and we had to honor that. So was it Tuesday, Peter and Kim, that you presented to the Senate Committee on Education the report? Because last week in particular, the Senate Committee was spending a lot of time on PBL. We haven't yet presented to the House. I've sort of tried to put the brakes on it until we could all meet and take the pulse with you guys to see what you think. So, what do you think?
Well, we must say that the bulk of this is the BPA.
Yes.
That did Mike McGrath and
Chelsea Myers.
Jesse Myers.
Yeah.
I mean, they really.
Didn't they do a great job?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was just very impressed with the ability of it's virtually verbatim capture. Almost like you had a court stenographer there. So there's a lot of very rich content in what they wrote.
We just tried to distill it to some themes and then some input from and incorporate the questions that we were left with after the conversation, or at least that Bill shared. And some were similar questions that I had, and probably others of us sitting here, like next steps might include how they look at these questions that were brought to mind either before or after taking testimony for 6 hours, or however many hours it was. I guess it wasn't 6 hours of testimony, but it was a good chunk of the day. So John teed it up, and then Peter and I had the opportunity to sort of speak to the themes that we had seen that I tried to capture in this. So I wouldn't say I welcome any feedback. One of the pieces I highlighted was, even as I was writing the word study committee in this report, I got like the pricklies at the back of my neck. I know that's like a place for things to go to die sometimes. So that definitely came up in the course of our conversation with Senate Ed. So I don't think it means that those questions aren't things we think should be explored. I just don't know what other mechanisms there are for such type of exploration on this topic. So.
Obvious next step for me is, does it work? And there's a body of literature that we could go check and report on that.
Well, we heard testimony to that, of the full range of that.
Wait a minute. Hearing testimony is a very different thing from empirically determining whether it works.
But it was somewhat reflective.
And I think
sure.
also the other piece, Bill, we attended ESC. What was the group that came in? I think I was telling you about it, Bill. Education. Schools
Commission of the States.
Commission of the States spoke to Senate and House.
Did they give you good stuff?
Ed committees, frankly, to the very point of is it working, they have no data yet to link causality with outcomes and the impact of proficiency-based learning. They continue to speak to it as best practice, establishing standards, having clear learning targets, to all the reasons that people that spoke to us shared. That I didn't hear a whole lot more in terms of data. So they were suggesting that it's still relatively earlier in terms of getting longitudinal data that would support and be causally linked. They said that however many years ago they did the study the first time around for where the states were on proficiency-based learning, Wisconsin being the only one who doesn't do it at all.
Wyoming.
Wyoming, sorry, thank you. I knew it was a W. Was left that Vermont was more progressive in that arena before than relative to the field we are today. Others have progressed more quickly from 5 years ago, I think, when they looked at this, whatever that timeline was that they had looked at this before, maybe it was 6. everybody's looking at it to some degree. We're considered more advanced in it because our laws and rules speak to it being a requirement for graduation. That was what I learned from that session.
Yeah, and when we asked, is there any evidence that PBL has, say, enhanced learning for disadvantaged, since that was, one of the big advocacies for PBL is that it addressed equity issues. And in theory, one can see that it might, that and individualized learning
Yes.
might be very powerful tools. But when we asked explicitly, is there any data at all that shows that PBL is moving the needle for disadvantaged children or youngsters for whom school's not a great place to be? The answer is, oh no. Like, it's almost as though this fellow anyway hadn't thought to even consider that possibility. So there appears to be, we have not yet seen a source either in Vermont or even in a school district. So far as we know, nobody has come back to us and said, we've moved the needle with these kids.
Well, I actually thought that John Downs and David Ruff gave better testimony at our hearing than that fellow did at the state.
I agree.
Because
was
I think
quite unimpressive.
I think David particularly did talk about groups and, you know, how they've improved and whatnot in terms of, you know, I mean, that was, I don't know, you know.
Yeah, I think one of the powerful takeaways, I think, might be that is the enormous variegation of deployment of this. I mean, some districts have deployed it well and deeply and quite happily, and others are struggling and or have a lot of upset parents or teachers who are very unhappy with it. We heard from a lot of teachers who are really unhappy, and we heard that from many teachers privately that they feel uneasy about speaking about their discomfort. They feel that there'll be recriminations in their districts if they do. We don't know the facts of that. I guess my takeaway was this is just like education in every dimension in Vermont. It's widely variegated.
Which is why it makes it difficult to assess outcomes.
It does, and
we have to have a baseline of implementation first, which is what we've all been focused on for the past 5 years. Or
we don't have enough focus to stay focused on any one thing. And if you want to look at some of the reasons that we're not doing as well as we'd like, that comes up at the top of the list. And we don't know if proficiencies work empirically, but yet we're doing Lexiles.
Maybe that'll help us figure out if proficiencies work.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Did I understand enough?
I would just fill you in on the what little I know about the legislative context of this, and that's because we've sat in with Senate Ed, and they're very interested in the matter, and there's been some discussion in Senate Ed about mandating that, oh, let me back up. There seems to be much more concern about the grading system, so-called notation, than there is about the process of educating by PBL. So one speculation in Senate Ed was, well, maybe we should simply require that all districts in the state grade using ABCs. And that'll, pardon?
Or do a hybrid. I think.
Right, a hybrid of something like that. And then a different perspective emerged on Wednesday afternoon before I had to testify on the reform bill, was from the head of the NEA, and his name will come to me shortly. And he reported on the NEA's survey of its teachers. And they surveyed of the 8,000 NEA or active NEA teachers, 1,000 of them responded to the survey. And in general, the sentiment was, and you've all seen this survey, we received it from Don Tinney. We received it from him in April of last year. And it shows just this enormously wide variegation of experience. It's very eclectic. And a fairly high percent of the teachers feel that it's demotivating for students and a whole bunch of other things like that. And so in talking with the Senate committee, he was asked, well, what do you think about requiring people to use an ABC hybrid system? And he said, as did my colleagues over here, maybe not. That seems like another mandate. Rather, how about giving the districts who are struggling some more time? And how about maybe putting together a collection of best practices, things that are working here in Vermont, and sharing that with other districts who might need to go back to square one, and so on. So that seemed to me to be kind of a very wise suggestion from Mr. Tinney. And but we don't know where Senate Ed's going to go with this. And then in a week or two, I think House Ed's going to get going on it.
Can I just interject that the study that was done years ago at Montgomery that had all that great success in its elementary school, what was it called? Success? It was success by, I can't.
In the book of Growing into Equity.
That's right.
Yeah. And the key factor was these were all like master teachers. They were there for a long time and had a good principal that was there for a long time. You just can't create that, and you can't, you know, the other significant factor is on poor delivery is the amount of turnover in administration of teachers. When you have a constant turnover, you're fighting the tide. I don't care what you're going to do.
So Peter, what Montgomery had was all four of these things.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they had special sauce.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
every school has special sauce.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
special sauce at
yeah.
Montgomery, it was Beth O'Brien. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
Beth,
and
yeah,
I will-
and
she's
her
amazing.
statistics, yeah.
Right. And so I think, you know, and there's an X factor here.
Yeah.
These are four great things that Montgomery had.
Yeah.
Hands down.
But you know, and that's what we're trying to do is just, you know, and you'll get these, the variations is really just how this has been received. Cabot has been doing this since in years, and it was for them no big issue.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna try and pull you guys back to reality here because unfortunately we don't live in a perfect world where every school district has, you know, amazing teachers who have been there forever. And so I think what proficiency-based learning has done is it was attempted to, you know, close this achievement gap in students. However, the fact that because there was this new system now, there are some teachers who aren't, you know, amazing and can deal with these curveballs that are being thrown at them. You know, there's created this other gap that maybe wasn't so visible before, or people just kind of have overlooked, or it's created a new one. And so
And what is
now
the other
there's
gap? How do you describe that?
the other gap that's like, I don't know, I just feel like then it's like teachers more traditional teachers are struggling the most with proficiency-based learning, I feel, because, you know, they're so used to teaching, you know, textbook style. And in some cases, you know, for teachers that works. It works to go textbook style. And yes, they might not be getting the best education, but then if you throw them the curveball of proficiency-based learning, they're beginning to struggle a little more. And so I don't have the answer to this question, and I'm kind of just posing more questions of like, how perfect is perfect enough for us? Because we live in reality here, and, you know, we're not going to get this to, you know, the perfect place, but we need to find what's going to get us to a good enough place.
Yep. Yep. Boy, that's a lot of wisdom right there. How perfect is perfect enough? And that's a great question. Meaning of life.
Maybe that's a question we add to the list.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like
No, in all honesty.
all standards need standards.
All
It's another one of
standards
those
need standards.
great
Yeah.
young person's perspectives.
So what is, I apologize again for not having been here, and this has been an issue for me for years. In concept, I do support proficiency-based learning, and I'm very disappointed that it hadn't rolled out in the best way, especially in my region. But what, and I have not, with all of this other stuff, Mr. Chair, I hadn't yet gotten to the next to last page. So where are we? What are we going to do with this document? How is it being received? Will it really make a difference to our school districts in what they're doing if the state as a whole has continued to support proficiency-based learning? What's the big question, and what are we doing locally?
Yeah.
How do we support? And how do we use these levers? Again, back to your presentation, I absolutely believe in those levers. I didn't see how those 4 levers were in the rest of the document. How are we going to take those 4 levers and implement them into the proficiency-based learning process?
That's a good question.
One thing we ought to do as a state is determine what we want out of the educational system. That'd be probably the
That was
first
not
step.
my charge.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, how about next week? Can you do that?
No. Sounds like Bill's report.
But I think, Kathy, that's, I mean, we've sort of created a moment by committing ourselves to what we did last meeting. We've created for ourselves some knowledge we didn't have. And so that, in a way, is an asset that I think Kathy's saying, so what do you want to do with that asset? How do you want to leverage that? And I do think that having you two make your presentation was noted by the legislators as, oh yeah, this is the kind of stuff we'd love to hear from a state board, because they get out more than we do. I think one of the things that we could do, let me back up. There are 3 or 4 major forces at work, and the loudest force right now is angry parents. And I think students who have been inconvenienced or are unhappy with the climate that's been created in some cases. We certainly heard from some students who
Ironically, particularly for those from Rutland.
yeah, yes, and you know it's interesting that who we're hearing from is the students and the parents of the high achieving or ambitious students. Precisely the people that this isn't targeted particularly to. It's aimed at those who have been just struggling and for whom school has not been a good fit. But the people who are feeling unhappy about it are the people for whom it was not the primary target.
But it also is I don't know, I think we target it towards all students.
Of course we.
But I think who's frustrated is the folks that.
That's right.
They didn't need to see change because they were just fine with.
They were doing fine,
And
right.
This is requiring perhaps all students,
Right.
if it's done right.
And this is diverting,
I agree.
and it has diverted resources, perhaps to all students at the expense of those students who, by their performance, just naturally attracted attention and support from educators. I think there's almost a kind of a class struggle that has resulted out of all this.
But you may be very right.
And not only that, too, it's also the students, and I don't mean to classify, but it's also probably being the most aggressive students and the astute students. They probably have at home a powerhouse behind them to be vocal about it, to present it, to, you know,
I mean, the
take
kids
it
who-
on as an issue.
The kids who testified were like our kids here, bright, articulate, thoughtful kids. They're the empowered kids. And the youngster for whom school is just a maybe so, maybe not kind of proposition, they don't show up at these meetings. They're not on the student council, most of them, and they don't feel empowered to stand up and talk to 12 old people or a couple old people and a whole bunch of young, bright people.
Or maybe they do, but we didn't do a good enough job.
Maybe so, we
of
didn't get them there.
finding them.
Yeah, yeah.
That might be one of the things you think that would happen with a good PBL system, that they
Yeah,
are more.
right.
The other point to make is we heard from Hope, the student who didn't come from a powerhouse at home.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
And I do wonder very much, because yes, she was a senior, so she came into this high school, and all of high school is proficiency-based learning for her. So was she just like one of those amazing students who can just excel and power
that was
through,
definitely-
or was it that proficiency-based learning offered that
That
to
just gave
her?
her an additional.
I would go with the former on that. I mean, she's clearly a youngster who's adapted to change and different situations.
But can I just say, Kathy and I, you probably know from the tech center, these are unsung, you don't hear about the success stories from tech centers, because it's completely different demographics, but
Right.
you've probably heard from parents like I have, if it wasn't for the tech center, those kids, they would have dropped out or whatever, and the tech center made all the difference in these kids' lives,
Right.
for those who went there. That's been going on for a while, and it's just, and I'm just hoping that whatever proficiency base is reaching, that they're reaching some of those kids that could be in the regular aid program that are, and it's working. We just don't hear from them as strongly as we do from this other sector.
When we were in Colchester in November, it seems to me we had a presentation about one student in particular. He was in a tech program, and it was, do you remember that?
Oh, the video.
Yeah,
They
it
showed
was a
of
young
all-
man, and he had wanted to do just some kind of low-level job, but he discovered that he needed to know mathematics and needed to strengthen his reading abilities if he wanted to. I can't remember the particulars, but it was one of these kids. He was I think he was in the CTE program, and he was a kid who showed how, with the right support, he could really make himself much more classically educated than he might have otherwise, and equipped himself to go on to VTC or something like that.
Well, and again, we can't forget that there was a time where there were a higher percentage of kids coming out of Northwest Tech Center going on to college than there was out of the regular school, out of BFA. Percentage-wise. So, don't get me down the path on tech education, because I believe that we've abused it for far too long, and that we are doing a whole lot of right in tech centers, and if we could distribute that over the rest of the population, we would excel at
And you see that
an incredible rate.
when you have a tech center in the regular campus, and they're sharing classes, and they're it really makes a difference on both sides.
And then proficiency-based learning, of course, as well, is opening up an opportunity for an entire different demographic, which is the adult in our state that we need to capture and need to get into the workforce, that haven't excelled sometimes in the standard classroom, and proficiency-based learning, like the guys I'm working with on probation and parole that may not have a high school diploma, is bringing them to a level they've never been before.
Yeah.
And so if we can get it right so that it is a seamless pathway from the kindergarten in through out adulthood, I believe would be great. And it's unfortunate that it rolled out in the state of Vermont in some areas in the way that it did, because I think we're missing a huge opportunity. I wonder too, you mentioned some of the states. I think, Kim, you had said that Vermont started out maybe earlier than some of the rest, and they've long ago gone past where we are. What did they do? How did they implement it across the state?
He did not tell us. The gentleman who spoke did not illuminate that really, except to say that those that were more advanced were speaking to it somewhere in their legislation, and we had done that quite a bit ago, but our implementation, probably because of our decentralized
absolutely
experience, and maybe easier now after Act 46 and unification and more centralized distribution of wholesale.
And most states have left it elective. It's nothing like universal in most
Or it could have
states.
been cherry-picked.
Maine is the only other universal state, and they've kind of pulled back from some of their requirements. Most of them were districts could electively choose to undertake it, and they might get some financial assistance or something like that. So it was more of a laboratory, kind of a slow rollout sort of thing. Ours was jump in both feet, ready or not, here we come.
Okay.
And
but it's been in law since 2013,
well,
and
it's been in
2020.
it's been in rules since 2013.
2014. Anyway, nonetheless, it's been a lot of years to have been able to, but there's been lots of other initiatives in the interim, and so I think one of the things I think would be helpful, because if we just talk for a second about what model we want this report to be like for the next time we do something similar, so that we're what I was trying to do was sort of set the structure for kind of what it was. So if you didn't get to read that, we kind of all know it because we had seen it, but for people who didn't know it, that was kind of helpful. And then jump to sort of why is it important now, and then what did we hear? So taking us out of it as a voice of our own, but capturing themes and trying to put quotes that I pulled from the transcript stuff to those sentiments. And then I think the conclusion piece is really not necessarily our next steps on it, because it's in our ed quality standards, right? It's spoken to in there. We're not planning to take those rules up right now. I don't know that we have necessarily any particular legislative action that we're recommending. But these are questions that I think, one, we heard, and two, we think are reasonable questions for somebody to be answering, whether, and I would argue that probably we don't have the expertise or the data to even do it, particularly if we want more comprehensive information around actual implementation around the state, or I'm hearing that from the national guy and from our local experiences, we can't necessarily pull our causal data to say how we're doing, but we probably have stories or of experiences where it's been implemented. So the study committee, I think I would make a friendly amendment to whatever else you guys think. If we think these questions are important, how do we want to recommend these answers come to be?
Not to derail us further, because I know you've moved on to sort of like a broader question, but I would just say, you know, we have a habit in this state of we're very input focused, and we don't set up our initiatives with an evaluation plan to begin with. And so I think that's exactly what happened with our proficiency-based learning initiative, which is it's hard now to come back and go like, well, how do we know it's working? We never even thought of that as a state. And so, you know, I think we can, but I would argue it's the focus has been so much on actually building the airplane that it's really hard to actually even evaluate it. And I'm sorry, because you guys have actually been in the building the airplane phase. Like, I think now is the time to say, okay, look at the places where it's actually functioning and it's doing well, and is it having an impact? Because otherwise, I just think it's so all over the place. It's really hard to actually understand any kind of linkage between the overall initiative and any kind of outcomes.
Tell you nothing.
Right.
But if you look at the 10% of the schools that have really ramped it out, and it seems to be working well, they regard it as working well. Then you go in and say, okay, so how have you moved the needle?
Right.
What's the outcome?
I think we can do that.
And if we did that, then we would know that if it's optimally deployed, this is what you get for improvement. And then you, from that, maybe say, okay, this is what works, and this is what's to be learned from that for other schools.
As we're doing that, though, just like anytime in legislature, the world out beyond us is not sitting still. Right. So do we know what those school districts are doing? I don't even know, shamefully, you know, what is changing at BFA or not, given all of their uprise. Do we have a feel for what is going on around the states, what their next steps are, any of that?
Yeah, so two things. Yes, we actually have annually started collecting data, which I think Pat Fitzsimmons and our team have brought to the board to look at their graduation requirements. So all high schools are actually submitting, not in a, they're sending their high school graduation, their proficiency-based graduation requirements to us. So we have more information than we have. The other thing I would remind the board about, though, is that we're actually pulling apart proficiency-based learning. And I will again remind us that at the same exact time, Act 77 was implemented.
Yes.
So on the ground, I would actually argue that LEAs had a very tough choice. Some of them really focused on flexible pathways. They couldn't do both.
Right.
They really needed to make a choice. And I think, you know, we owe it to our LEAs to give them some time to actually come up, because maybe those are the ones that have really great flexible pathways. I don't know. I'm wondering about that.
Right.
That's a very good comment. We're asking people to be flexible and open and include everything, but yet we want them to be, we want to be tough with these test scores and punish them if they don't do them right. We can't have it both ways.
Oh, I disagree. I think you can do both.
And I think it's interesting, I was thinking, Kathy, as you were speaking, like, I'm thinking of my 4 kids going through the system, and K through probably 5 was all proficiency based. You didn't ever
Exactly.
see a number
That's
or
one reason why
care
we
much
didn't do
about
it, apply to the elementary
Yeah.
schools.
Yeah, and so then our middle school did a hybrid, and then you got to high school, and my kids got through before Essex really did much at all about. The last one graduated last year. I didn't really see any change. So, and that's a big system with presumably capacity. But one of the things, as Senator Bruce was suggesting, maybe they just mandate that there be a hybrid version, because that seems to have been better received by others.
Hybrid scoring.
Scoring on a transcript, for instance. The proficiency-based grading requirements, or graduation requirements in EQS, don't tell you how you're defining what your proficiency graduation requirements are. So it can be that you say a C and above or a D and above is proficient. It would not be in the spirit of probably the intention, but there's also, I said with all due respect, no teeth in it.
Yeah.
So before you jump to do something that's going to either impact kids graduating this year or not till next year and be a knee-jerk reaction to 6 hours of testimony, please pause and let's maybe assess where we are, which was the ask in this. Before any changes to the current law should be considered, there should be an assessment of where we are now,
Absolutely.
looking at these questions. And so, again, kind of thinking about, it doesn't mean whatever we approve on this for release to the world, because we kind of just spoke to it. We didn't necessarily, it's draft, and we did say we were going to put something out from this. If we come to sort of consensus on this being a rough format, what do we think about our ask? Get rid of the study committee and call it whatever we want, some sort of report from whatever sources exist on these types of questions. I think that's a reasonable ask.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly
The study committee is sort of a kiss of death
Go to
term.
die
Yeah.
place. I
Yeah.
cringed as I wrote it, and
Wow.
just didn't know other options. So.
I was just gonna say, I think I completely agree with you when it comes to that hybrid grading system, because specifically with my experience at BFA, it seems that right now proficiencies, at least in some places, haven't been properly implemented and they haven't been understood, whereas it's kind of just messed up an entire graduating class where you have kids that, if you want them to graduate with a C, which is seemingly what my school was fine with them doing by moving up their grade to a 3, then have them graduate with a C, but make sure that you show what's really going on behind the scenes, because then it makes it look like children, not children, geez, kids, students, thank you, who perhaps have underachieved, not necessarily because of socioeconomic, but just because they have underachieved, are not being lumped in with students who have really put in that extra effort, have gone to these things, have done more in school, have really put the effort in, and have been lumped together, whereas looking at the same grade, because I know in my experience, I lost out on merit scholarships because my whole grade got messed up. It didn't represent the work that I had actually done on those 3 years prior, which was really frustrating, whereas other students I know who had gotten these merit scholarships based on just solely their grades shouldn't have really deserved them because they got a bump up, whereas I got a bump down to try to consolidate everything so everyone could get pushed out and make it look like the system's working. So I think a hybrid would fully show what's really going on, like, hey, this is actually this percentage and this is this percentage, but on the proficiency scale. Because then once you do that, you can start to really integrate proficiencies fully rather than if you just jump straight into it, there's going to be a lot of problems because people aren't going to know what's going on. So if there's a slow implementation where you have a hybrid going on, I think that would lead people into a better understanding of proficiencies over time.
And
So,
I think there are some
I'm
examples
just
of
mindful of the clock and Kim's question, and I think all of us feel good about what you've done, and Kim's asking us, so what would make it still better? And I think probably your own.
We're entirely different. I'm cool either way because we
Yeah,
did
yeah, yeah.
speak to it.
More to do.
I'm not taking ownership, except that I do think we want a report out of it. We did sort of speak to the themes we saw, so I don't know that there's much more impact to happen from it except for our ask if we believe there's a further report that should happen around questions at the end, I think that's an ask.
Questions. I think that's probably the best thing we can do is to say
Yeah.
these are things we and policymakers would be well advised to know more
Consider,
about.
yeah.
And especially, you've got a half dozen of them.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to propose solutions. I think we can say, we learned a lot, and it just made us understand how much we don't know.
Well, you're right, and if what we can become is a trusted,
Right.
respected information gathering committee,
Right.
that the legislature can, in good faith, take the information that we gather and do as they will with
Right.
it. And we possibly propose or ask questions or do something, then I think that's a great purpose. I know, sitting there, as you do, Peter, how much it takes to put together something like you guys did on the 20th. And that detracts from all of the other important work, not that it's not important, that the legislature needs to do. So if we can take that burden off AOE and off the legislature by being a trusted entity to gather information and report it back as it was submitted, then I think it's a great, it's wonderful.
I don't think we have to be too aggressive in
No.
And the other thing, there's two things that might take away. The woman from Woodstock's talking about how this took 10 years to really put together, and it took the community input was absolutely critical to get outside the school and engage the community. And the tech ender, the woman that was the tech center director, she said what she'd like to see is the grading system done at a regional basis. That would make a big difference. I mean, those were just, some simple things like that could go a long way.
Well, I think to Kathy's point, we've already gotten some recognition for the hard work you did on the 21st and what Kim has done pulling this together and Peter's video. That is to say, I think people have seen that we went out and did something that the legislature itself has not done and doesn't regard itself as particularly well suited to do, and that's a model for us. You remember when we first started talking about this 3 months ago, we said, let's go out and show that we can provide some useful information to the debate. And I think this was a very good first step and a real first success at that. Mindful of the time and mindful of a hockey game that's impending, I want to, if you're willing, I'd like to switch over to the last topic of the day. I guess let's you and I talk about framing the questions and probably leave alone words about a study committee and just sort of talk
So do
more
we
about
have the
more
approval,
about some of the things that we've talked about that we don't know and that we need to
share
learn
it?
more about.
Before
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to know if we go final on this
And so
before
let's-
the next meeting.
But no, we will. I'd like. Are you okay with that?
I'd like to have the time to read it, more for content than anything,
All
but
right.
I think the format is critical. You're right in putting all the work that you put into it. And I think that if we're going to be doing this with some regularity, let's really put the work into, Peter, the Vermont League of City and Towns book that came out every year, right? I mean, everybody knew that book just by the cover as it was stuck into our
Yeah, yeah,
mailboxes, right? Let's take some time, develop our own format, make it useful, and make it something that the legislature, no matter which education committee or not, they're gonna say, oh, that's a report out of the State Board of Education.
Mhm.
Be very consistent in our format, in our presentation.
That's a good idea.
All of it.
That's a great idea. Just a question of how much we can get implemented in the next week or two to be ready to go out. I guess I'd like to just get the board's sense on this. Is the board comfortable with the report that Kim has produced? Comfortable enough to say it's good to take to the House committee, it's good to share this around. Maybe we can mess around with the format a little bit. And I'd be happy to work. Why don't you read this over, Kathy, and get back to Kim in the next 5 days max
Yep.
with any further input? Bill, are you okay with this? Let's just get out there with it.
Yeah, I'll try to find some time in the next 5 days
Okay, please.
to look at.
Please do.
Can I ask that we copy John and myself?
Yeah,
Is that
sure, sure,
okay?
yeah. And this goes for any of you.
Yeah.
Let's say
Any
in
specific
in
feedback?
concept, this is fine, and if we can sharpen it up and flesh it out a little bit further, great. But we need to get
Are we
this.
sharing that amongst all of us?
Sure, sure,
Yeah, yeah.
why not?
Yeah.
Why not pass it all around? We're not making any decisions, so we're not violating.
If we go to final, is that a decision? What do we,
I don't think we're gonna have to, I think when you get it final, send it out. And
Absolutely.
I don't think we're gonna have to come back and
okay,
get
so in
another
concept,
anointment
we're
about
good.
this. Yeah.
We're gonna take final friendly amendments.
Yeah, yeah.
And John and I will go to final on something that, and I'm not familiar with the things that you guys are familiar with from having seen a particular format. So
Well,
those of you who
We
are,
need to do if we can.
I know
Yeah,
that
it doesn't
John
have
makes
to
it
be
look
this
pretty
time,
or
right.
whatever,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just be
the idea of
consistent
it.
is my
Yep,
idea, is
agreed.
my
Okay.
thought.
Good. All right. Good work, everybody. And thanks again, Kim and Peter, for your work on this, and Bill contributed as well. I'd like to switch gears. Last topic. Covered a lot of ground today. Good work, you guys. I want to, last night in thinking about, Peter and Kim and I have been spending a lot of time at the State House and are pretty close to this bill that, it's not a bill, not yet a bill, it's still just a draft, that the Committee on Education, Senate Committee on Education is working on and looking at. I want to pass these around to you, because I'd like to start out by setting some context. And there are sort of, there's what I would call an internal context and an external context. Sort of, when I say context, I mean, so where did this whole idea come from? Why is there a bill being considered in Senate Education today? And there are two sort of origin stories about this. The first story is that since at least December of 2018, because shows you what a nerd I am, I went back and looked at our minutes. In December 2018, then Chair Krista Hewling urged us all to be thinking about the strategic direction of the board. And some of the conversation there was around, are we spending our time wisely? And so on. In the July or June meeting of the board, we had a very good, it was right here, in fact, a very good board conversation about the direction of the board. And it was beginning to be a kind of a sense among us all that we just didn't feel like we were firing on all cylinders. We were doing some stuff that wasn't a very good use of our time, looking over the shoulders of the agency, but not adding a great deal of value. And also noticing that we almost never did anything on our own. It was always pretty much reacting to somebody else's agenda. We then had our retreat, and we talked openly about reinventing the board. And from that came a lot of ideas and started to evolve that we wanted to be able to sort of look beyond the horizon, just be seeing the big picture in the way that we don't feel we have been. I think many of us look back upon our experience with Act 46, and as grueling as those hearings were, it was very stimulating. We learned a lot. We got a sense of the pulse of the state in a way, or the many pulses of the state, because there are many different views, by being out there and hearing from the people. And there was something energizing and learning there for us. And so out of that evolved this sort of vision of what we wanted to become. And that transition, and that got fleshed out a little bit more when we were called by the Sunset Advisory Commission and said, we're thinking about putting you guys out of business. Why should you even exist? Good question. And so that got us thinking more about, well, we know we should exist, but maybe we need to be better. And then we developed our annual report, which we did by, I think we went through 4 drafts of that. Eventually in the annual report, what emerged was essentially kind of a legislative agenda. We knew who we wanted to become, and we know that some of that requires legislation. We need to be freed up from a whole bunch of statutory obligations that are left over from the year 2012 and never did get cleaned up. And we need to open up space and hopefully staffing so that we can be proactive, do things like what we've just done in January and February in Rutland. And from that then came, and I shared all this with the chairs of both the Senate and House Education Committees, and from that, the chair of the Senate Education Committee said, I'm really interested in what you want to do. Will you work with our legislative draftsman to scope that out? So I took the agenda that we laid out in our annual report, shared that with the committee's draftsperson, and a DR 200777 emerged. That's sort of how the process took shape by our lights. I want to talk now a little bit about the handout that I've just given you, which is a totally different context. I've just described to you the sort of the origin story as it came from within this board. But in the climate that we're working in is defined by what I've just handed to you. There is a climate that has emerged over the last decade in the General Assembly that has a bearing upon the state board. You can be darn well sure that for the many years before May 2012, when Act 98 was passed, there was a lot of conversation about who should be in charge, the state board or the secretary and the governor. And finally, it came to pass, after a decade of debate back and forth, at least a decade debate, that the legislature acted and essentially, to some considerable extent, put the state board out of business. The state board had been the board of directors of the Department of Education. The commissioner of the department answered to the state board. He could be hired or fired by the state board. And the entire department was like a corporation. And we were the board of directors. And along comes the legislature expressing the will of many governors saying, no more with that. The governor wants to be able to be in charge of the person who's in charge of the department, and you're not him anymore, unless you want to run for governor. And so that's what Act 98 did. It did it in about 6 pages, what it failed to do, of course, was to understand the meaning of all of that. And the most it did was, so I've just shown the 3 major things that it said. It eliminated the state board's authority over the department and essentially, in effect, on how the department operates. The board has no more authority and control and has not had it for 8 years, though some of us didn't know that until recently. But to his credit, the current secretary has been very assertive and clear about that, and I think we've all gotten the message. Another thing that the bill put in, which was new and was not in the original bill, it was kind of slipped in at the last, which was that the board shall have the authority to establish and advance education policy. Those words had never been used before. And then the legislation, Act 98, said that the board shall have staff who shall answer to the board. That had never existed before either, or who shall report to the board. So that's 8 years ago. Act 92 came along and cleaned up some housekeeping stuff and did clarify that the board shall adopt rules. Then nothing really has happened since then that shapes the board's role and mission. I do note, though, that in June 2015, the governor signed Act 46 of 2015, which placed an enormous responsibility on the state board to adopt a so-called state plan. And some of us still have the scars to show for it. so that's just a way of saying that while the first two were about limiting the board's authority, Act 46 was about saying, yeah, well, we've limited your authority, but we think you're very important and we want you to be part of this process. In fact, we'd like you to take the fall for Act 46. And we obliged. That's why we're still in court today. January 2017, hot on the heels of much conflicting points of view about Rule 2200, several senators introduced a bill to transfer all rulemaking authority from the board to the agency. There were a lot of people who were annoyed at the board's rulemaking. But there was a House version and a Senate version, and neither went anywhere. But they had quite a lot of sponsors. Act 49 was passed later that same year, and it ordered the board to stop any further work on Rule 2200. Quite an unusual event for the legislature to do that. But it should tell us that there was a lot of annoyance in the General Assembly about that, enough that that passed very clearly. But then again, a year later in May, the legislature said, yeah, we said that about the board, but we really want them to be in charge of the rulemaking for Act 173.
They wanted to get rid of us after Act 46.
Yeah. And they wanted us not to do any more rulemaking, but they also, about 2200, but they made it very clear that they wanted the board involved in 173, and we spent the morning continuing to be involved, as we have just about every meeting for the last 9 months anyway. So this is sort of in the name of kind of mixed messages, conflicting messages. Just like all good parents, we're getting from our parents, we're getting conflicting messages. And then more of these get rid of the state board bills in January. Both the House and Senate version dissolve the state board, transfer. This time isn't just take away their rulemaking authority, get rid of the whole thing. To my knowledge, those bills have not gotten any attention. And then in the autumn of last year, the Sunset Advisory Committee, it's not listed here, it's a separate matter because it's a committee of the General Assembly, recommended the abolition of the state board. Originally, they were going to say, just get rid of it. Peter and I testified to them on the 13th of November, and we shared with them the board's own work that had come out of our retreat, was emerging in our annual report, that we understand some of your concerns about the state board, and we will intend to address them. And so that commission's report took form in H660, January of this year, introduced, and it is a bill that essentially, well, what it says is the state board shall cease to exist after 1 January of 2021. And the reason they gave us, why they're keeping us hanging and twisting in the breeze for another year, is to give us an opportunity to address the reforms that people feel we need to do and that we want to do. And then the last entry, of course, is the board's own proposals about how to reinvent itself, if you will, to shed some of